Chapter 682. How long had it been since Yang Dingtian had spoken to Ling Bai and the demon Vulture King? He didn't know. Perhaps it had been more than half a year. It was different from the hard rock plains. Although the bitter cultivation in the raging flame plains was more difficult. However, Yang Dingtian was at most completely numb and broke down, but his body no longer had the instinctive reaction of wanting to commit suicide. Perhaps it was because Ling Bai, this stupid woman, needed to be taken care of. Perhaps it was because he had a goal, unlike the hard rock plains where he had no goal at all. But no matter what, the bitter cultivation in the raging flame plains was much more difficult than he had imagined. If Yang Dingtian knew that he had to walk 200,000 miles and walk for a year, he might really give up at the beginning and choose a much easier method. In this year's time, Yang Dingtian really used the ice profound qi to solidify a path of 200,000 miles. Of course, it was quickly melted by the magma. Less than 1% of these 200,000 miles of road was created by Ling Bai. The remaining 99% was created by Yang Dingtian. Of these 200,000 miles, 100,000 miles were completed by Yang Dingtian carrying the demon Vulture King and Ling Bai. Before coming to the taboo continent, Yang Dingtian could not imagine. The cultivation in the taboo continent was actually so stupid and so difficult. But in the end, in a year's time, they finally finished walking 200,000 miles of the raging flame plains. The incomparably arduous journey was finally completed. Of course, if nothing unexpected happened, there was 10 times the anti-gravity here, so the time was also 10 times that of the chaos world. A year here should be a little more than a month in the chaos world. Moreover, the day and night here had changed from 60 hours in the hard rock plains to 120 hours. I end this year's time. 2 people, 1 beast. Without a doubt, they had become the closest and dearest people, especially Ling Bai to Yang Dingtian. Although she was old enough to be Yang Dingtian's mother, there was no doubt that mentally she could only be considered a daughter, because, without anyone teaching her, she didn't know how to do things. Anything, really anything. She would only do it if Yang Dingtian said it. If Yang Dingtian didn't say it, she wouldn't know what to do. However, she also had her own strengths. That was, as long as it was something Yang Dingtian assigned her, no matter how difficult it was, she would grit her teeth and cry and complete it. It was not good to be dogmatic, but she was becoming more and more dogmatic. Therefore, it was difficult for Yang Dingtian to treat her as an elderly lady now. In fact, in terms of appearance, Yang Dingtian looked 10 years older than her. She had enough pills. Either Yang Dingtian or the demon Vulture King would help her resist the heat. Therefore, in the past year, Yang Dingtian had lost 20 kilograms, and the demon Vulture King had lost more than 500 kilograms. Yang Dingtian couldn't believe that this woman had gained so much weight. She had actually regained the weight she had lost in the hard rock plain. Moreover, she had gone from looking like she was 32 years old to looking like she was 28 years old. Moreover, Yang Dingtian finally knew why she was able to break through to the master stage despite her stupidity. First of all, her Xian vein talent wasn't low. Secondly, in the Vulture Palace, she was completely obedient to orders on how to cultivate. Like a robot, she completed the cultivation tasks assigned by Lingzi and Ling Chuzi one by one. Just like that, she broke through to the 6-star master stage at her current age. Then, she broke through to the 9-star master stage in the hard rock plain. Madam, I have a question that I've wanted to ask for a long time. After seeing the ice palace, Yang Dingtian's heart seemed to have come alive again. Go ahead, Ling Bai said. When we first came to the taboo continent, it was 5 times the anti-gravity. With your brain, how could you walk thousands of miles? How could you last for more than a month? Yang Dingtian asked. In Yang Dingtian's heart, with Ling Bai's brain, it was a miracle that she knew how to land on the taboo continent and didn't fall into the deep space immediately. In the beginning, it was the black vulture that tied my body and walked forward. I didn't even need to get off the ground. Ling Bai said. Later the black vulture died. It told me how much profound qi to use to walk and how much profound qi to use to grab the ground. When there was still 10% of profound qi left, I stabbed the sword into the ground and tied myself to the sword with a rope. Then I began to recover my profound qi. I ate a pill during the day and another at night. That's how I persevered. Later on, when I finished eating the pills, I couldn't wake up anymore. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was shocked by that black vulture. It was a sky vulture. Humph. Before Yang Dingtian could exclaim in admiration, the devil vulture king had already snorted in disdain. In its eyes, this was nothing. It knew how to do it too. Yang Dingtian patted the devil vulture king and said, "Ah, Claw, don't be unconvinced. It's not difficult for you to understand these things, but you still have to teach Ling Bai without making any mistakes. Can you do it?" The devil vulture king's eyes were confused as it fell into a fantasy. Then its entire body trembled as goosebumps appeared. It shook its head desperately, indicating that it couldn't do it. Ling Bai sighed and said, "Actually, after my black vulture died, I didn't want to live anymore. I raised it since it was young, and it was the only black vulture that didn't eat human flesh. It was very smart. It could understand everything I said. I could also understand what it said." Yang Dingtian's tears were about to fall. It was really a divine vulture from the heavens. It could understand Ling Bai's words, but at that time, Ling Bai could understand its words. God knows how much effort the black vulture had put in. Previously, the devil vulture king and Yang Dingtian's communication was very limited, but now they could communicate without any obstacles. The devil vulture king didn't know how to speak, but a casual expression, a look, a claw, Yang Dingtian could understand it. It wasn't easy because for more than a year one man and one beast had been together day and night. As for the black vulture and Ling Bai, it was even more difficult. They had been together day and night for 20 years. "Madam, is your black vulture male or female?" Yang Dingtian asked. Suddenly, the devil vulture king's ears stood up. "Female," Ling Bai said. "Sigh, what a pity. Otherwise, it would be great to be Ajua's wife." Yang Dingtian said. The devil vulture king, Ajua, was also a little dejected and agreed. Now it was also somewhat fascinated by that magical black vulture. It was an intelligent devil vulture. It had already transcended vulgar interests, so its requirements for its spouse were naturally higher. At the very least, they should have a common language, right? It was a pity that the black vulture was dead. Sigh. The devil vulture king sighed. It already felt that it might be alone for the rest of its life. Ajua, Madam Ling Bai really needs someone to take care of her. Her black vulture is dead. Why don't you take care of her in the future? You can be her mount. Yang Dingtian said. The devil vulture king, Ajua, stared at Yang Dingtian with a blank face. What are you talking about? I'm a devil vulture. I don't understand human language. Playing dumb again. Yang Dingtian said, You are now proficient in English, Chinese, and chaos language. Don't pretend that you don't understand human language. What does fuck mean? The devil vulture king raised a claw and raised its middle claw. However, it was a pity that it only had 4 claws and did not have a real middle finger. Kiss, what do you mean? Yang Dingtian said. Bo. The devil vulture king pouted and kissed the air fiercely. Fly, what do you mean? Yang Dingtian said. Ugh. Ajua immediately lowered its head dejectedly. It couldn't fly in this place, so how could it fly? At this moment, Ling Bai suddenly glared fiercely at Yang Dingtian and said, Don't say dirty words. You are teaching Ajua bad things. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Dirty words? What dirty words? Then he quickly reacted. Ling Bai's dirty words were referring to the word fuck. Fuck. Sister, your IQ and reaction arc are really despairing. I said fuck a minute ago. Why did you only remember it now? I finished the 3rd word and you only remembered the meaning of the 1st word. This, Ajua. Why don't you reconsider what I said just now? Yang Dingtian joked about the Devil Vulture King's gift to Lingbai. The Devil Vulture King immediately put on an ignorant expression, indicating that it didn't understand what Yang Dingtian was talking about. Ah, Joie, don't copy my expression. Suddenly, Lingbai said. Yang Dingtian suddenly realized why Ajua's expression was so familiar every time it pretended to be stupid. Yang Dingtian was already a little worried that he would become the second IQ of the three. The last 2,000 miles were very comfortable. It was completely bragging all the way. Soon, 2 people and 1 beast stood under the incomparably huge ice and snow palace. The huge ice and snow palace floated in the air 300 meters above the ground. It was still upside down with the roof facing down. Ah, Joie, wrap your body, Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Ajua's entire body shrank into a ball. Yang Dingtian raised Ajua and threw it towards the door of the ice and snow palace. Whoosh! The Devil Vulture King, who had shrunk into a ball, was thrown into the ice and snow palace like a cannonball. Yang Dingtian said to Lingbai, "Madam, it's your turn." Lingbai hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, bent down, hugged her legs, and copied Ajua, trying to shrink herself into a ball, trying to become a circle. However, she couldn't do it. Yang Dingtian looked at her in despair. "Madam, you're small and can be easily thrown into the door by me. You don't have to copy Ajua." Yang Dingtian said, "Besides, as an elder, how can you make this posture? Is it appropriate for me to let my imagination run wild?" Lingbai stood up with a red face. Yang Dingtian grabbed her waist and threw her into the ice and snow palace in the sky, saying, "Ah, claw, catch!" Ah! Lingbai let out a delicate cry and flew out directly. The Devil Vulture King, which even had an English name, stretched out its head like lightning and grabbed Lingbai with its mouth. Yang Dingtian flicked it lightly and jumped into the ice and snow palace a few hundred meters above. After entering the ice and snow palace, the 2 people and 1 beast didn't cultivate. They just lay on the ground and slept soundly. They hadn't slept for a whole year. Lingbai had slept, but Yang Dingtian and Ajua hadn't slept for a minute. Even at this time, the shrewd Ajua had learned to sleep on its side with its body bent, so that Yang Dingtian and Lingbai wouldn't lie on its belly. It was so comfortable. He hadn't laid down so comfortably for a whole year. Soon, Yang Dingtian fell asleep. As he slept, Yang Dingtian felt a soft body suddenly appear in his arms. When he opened his eyes, Lingbai had unknowingly curled up in his arms and fallen asleep. The raging flame continent was incomparably hot, and this ice and snow palace was incomparably cold. Lingbai also had yin xian veins. At first, she didn't feel it, but as she slept, she felt very cold. And Yang Dingtian had the awesome 9 yang xian veins, so he couldn't feel the cold at all. Thus, in Lingbai's sleep, she naturally hid in Yang Dingtian's arms. However, this wasn't appropriate. She was an elder after all. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian patted the Demon Vulture King and Lingbai's necks, waking them up. All right, stop sleeping. Get up and cultivate," Yang Dingtian said. Then he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. He began to open the entrance of his xian veins and began to absorb the xian qi. Wow! After a year, that familiar feeling came again. The seemingly endless, profound qi energy was like a ferocious tide, crazily rushing in, and the xian veins and qi sea that had been dry for a whole year instantly received the craziest nourishment. Yang Dingtian was really curious. The bitter cultivation in the Raging Flame Plains was many times more difficult than the Hard Rock Plains. Then, how much could he break through? Chapter 683. The celestial qi was still extremely rich. Yang Dingtian once again felt this extremely comfortable feeling. Then he began to perceive his sea of qi. He clearly felt that the entire sea of qi had expanded, but he really didn't know how many times his sea of qi had expanded. In short, the bitter cultivation in the raging flame plains was much more difficult than the hard rock plains. After walking for a full year, he used his celestial chi to create a road of more than 200,000 miles and walked through the magma ocean of more than 200,000 miles. Although his sea of chi had expanded a lot, after 8 hours, Yang Dingtian's sea of chi was still quickly filled up. Then there was a familiar feeling of expansion, and this expanding force was extremely powerful. It had expanded to the extreme. Boom! Almost easily, Yang Dingtian's body and consciousness fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian successfully broke through to the 3-star Great Grandmaster. Yang Dingtian gradually recovered his divine senses after being in the void for a full 7 minutes. Then the endless celestial chi once again surged in, crazily irrigating Yang Dingtian's sea of chi. 10 hours later, Yang Dingtian's sea of chi was once again filled up, and he felt it expand again. Boom! As expected, his sea of chi exploded, and his body fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian's cultivation once again broke through to the 4-star Great Grandmaster. In the end, Yang Dingtian's cultivation stopped at the 4-star 5th-class Great Grandmaster, and his sea of chi stopped trembling. Yang Dingtian's breakthrough this time stopped. When he opened his eyes, Ling Bai and the Demon Vulture King had already stopped cultivating. Yang Dingtian glanced at the Demon Vulture King, and it directly stretched out 5 claws to Yang Dingtian, shaking its head and wagging its tail in excitement. Level 8 5-star Monster Beast. It was equivalent to a 5-star Great Grandmaster. However, a 5-star Great Grandmaster of Monster Beasts was incredible. A claw was the first one in 100 years to reach grade 8, 5 stars on his mount. Even a powerful combat monster beast would need at least 100 years to reach its energy level. In any case, there was only one feeling in its heart. My claw is going to be rich. Yang Dingtian looked towards Ling Bai and said, "Madam, how are you?" Ling Bai said, "It seems to be the same as you. You failed to break through to the Great Grandmaster realm, but your sea of chi is very empty." Understood. Yang Dingtian said, "You lack the external power of heaven and earth, so forcefully open your profound veins and energy sea." Yang Dingtian took out another rope and tied it around Ling Bai's waist. Ling Bai was startled as she said, What do you want to do?" "I'll strike you with lightning and forcefully push you to the Grandmaster level," Yang Dingtian said. Ah. Ling Bai fell into deep thought. Very soon, a fearful expression appeared on her face. She said, "I don't want to break through to the Great Grandmaster level. Is that okay?" Yang Dingtian, are you worried about your life? Don't worry. Last time, I clearly felt that although my mystic flame lightning was very powerful, most of the energy would be used to forcefully open your profound veins and energy sea. At this time, your energy sea would seem to have a black hole that would devour all the energy. It won't harm your body. Following that, Yang Dingtian said, "Besides, I see that you're not afraid of death." Ling Bai said embarrassedly, "I am not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of pain." "Don't worry, it won't hurt." Yang Dingtian said, "Coincidentally, I can also use you as an experiment to see if I can force Song Shao and Yun Kalin to break through to the Great Grandmaster realm in the future." Yang Dingtian's words were very direct. However, it didn't matter if he was direct in front of Ling Bai. She wouldn't think too much about it. After firmly tying the rope around Ling Bai's waist, Yang Dingtian coaxed and lied to her. Like flying kite, he pushed her out of the hall and floated in the air. Ling Bai was so nervous that her entire body was trembling. Her small face was pale, and she kept saying, Don't, I don't want to break through to the Great Grandmaster realm." Don't worry, it won't hurt," Yang Dingtian said. Then he tied the other end of the rope to the ice and snow hall. "Are you ready?" Yang Dingtian looked at Ling Bai, who was floating in the air. Ling Bai shook her head desperately and almost cried out, "Yang Dingtian, put me down. I really don't want it anymore. I beg you to put me down. Close your eyes, Yang Dingtian said. Ling Bai closed her eyes while trembling all over. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian summoned the million-spirit demon fire with his left hand. Then he inserted less than 1/10 of his mystic qi into the million-spirit demon fire. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian summoned the demon-spirit demon fire with his right hand. Then he inserted less than 1/10 of his mystic qi into the demon-spirit demon fire. Then both of his hands flicked gently. Whoosh! Instantly, the two chaotic mystic flames flew into the sky above Ling Bai's head. Then, the two mystic flames collided fiercely in the air. Pa! Another huge lightning bolt that was over 1,000 meters long and 10 meters thick struck Ling Bai's head fiercely. Suddenly, an extremely bright ray of light that was many times brighter than the sun suddenly burst out. As for Ling Bai, a terrifying flame burst out from her delicate body and completely engulfed her entire delicate body. Ah! Ling Bai screamed and cried loudly. Then, all of the sounds came to an abrupt end. Her entire person, her entire voice, and her entire consciousness were completely engulfed by the light of the lightning. This looked very dangerous, but in fact, Yang Dingtian was already quite confident that it was not too dangerous to her life. Moreover, in order to be safe, Yang Dingtian only used 1/3 of the mystic flame lightning on Ling Bai's body. All of the light gradually faded. Ling Bai was indeed safe and sound. However, all of her hair was standing up one by one. Her clothes were also somewhat messy and tattered. Other than that, there were no other traces. However, Ling Bai was obviously scared out of her wits. Her entire face was pale without any color, and her two eyes were completely out of focus. Madam, how are you feeling? Yang Dingtian asked. Ling Bai slowly came back to her senses. Then, with a cry, she suddenly burst into tears. Yang Dingtian said, Madam, don't just cry. How are you feeling? Have you broken through? Ling Bai shook her head vigorously and said, I don't want to break through. I don't want to break through. Put me down, put me down. Yang Dingtian sighed in his heart. It seemed that the energy was still not enough to forcefully open her qi, si, and mystic meridians. Therefore, Yang Dingtian summoned the million-spirit demon fire and demon-spirit demon fire of the chaotic attribute. The amount of mystic qi energy that he injected was slightly more than half. When Ling Bai saw this, she was instantly scared out of her wits. Her entire delicate body curled up as she wailed, No, please don't. I don't want to break through. Yang Dingtian, put me down, okay? She did not know how to struggle. She only knew how to beg desperately. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's two mystic flames directly flew out and then fiercely collided in the air. Pa! A lightning bolt that was 2,000 meters long and dozens of meters thick suddenly struck down. Ah! Ling Bai screamed. Then her entire delicate body was completely engulfed by the snow-white lightning light. Her entire consciousness instantly sank into nothingness. After a full 15 minutes, that dazzling light gradually dissipated. Yang Dingtian saw that Ling Bai's delicate body was charred black. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was greatly shocked. He immediately pulled a rope and pulled Ling Bai into the ice palace. Then, he immediately wiped her face. Instantly, her snow-white skin was restored. Yang Dingtian directly dug out a large piece of ice from the ice palace. He used the mystic flames to melt it into hot water and splashed it on Ling Bai's body. Instantly, the charred black on her body was washed away, revealing her fair and plump body. Her clothes were all burned off, but her body was fine. There were almost no scars left. Only a bright red lightning mark was left on her snow-white back. However, Yang Dingtian's space ring really did not have any clothes left. Ningning's clothes were the last set of women's clothing. What was left was Yang Dingtian's men's clothing. However, men's clothing was better than nothing. Yang Dingtian took out his men's clothing and changed Ling Bai into it. After a full 15 minutes, Ling Bai finally woke up and opened her eyes. Her first reaction when she woke up was not to cry. Instead, her entire delicate body kept trembling. Her upper and lower teeth kept knocking against each other. Even her lips were constantly trembling. "Are you all right? You should have broken through by now. You should use mystic qi inhalation and exhalation," Yang Dingtian said. Ling Bai's tears suddenly gushed out. She shouted at Yang Dingtian, "What right do you have? What right do you have? I don't want to break through. I'm scared. What right do you have to make the decision for me? What right do you have to not care about my opinion and tie me up? What right do you have to let me break through? Could it be that I can only obey others for the rest of my life? When I was young, I had to obey my parents' orders. When I grew up, I had to obey that old bastard's orders. After that, I had to obey my husband's orders. In the end, even Vulture could order me around. Now, I have to obey your orders. What right do you have? What right do you have?" After Ling Bai shouted, she hugged her knees and cried loudly. Yang Dingtian was stunned and then fell into deep thought. Indeed, over the past year, Ling Bai had become more and more submissive to him. She completely obeyed any of his orders unconditionally. Every word he said, every order, even if it was difficult, she would grit her teeth and complete it. Therefore, Yang Dingtian did not consider her wishes when he used the mystic fire lightning to make her break through to the great Grandmaster realm. He had no qualms about tying her up and striking her down with lightning bolts. He really did not have the right to do so. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian gently patted her shoulder and said, "Madam, I'm sorry." Ling Bai ignored him and still hugged her head and cried bitterly. "Don't cry," Yang Dingtian said. "Can you not worry about me first and let me be alone?" Ling Bai said. "Okay," Yang Dingtian said, "then I'm going to sleep. Don't cry for too long." Then Yang Dingtian walked to the other side and lay down beside the Demon Vulture King's belly to sleep. Originally, the Demon Vulture King had been eavesdropping. When he heard Yang Dingtian coming over, he immediately closed his eyes and even snored. This Claw's acting was getting more and more exaggerated. Yang Dingtian fell asleep as soon as he said so. Claw listened to Ling Bai's crying and fell asleep as well. Ling Bai kept crying for a full 4 hours. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. So she cried until she was dizzy and sad. Then she also fell asleep. That's right. She cried until she fell asleep and forgot to breathe. Indeed, as she said, she did not want to break through to the great Grandmaster realm at all. She felt that it was useless to learn martial arts. She had never killed or beaten anyone since she was young. The only time she wanted to kill someone was because Yang Dingtian had crippled Lingxi. She wished she could go to Yang Dingtian and fight him to the death. However, this kind of fire in her heart was extinguished in just a few hours. She had always resigned herself to adversity. She did not intend to fight or kill. What was the use of breaking through to the great Grandmaster realm? Then, in the Ice Palace, 2 people and 1 beast began to sleep again. At this time in the sky outside, the peerless Dongfang Bingling, or Princess Mudan, once again descended from the sky and floated outside the Ice Palace. She continued to stare at Yang Dingtian inside. Then, another figure appeared and floated beside Dongfang Bingling. This was a man with a tall and slender body. He wore a snow-white mask on his face, only revealing 2 deep blue eyes like the ocean. "The person inside is Yang Dingtian?" the man asked. His chaotic language was not very fluent. "Yes," Bingling said. "Do you think he can find out?" The man asked. "I don't know." Bingling said. "If he can't find out, he will be trapped in the taboo continent forever." The man said lightly, "Don't you plan to go in and remind him?" Chapter 684. If he can't find out, he will be trapped in the taboo continent forever. The man said lightly. Don't you want to go in and remind him? Dongfang Bingling still stared at Yang Dingtian's face and did not respond. Princess Mudan, why did you come to visit my little western paradise? The masked man asked. One is for an alliance, and the other is for the void-splitting fire. Dongfang Bingling said, the void-splitting fire, the second arcane fire in the world. Alliance. The masked man laughed. You know, my little western paradise and the chaotic world have always minded their own business. Moreover, why should we, the dragon bloodline, form an alliance with a mere human? Little western paradise's time. An isolated and independent world. 5,000 years ago, the fallen silver dragon seduced some monsters, including the mystic-tailed fox. They planned to replicate the miracle of Naga and breed a demigod race again. Even though none of the races in the little western paradise had succeeded, and none of them had succeeded in giving birth to a race of gods. However, because of the fallen silver dragon's blood, the races in Little Western Paradise were much stronger than humans. Even if they had not bred a demigod race, it did not prevent them from thinking of themselves as the future god race. They were completely dismissive of humans, because they had the dragon bloodline flowing in their bodies. Many, many years ago, the Little Western Paradise had sent many female demons into the human world in an attempt to find suitable humans to mate with and give birth to the demigod race. Enchanting was one of them. The masked man said lightly, besides, the enemy of your evil ways is this Yang Dingtian in front of us. Do you still need to form an alliance with Little Western Paradise to deal with him? I will feel ashamed. The alliance is not to deal with the Tiando League, nor to deal with Yang Dingtian. It is to deal with our common enemy, the god of chaos. Dongfang Bingling slowly said, I am here to visit Little Western Paradise under the order of His Majesty the Demon King to discuss an alliance. The masked man narrowed his charming eyes and shook his head. I'm sorry, Princess Mudan. Our Little Western Paradise doesn't need to form an alliance with anyone. Even the evil ways aren't qualified to form an alliance with us. Dongfang Bingling said, My Demon King's soul clone has already obtained the Netherworld Ghost Flame and has become the master of the Netherworld Ghost Land. He has 10 billion undead. Among them are over 100 saint level and over 1,000 half-saint level. The masked brave's gaze immediately fell on Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face and said, In that case, you have some qualifications. Then the masked man smiled and said, However, you want to form an alliance and also want the second mysterious flame in the world, the void-splitting flame. Don't you think it's too greedy? Dongfang Bingling said, The void-splitting flame is an ownerless item. These two things don't go against each other. The masked man said, It is indeed an ownerless item. However, the ancestor of our race in Little Western Paradise is the Void Silver Dragon, the overlord of the Void world. Therefore, it's only right for us to inherit the void-splitting flame. It can't be said that it's an ownerless item. Dongfang Bingling smiled and said, But for us, the void-splitting flame seems to be a must. Impossible. The masked man said, You want to form an alliance with Little Western Paradise and fight for the void-splitting flame. It's not that easy. If Princess Mudan has such thoughts, I think there's no need for you to visit Little Western Paradise. I can reject you right now. Dongfang Bingling looked at the masked man and said, Visit, we must visit. At this moment, Yang Dingtian turned over in the ice palace. The masked man said, Princess Mudan, are you really not going to give Yang Dingtian a hint? You've stayed in the taboo continent for a few decades, which is equivalent to 2 years in the chaotic world. This Yang Dingtian's talent is far inferior to yours. I'm afraid he'll be trapped in there for the rest of his life until he dies. Dongfang Bingling shook her head gently and said, If that's the case, then he's not qualified to be a whetstone for evil ways. Then she sighed softly and said, Let's go. Whether he lives or dies will depend on his luck. Your Excellency Yao Li, please lead me to the Western Paradise. Then please, the masked man said. Then, the two of them disappeared into the starry sky. Ling Bai cried until she fell asleep. When she woke up again, she finally began to absorb the mystical energy. Then, she broke through to the great Grandmaster realm. However, she merely broke through to the great Grandmaster realm. To be precise, she was a 1-star, 3rd-grade Great Grandmaster. Next, Yang Dingtian kept sleeping and had no intention of leaving the Ice Palace. Ling Bai also ignored Yang Dingtian all the way until the Ice Palace began to fly. Then, she nudged Yang Dingtian. Oh, to be precise, when the taboo continent began to move rapidly again. Just like when they finished cultivating in the Hard Rock Plains, the entire taboo continent began to move rapidly again, moving at a speed of about 2,000 miles per hour. However, this time, they quickly passed the Raging Flame Plains. After about 10 hours, a total of 20,000 miles, the Ice Palace left the Raging Flame Plains and entered the Void World again. Below, it was a stretch of nothingness. There were only balls of strange colored light and shadows, as well as lightning that constantly struck. Yang Dingtian now knew that this void world would be very, very long. They would need to fly for at least 50 hours. In other words, this void world was at least 200,000 miles long. It was exactly the same length as the Hard Rock Plains and the Raging Sun Plains. Yang Dingtian had slept enough and was tired of the void world below. He closed his eyes and studied the code of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. At this moment, Ling Bai suddenly said, Yang Dingtian, what do you think the next world will be like? If it's not ice, then it'll be water. Yang Dingtian said, Madam, didn't you plan to ignore me? Ling Bai had ignored Yang Dingtian for more than 40 hours. She didn't speak to him at all. Now, she finally couldn't hold it in. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Ling Bai blushed and said, How long until your duel with Wu Yuming? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but according to the time in the chaotic continent, there should be more than a month. Ling Bai said, Then, have you thought of any way to get out? Leave the taboo continent and return to the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian said, I don't plan to go out until I become a 6-star or 7-star Great Grandmaster. I have to be at least a 6-star Great Grandmaster to barely be able to fight with Wu Yuming. I think that even if you become a 7-star Great Grandmaster, you won't be a match for Wu Yuming. Ling Bai said, You'll still die in his hands. Yang Dingtian glared at her and said, Thank you for being so direct. Ling Bai said, After the cultivation on the next continent is over, you will leave this place, right? Yang Dingtian said, I think so. According to the time after the 3rd stage, no matter what his cultivation level was, he would have to leave the taboo continent. Then do you know how to leave? Ling Bai asked. Yang Dingtian was stunned and then shook his head. He really didn't know how to leave this place. Do you think there will be an exit at the end of the continent in the next stage? Ling Bai asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I don't think so. Why? Ling Bai asked. Because I think there are far more than 3 continents. Perhaps there are 5, 10, or even 100 continents. Each continent is hundreds of thousands of miles long. Yang Dingtian said, How is that possible? Ling Bai said, Each continent is hundreds of thousands of miles long. There are a total of 100 continents like this. How can the chaotic world be so big? Yang Dingtian sighed and said, Time and space don't mean much in the taboo continent. Although I don't completely understand, the taboo continent is undoubtedly very strange. After the magma of the Raging Flame Plain solidifies, it is exactly the same as the ground of the Hard Rock Plains. Moreover, the size of the 2 continents is exactly the same, so I suspect. Suspect what? Ling Bai asked. I suspect that the Hard Rock Plains and the Raging Flame Plains are the same continent. It's just that they are in different space-time. At this moment, when we are flying quickly on the palace, it looks like the taboo continent is moving, but in fact, space-time is flowing quickly. It's not the continent that's moving, but time, Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Ling Bai's beautiful eyes widened in shock. It's creepy, isn't it? Yang Dingtian said. Ling Bai shook her head and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, let's wait and see. The third level continent should still be hundreds of thousands of miles long. It's either an endless glacier or an endless ocean. There's still no life, no movement, no wind. The entire continent is dead silent. Really? Ling Bai said. Really? Yang Dingtian said, why don't we make a bet? Ling Bai said, no. If you say it's true, then it's definitely true. After that, it was still a boring and lonely flight. Below the palace was a boundless, void world. King Demon Vulture, who was already tired of the void world, heard Yang Dingtian say that it wasn't the continent that was moving below, but space-time. Immediately, it felt very high and mighty. It had a feeling that it didn't understand, so it stuck its head out and carefully studied the void world below, whether it was space-time moving or the taboo continent moving. In short, more than 50 hours later, the seemingly boundless void world ended. Yang Dingtian's flying palace entered the third continent of the taboo continent. The mystery was revealed. Yang Dingtian was half right and half wrong. That's right, the third continent was all water. At a glance, it was a boundless ocean. But it was definitely not silent. It was completely earth-shattering. On the boundless sea, monstrous waves were set off at all times. It was really a monstrous wave. Have you ever seen a wave that was tens of thousands of meters high? It was everywhere here. The entire sky seemed to have been torn apart, and heavy rain poured down crazily. The dark clouds in the sky condensed into clusters. Pa, 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 pa! Streaks of shocking lightning struck down crazily. Yang Dingtian decided that after the third-level continent's bitter cultivation ended, he would immediately leave the taboo continent and return to the chaos world. However, how should he pass the third level in front of him? Even if he was unwilling, Yang Dingtian's ice palace still flew into the third level's endless ocean. Yang Dingtian immediately raised the soul sword in his hand. That's right, the gravity here had become 20 times. Moreover, it was still anti-gravity. Yang Dingtian was really astonished. This really shouldn't be. If it was anti-gravity, the heavy rain should fly up. But in fact, the heavy rain here was still falling from the sky. If it was 20 times gravity, this ocean would not exist at all. The endless seawater would all pour into the deep space. This was very, very inconsistent with the laws of science. However, the reality that Yang Dingtian saw was like this. The endless ocean was full of raging waves. The terrifying waves were tens of thousands of meters high. Everywhere in the sky it was pouring rain. Incomparably terrifying lightning struck down crazily. Each of these lightning bolts surpassed Yang Dingtian's mystic fire lightning, and each huge wave, under 20 times gravity, could set off a few million gene or tens of millions of gene of power at any time. The third level continent was originally the last level that Yang Dingtian decided to pass. As long as he passed it, he would immediately leave and return to the chaos world. However, this third level continent really scared Yang Dingtian. This level was many times more difficult than the first and second level combined. In fact, Yang Dingtian could not think of a way to pass it. It seemed like there was really nothing he could do in this round. Chapter 685. Madam, your mission is here again. How should we cross the vast sea in front of us? Yang Dingtian asked. Swim over. Ling Bai said, swim over. Yang Dingtian said in astonishment, but it's a full 200,000 miles and 20 times anti-gravity. Any random huge wave will have the power of millions or tens of millions of kilograms. It will directly throw you into the air and fall into the infinite deep space. Pa! At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, ruthlessly hitting the ice palace. Instantly, the huge ice palace suddenly burst from the middle. Use your Xian Qi energy to rebound and jump into the sea, Yang Dingtian ordered. Then he pulled Ling Bai with one hand and the demon Vulture King with the other. Borrowing the ice palace, he suddenly jumped into the vast sea. One must know that there was 20 times anti-gravity here. If one wanted to jump into the sea, at least a few 100,000 kilograms of strength would be needed to counteract the anti-gravity effect and enter the sea. The ice palace couldn't withstand the weight of a few 100,000 kilograms and was instantly smashed into pieces. However, after the ice palace was smashed into pieces, it actually didn't fall into the sea, nor did it fall into the sky. It actually shattered in the air, melted into countless water vapor, and then disappeared. In other words, it directly turned into ashes. Bang! 2 people and 1 beast jumped into the sea. Subsequently, an incomparably enormous force pushed violently, nearly sending Yang Dingtian, the woman, and the beast flying into the deep sky. 20 times anti-gravity, plus the buoyancy of the sea. Fortunately, the buoyancy of the sea wasn't 20 times. Otherwise, if it suddenly became 40 times, Yang Dingtian and 1 beast would have to resist a few 100,000 kilograms of strength. Ling Bai was right, they really had to swim over. In fact, swimming over was the only way. This third continent was vast and boundless, it was all sea. If they didn't swim over, was there any other way? Therefore, the next thing to solve was the problem of how to swim over. Yang Dingtian said, "I'll go first. A claw. Use your claws to hold Madame Ling Bai." A claw did as he was told and grabbed Ling Bai directly. Then, Yang Dingtian grabbed the demon Vulture King's claw, and his Xian Qi surged out to resist the power of 20 times the anti-gravity and the buoyancy of the seawater. In total, the energy that Yang Dingtian had to pay at all times was about 150,000, and it was far more than that. This was only enough to keep them motionless in the middle of the sea. Of course, it was impossible to keep them motionless, because the raging waves in the distance would create a powerful thrust that would push Yang Dingtian and the others back and forth. Therefore, in order to move forward, Yang Dingtian still had to use the propulsion of the profound Qi Hell wave. Therefore, on average, Yang Dingtian had to exert at least 200,000 jin of strength. Just like that, Yang Dingtian's Qi surged out, resisting the 200,000 kilograms of force. He carried the demon Vulture King and Ling Bai and swam forward. The heavy rain continued to fall from the sky. The huge lightning bolts in the sky were still crazily striking. Now, Yang Dingtian was a 4-star great grandmaster. In such a difficult environment, he actually swam 30 miles in 2 hours. Moreover, the consumption of qi in 2 hours was only 1/5. In other words, Yang Dingtian could swim for 10 hours, more than 100 miles, with his full qi. In the 4th hour, Yang Dingtian swam 50 miles. In the 6th hour, Yang Dingtian swam 80 miles. Suddenly, he was ecstatic. According to this speed, even if Yang Dingtian was the only one in charge of swimming, he would only need around 2,000 hours to travel 200,000 miles. It would only take a mere 100 days. Including the time needed to recover his mystic qi, it would only take less than 200 days. And here, the gravity was 20 times, which meant that the time was 20 times. 200 days was equivalent to 10 days in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. However, at this moment, boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise. Then a huge wave of a few 100 meters suddenly surged in front of them, directly attacking Yang Dingtian and the others. If it was a wave crashing down, Yang Dingtian would not be afraid. Instead, they would be directly slapped into the sea. But when the wave came, it was too shocking, because that would produce an incomparably huge thrust, directly pushing Yang Dingtian into the deep space. Without any support, Yang Dingtian and the beast could only fall into the endless deep space. That huge wave of 100 meters was getting higher and higher, closer and closer to Yang Dingtian. Boom! In an instant, That huge wave of a few hundred meters suddenly surged up from Yang Dingtian. A force of at least 1,000,000 pounds suddenly pushed Yang Dingtian and the beast into the deep space. Yang Dingtian was shocked and let out a loud roar. The qi all over his body surged out and suddenly burst out with a force of more than 1,000,000 pounds, madly resisting the thrust of this huge wave. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and the beast were pushed to the top of the wave of a few hundred meters. He desperately wanted to fall, and the huge wave desperately wanted to push him up. Boom! The huge wave suddenly fell. Yang Dingtian also fell into the bottom of the sea. At this time, Yang Dingtian's whole body was about to twitch. That kind of shock was almost enough to make people faint. Just a little bit more, and he would be completely thrown into the deep space, never to be reincarnated. And Yang Dingtian originally had nearly 40% of his qi, but now it would be completely exhausted. Yang Dingtian stopped swimming. He could not go on like this. Absolutely could not go on like this. It was impossible to reach the end by swimming like this. The only possibility was to be thrown into the endless, deep space. This huge wave was only a few hundred meters high, and there were still huge waves of thousands and tens of thousands of meters. At that time, the thrust would be more than tens of millions of pounds. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he could only resist the force of 1,000,000 pounds at most. It was impossible to resist the force of 1,000,000 pounds. A person's cultivation could reach the half-saint or even the saint level. But in terms of pure strength, it was far from being comparable to a demon beast. Just like Yang Dingtian at this time, in terms of cultivation level, was much stronger than the demon Vulture King Aja. However, in terms of pure strength, Yang Dingtian might not be as strong as Aja. He had to find a way to resist the thrust of the huge wave, millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of pounds of thrust. Brute force would not work. Even if 100 Yang Dingtian strength were added together, they might not be able to resist a huge wave of tens of thousands of meters. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. His brain was desperately turning. However, he could not think of a way. He desperately patted his head with his hand. Yang Dingtian hated that he did not have Mo, Xi's brain at this time. If it were her, she would definitely have a way in the blink of an eye. He had almost exhausted all his brain power. He even wanted to ask Queen Poisa in his mind. Later, he gave up. Although Queen Poisa's cultivation was once extremely powerful, this woman was very artistic. Her talent in this area was probably average. Rumble. At this time, Yang Dingtian heard another loud noise. This time, it was an earth-shattering noise. The surrounding sea area was trembling violently. Yang Dingtian looked up. Fuck! In front of him, a huge wave of thousands of meters was surging up. Soon, it would reach Yang Dingtian's side. Escape or hide? That was impossible. The speed of this huge wave was hundreds of miles per hour. Moreover, it was also a wave, which meant that there would be millions or tens of millions of pounds of thrust. In less than half a minute, it would suddenly push Yang Dingtian and the beast into the endless, deep space. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Yang Dingtian's brain was about to split open. He was so nervous that he was about to twitch completely. Being pushed into the endless, deep space meant falling and being lost forever, which was equivalent to death. Gigi, baby Gigi, give me wisdom, what should I do? Yang Dingtian's lips began to tremble violently. That huge wave was getting closer and closer. It's over, we're really dead this time. Yang Dingtian held the treasure sword and trembled violently. Then, his mind had yet to think of a way, but his body reacted instinctively. The remaining ice-profound qi surged out crazily. In an instant, the surrounding seawater was all frozen, freezing the two people and the beast. Yes. There's a way. Use the seawater to freeze and trap yourself. Then, Yang Dingtian turned all the remaining profound chi into ice profound chi and crazily released it. Crack! Suddenly, the surrounding seawater quickly froze into ice. 1 cubic meter, 2 cubic meters, 3 cubic meters, 10 cubic meters, 50 cubic meters, 100 cubic meters. Then, Yang Dingtian's profound chi was exhausted. His profound chi was originally not much left. Ling Bai, release ice profound chi to maintain the freezing of the seawater. Yang Dingtian ordered loudly. Okay, Ling Bai exclaimed, and then desperately released ice profound chi. Boom! A huge wave of thousands of meters instantly surged over. It directly pushed Yang Dingtian and the beast, as well as the 100 cubic meters of ice, up a few thousand meters into the air. In an instant, the thrust generated was more than 10 million jin, and 100 cubic meters of ice, which was 200,000 jin, had to offset the 100,000 jin weight of Yang Dingtian and the beast under 20 times the anti-gravity. In an instant, the huge ice that wrapped around Yang Dingtian and the beast was suddenly thrown out of the sea, falling tens of thousands of meters into the air. Ling Bai suddenly screamed. Yang Dingtian watched as he was constantly being lifted into the air in the ice, higher and higher. His heart was getting colder and colder. It's over, it's really over, he thought, although the solidified ice could bind the two of them and the beast. However, it also separated the ice from the sea. The thrust of the huge wave would not only push him out, but also throw the huge ice into the sky. A full 50,000 meters. The huge ice was thrown 50,000 meters into the air. Then, the thrust seemed to be exhausted. In the end, the huge ice began to fall. It became faster and faster, and finally smashed into the sea. Yang Dingtian's heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. That's right, it was a success, a success. Although the huge ice would also be thrown into the deep air, it was not anti-gravity. With a weight of 200,000 jin, it could offset the 100,000 jin weight of Yang Dingtian and the beast. Therefore, after being thrown tens of thousands of meters into the air, it would eventually fall. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's mind was filled with ideas. Interesting, very interesting. The weight of the two of them and the beast added together was about 100,000 jin. If only 110,000 jin of ice was solidified, it would only be 10,000 jin after canceling each other out. If it was crazier, it could be 1,000 jin or even 100 jin. With such weight, the consumption of mystic qi was negligible to Yang Dingtian. In this way, the speed of paddling could become incomparably fast. In fact, Yang Dingtian could even play wave-chasing expert. Once he thought of this, he could not stop. Yang Dingtian's mind began to spin rapidly. At this moment, Ling Bai was still injecting ice qi into it in a daze, solidifying it into ice. Yang Dingtian said, "Ling Bai, you don't have to do anything next. You just have to maintain this volume of ice. Can you do it?" Ling Bai nodded desperately. I can do it. Yang Dingtian said, "Ah Claw, the power of the waves here is very strong. They will push us anywhere. So what you have to do is to maintain the direction. We want to go north at all times. As long as the direction is off, you have to immediately adjust back. Can you do it?" Ah Claw nodded, indicating that it was easy. Then, Yang Dingtian began to close his eyes in the ice to recover his battle qi. 6 hours later, Yang Dingtian's battle qi filled his qi sea. "All right, leave the rest to me. You guys can start to rest," Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Ling Bai heaved a sigh of relief and closed her eyes to recover her qi. Next, Yang Dingtian began to transform this huge piece of ice. His imagination ran wild as he transformed a huge, round ice block into a gorgeous ice ship. 2 people and 1 beast were frozen in the ice boat. As for the weight of the ice boat, Yang Dingtian controlled it to be 150,000 jin. After offsetting each other, it was exactly 10,000 jin. Then, Yang Dingtian exposed his legs from the ice boat and went deep into the sea. He burst forth with chi and swam towards the north. Whoosh, God! This speed was truly astonishing. This huge ice boat carried 2 people and 1 beast and quickly sailed towards the north. In the first hour, the speed of the boat had actually reached 200 to 300 miles. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had even begun to try his best to avoid these huge waves. If he really couldn't avoid it, it didn't matter. He would be thrown into the sky, but he would eventually fall down. However, when he fell into the water, Yang Dingtian had to inject qi and very carefully use the recoil to slow down, so as to avoid directly smashing the ice boat into pieces. Under such circumstances, Yang Dingtian's qi was partly responsible for maintaining the ice boat's solidification and partly used to propel the ice boat. The qi in his body could actually last for a full 20 hours. When his qi was exhausted, the ice boat was handed over to Lingbai. She only needed to be responsible for outputting ice-cold qi to maintain the ice boat. As for the Demon Eagle King, Ah Claw, he had to ensure that the bow of the boat was facing the north at all times and not get lost. Just like this, 2 people and 1 beast each divided the work and drove the ice boat towards the north. This third stage seemed to be the most difficult, but unexpectedly, it was the easiest and simplest. Chapter 686. In the vast ocean of the third stage, Yang Dingtian had completely become a wave-chasing expert. Day after day passed. He sailed for thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles. Yang Dingtian had already changed from a rookie to a complete wave-chasing expert. Now he no longer dodged the huge waves. Even if it was a huge wave that was 10,000 meters tall, he dared to chase after it and enjoy being thrown to the top of the wave. Moreover, being thrown tens of thousands of meters into the sky almost never happened. Of course, accidents were not unheard of. There were a few times when he went overboard. When he saw the huge wave that was 10,000 meters tall, not only did he not dodge, he went straight up to it. It would be fine if the wave rose, but it just so happened that the wave fell. As a result, the huge wave that was 10,000 meters tall slammed down ferociously. His ice ship was instantly shattered into pieces. The Demon Eagle King, Azeo, had rough skin and thick flesh. Yang Dingtian circulated his mystic qi and resisted it. As for Lingbai, she directly fainted. However, Yang Dingtian suspected that she was not knocked out by the huge wave, but fainted from fright. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian grabbed her tightly. Otherwise, she would have disappeared. That time, Yang Dingtian and the beast were slapped into the bottom of the sea for more than 10,000 meters. Even if they were 10,000 meters under the sea, they still could not see the bottom. Of course, the most dangerous thing was the terrifying lightning that filled the sky. These lightning bolts were hundreds and thousands of miles long. They were hundreds and thousands of times more energy than Yang Dingtian's mystic flame lightning. If the 2 humans and 1 beast were to be struck, they would die without a doubt and turn into ashes. Then, Yang Dingtian used a bloody black gold sword to stretch it and stood in front of the ice ship as a lightning rod. Otherwise, the huge lightning that filled the sky would definitely strike Yang Dingtian and the beast. However, after this lightning rod appeared, it became the highest point within a few hundred miles. Therefore, the lightning came frequently. The huge lightning that was hundreds and thousands of miles long suddenly struck down. That feeling was really frightening. It was right in front of their eyes. Then, through the bloody black gold sword, the lightning was directed directly into the sea. Although Yang Dingtian and the others were relatively close, the lightning instantly dispersed all the energy into the seawater. Therefore, when lightning struck, Yang Dingtian did not feel anything. At most, he only felt a slight numbness. But looking at this shocking lightning, which was crazily striking down, that kind of apocalyptic scene really made people feel like they were in heaven and wanted to die. During the craziest times, the lightning rod that Yang Dingtian had set up was struck by lightning more than 100 times within 2 hours. Ling Bai was so frightened that she burst into tears, even if there was such a terrifying scene. But all in all, this vast ocean was Yang Dingtian's smoothest hurdle. When he was at his craziest, he advanced along with the power of the huge waves. In 2 hours, he actually advanced more than 400 miles, as if he was flying. On average, they could travel 1 to 200 miles in 2 hours. In a day, he could easily travel 1 to 2,000 miles. Therefore, the further they progressed, the less pressure they felt. Wasn't it just 200,000 miles? Anyway, there were enough pills. It would take about 100 days. And towards the end, Yang Dingtian's Xian Qi was enough to last for more than 10 hours. Then he would use 6 hours to recover his Xian Qi. Just like that, when it was 100 days, Yang Dingtian, King Demon Vulture, and Ling Bai all looked up at the sky, waiting for the palace to appear. Although there was a torrential rain, lightning, and thunder, and visibility was not high. But this palace was so huge that it could be seen even from hundreds of miles away. And even if they couldn't see the palace, there would be an end to this vast ocean. The end was the void world. But 100 days later, after traveling 200,000 miles, they still didn't see the palace nor the end. Yang Dingtian was a little worried, but he still didn't feel any pressure. 120 days later, 150 days later, there was still no end, no palace. Yang Dingtian panicked. If he remembered correctly, they had already traveled 300,000 miles. Moreover, they were definitely sailing in a straight line towards the north. Because they were in the vast ocean and the huge waves were surging, they could lose their direction at any time. So, Yang Dingtian used the resentful spirit of the million-spirit demon fire to draw an absolute straight line. A straight line that was not affected by any external forces. Yang Dingtian had been sailing in this straight line, so the direction was definitely not wrong. Then what was going on? Why was it that after 300,000 miles, they still hadn't reached the end, and they still hadn't seen the palace? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and the beast began to fall into silence. Yang Dingtian steered the ice ship, constantly moving forward, forward, and forward. Time passed day by day. 180 days. 200 days. In the vast ocean, Yang Dingtian had already traveled 400,000 miles. But there was still no end. Yang Dingtian even felt his whole body turn cold. A full 400,000 miles? Why? Why hadn't they reached the end? What was going on? Yang Dingtian carried fear and an ice-cold heart as he continued to send the letter. 230 days. 250 days. 280 days. His sailing speed was already getting faster and faster, faster and faster. When it reached 290 days, Yang Dingtian had already sailed about 650,000 miles. After 650,000 miles, there was still no end. Yang Dingtian's heart was really almost in despair. It had been 320 days since they entered the vast ocean. Yang Dingtian had already sailed 830,000 miles, but he still couldn't see the end. Yang Dingtian was really in despair. The Hard Rock Plain was 200,000 miles. The Raging Flame Plain was also 200,000 miles. So Yang Dingtian thought that this vast ocean was at most 200,000 miles. But now, after 800,000 miles, he still hadn't reached the end. What was going on? The entire chaotic world was not even 800,000 miles, right? From the Dongli grassland to the Snow Clan, it was only 100,000 miles. What was going on? How could this so-called taboo continent be so big? This wasn't realistic. This wasn't realistic at all. Yang Dingtian once again entered a daze, entering a numb despair. He just kept sailing like this, sailing like this. In his heart, he faintly felt a cold fear. He was afraid of this scene. He kept sailing, and suddenly one day, he found that the void world appeared behind him, which meant that he had returned to the starting point, to the place where he set off. If that was the case, it would be the most despairing scene, the most terrifying result. In the Earth era, Navigators sailed one round and returned to the starting point, proving that the Earth was round. This was a happy discovery. And if Yang Dingtian sailed one round and returned to the starting point, it would be complete despair. It almost meant that he was trapped and would never be able to leave. Not bad. The heavens didn't give the worst result and didn't abuse Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian kept sailing. Not only did he not return to the starting point. Instead, one day, he suddenly reached the edge of the sea. That's right, he had indeed reached the end. What was at the end of the sea? It was a void world filled with strange lights. In the sky above the end, there was a crystal-clear palace floating. The first palace was made of shabby stone. The second palace was made of ice. The third palace seemed to be made of jade, and it was completely dark green. It was a very, very big palace, floating 1,000 meters above the sea. Looking at this dark green palace, Yang Dingtian, Ling Bai, and the demon vulture king trembled all over, and tears almost flowed down their faces. Yang Dingtian was truly on the verge of despair. He was about to lose all hope. He didn't expect that this palace would suddenly appear. How far did Yang Dingtian sail? How far was this vast sea? It must be more than 1,000,000 miles. That's right, more than 1,000,000 miles. It was about 5 times more than the Hard Rock Plain and the Raging Flame Plain. He raised his head and looked at the jade palace in the sky for a full 15 minutes. Then Yang Dingtian grabbed Ling Bai and the demon vulture king and suddenly cheered. Bang! 2 people and 1 beast rushed out of the ice ship and flew directly towards the palace. Swoosh, swoosh! When they fell 1,000 meters, Yang Dingtian threw the demon vulture king and Ling Bai into the palace. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the door of the palace. With a light leap, he jumped in. Wow! It's so comfortable, so comfortable. Almost at the first moment, he felt the surging and rich xian qi. This feeling he hadn't felt for a long time, and it was too good. It was as if every cell had been nourished by energy. This comfortable feeling made him sleepy. He finally knew why the fruit, after all the hardships, was the sweetest. Now, lying motionless like this was the greatest enjoyment. Perhaps it was because this jade palace was too difficult to come by. So after Yang Dingtian, Ling Bai, and the beast entered the palace, they didn't fall asleep. Yang Dingtian first used a treasure sword to shave his half-foot long beard clean. There was no need to wash his clothes, and there was no need to wash his body because it was not dirty at all. For nearly a year he had been bathing every day. Fortunately, he was protected by his xian qi. Otherwise, his body would have been soaked long ago. This year, Yang Dingtian was the only one driving the ship. When he recovered his xian qi, the demon vulture king was responsible for controlling the direction. As for Ling Bai, she was responsible for releasing ice xian qi to maintain the ice ship. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's legs were much stronger. As for Ling Bai, she had become much whiter and fatter. Compared to when she was in the Raging Flame Plains, she was at least 10 kilograms heavier. Yang Dingtian was astonished. Was this elixir really that nutritious? It could grow so much meat? After gaining weight, Ling Bai became 2 or 3 years younger. Now, Yang Dingtian had almost become an uncle, and Ling Bai had actually turned from a young woman to a young girl. Oh my God! However, after being plump, she looked even more beautiful. Her moving body, curves, even surpassed Madame Ximen. Her entire body was white and tender. Her arms and fingers were all fleshy. However, her skeleton wasn't big, so she felt fleshy everywhere. Compared to Vulture, as a mother, Ling Bai was really much more beautiful. In addition, she had a completely submissive face, pure and exquisite, with a natural charm. With such beauty, it was no wonder that Wulingzi became a beast. In any case, recently, Yang Dingtian didn't dare to look at her face anymore. Counting it, he had been holding it in for more than 2 years. If he looked at her any longer, he would probably do something unbearable. The current Yang Dingtian was completely a pile of dry firewood, ignited at the slightest touch. Moreover, it was changing from dry firewood to white phosphorus. Once it turned into white phosphorus, it would be over. There was no need to light it, because her clothes were wet and stuck to her body. Ling Bai immediately felt uncomfortable and carefully took off her outer clothes. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly burst with fire as he pointed at Ling Bai and asked. At this moment, her clothes were sticking to her body, which really made people want to commit a crime. My clothes are wet and uncomfortable. Help me roast them with mystic fire. I only have airtight mystic fire, so it won't dry, Ling Bai said. Yang Dingtian took her clothes and turned his back to her as he silently recited, Appearance is emptiness, appearance is emptiness. After reciting it 200 times, Yang Dingtian released the mystic fire and roasted Ling Bai's clothes. At this moment, Ling Bai appeared in front of Yang Dingtian again. What are you doing? Yang Dingtian roared loudly. I came over to the fire to dry my clothes, Ling Bai said. Don't come over. Don't appear in front of me like this. Be careful that I don't turn into a beast. Yang Dingtian said, Go behind me. Take it off, and I'll roast it for you. After cultivating, I must think of a way to leave this damned place. Otherwise, one day, I will become Vulture's godfather. After helping Ling Bai dry her clothes and letting her change, Yang Dingtian's breathing became more normal. No, I have to cultivate. After cultivating, I have to leave this damned place immediately. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and tried his best to calm himself down. Then he began to absorb mystic qi. In an instant, endless mystic qi crazily surged into Yang Dingtian's qi sea. The dried-up mystic meridians and qi sea were once again nourished and irrigated crazily after 300 days. And Yang Dingtian's qi sea seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Endless mystic qi poured in and still crazily swallowed it. 6 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours. Finally, that familiar swelling feeling came again. Swelling to the extreme. Boom! His entire body turned into nothingness again. Yang Dingtian broke through again. His entire qi sea sublimated and transformed again. That familiar feeling, that feeling of explosion. Chapter 6, 87. Just like that, Yang Dingtian stared at the fallen black dragon. It was everywhere. Just like that, Yang Dingtian's gaze continued to chase after this fallen black dragon as he continued to move forward. More than 20 hours. More than 20 hours. More than 50 hours. The taboo continent was moving rapidly. After moving for more than 200,000 miles, the boundless void world came to an end. Up ahead, the fourth stage world opened. Yang Dingtian was helpless. He didn't want to continue cultivating. He just wanted to leave this place. However, the Jadeite palace still brought him to the fourth stage. Yang Dingtian didn't even look at the fourth stage. He stared at the fallen black dragon. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian saw clearly that as the taboo continent moved, the fallen black dragon entered the fourth stage and disappeared without a trace. In the void world, Yang Dingtian could still see the fallen black dragon. However, after entering the fourth stage, he couldn't see it at all. At this moment, the fourth stage was getting closer and closer. As the taboo continent moved rapidly, he couldn't stop it and entered the fourth stage's sky. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian and Ling Bai were both shocked when they saw the scene before them. Although he didn't plan to continue cultivating, Yang Dingtian was very curious about the fourth stage's continent. The first stage was the hard rock plains. The entire world was flat and hard rock. The second stage was the flaming plains. There was deep magma everywhere. It was as if the rocks had been completely melted. The third stage was a boundless ocean. It was more than 1,000,000 miles long. There was also crazy and terrifying lightning. Then what was the fourth stage? Yang Dingtian had a vague answer to this taboo continent. According to the previous 3 stages, he had a vague answer. Therefore, the fourth stage was very important to discover the truth. In fact, the fourth stage's world was the key to Yang Dingtian finding the truth about the taboo continent. Then, what was the fourth stage's world in front of Yang Dingtian? It was still the ocean. Yes, it was the ocean. However, it was different from the vast ocean in the third stage. First of all, the waves weren't that big. It was a normal ocean. Secondly, the sun had appeared in the sky. That's right, Yang Dingtian felt like crying. He had been in the taboo continent for so long, and this was his first time seeing the sun. The wind was not strong, but it blew gently, raising waves on the surface of the sea. The ocean here was completely different from the ocean in the third stage. The ocean in the third stage was more than 1,000,000 miles long. It was completely abnormal. There were monstrous waves everywhere, and there was crazy lightning everywhere. The ocean here wasn't much different from the ocean of the chaos world outside. Not only that, Yang Dingtian also saw some reef islands. About a few hundred li away, they could actually see a large island. On the island, there was a huge mountain range. Yang Dingtian even felt like crying. In the world of three views, he could never see the mountains. Now he could finally see them. However, there were still no signs of life. There were no animals or plants. The entire world was very quiet, and he couldn't feel any danger. And the jadeite palace was quietly floating in the sky, motionless. It had no intention of crashing, nor did it have any intention of being destroyed. Yang Dingtian held the soul sword in his hand. As expected, there was 40 times anti-gravity here. That meant that the time was 40 times longer than outside. Yang Dingtian took the initiative this time. He used the recoil force to jump down from the jadeite palace. Bang! 40 times the gravity. To jump down from the sea, Yang Dingtian and his beast needed more than 200,000 Jin of recoil force. As expected, the jadeite palace couldn't withstand it and was instantly shattered. Sigh. It was still destroyed. He jumped into the sea. Yang Dingtian immediately released his ice profound chi and created an ice ship that weighed 200,000 Jin, which was 100 tons. Then he rowed towards the north. The entire sea was very, very quiet. There was no sign of danger. There were no huge waves or anything. In just an hour, Yang Dingtian arrived at the island. There was a huge mountain on the island. Whether it was the island or the mountain, they were all rocks. The sun was scorching, and there was already wind blowing. It was raining. Yang Dingtian saw that a portion of the rocks on the island had already cracked. If nothing unexpected happened, these rocks would crack layer by layer after being exposed to the wind and sun for many years. Then they would peel off layer by layer and turn into fine powder. Finally, they would turn into soil. Of course, it was only cracking at the moment. After leaving the island, Yang Dingtian continued to create an ice ship and headed towards the north. This time they sailed for 30,000 miles and arrived at a very, very huge island. It was about 1,000 miles in size. On the island, there was still nothing but rocks. Of course, there were also many mountains, and the degree of weathering of the rocks here was even more serious. Other than that, they still didn't find anything. Yang Dingtian continued to row the ice ship forward. They sailed for another 100,000 miles. At this moment, there was a sudden loud sound. Look! Ling Bai suddenly pointed to the sky. Then, Yang Dingtian saw an unprecedented spectacular scene. Endless meteorites and endless meteor shower were densely packed and crazily smashed down. It was completely innumerable. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost the entire sky of the world was covered by the meteor shower. It was a real meteor shower. Moreover, after these meteorites entered, they began to burn fiercely. Immediately, the entire sky seemed to be burning. Endless flames crazily smashed into this world. Countless meteorites burned and smashed into the ocean. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Mountains roared and tsunamis roared. The entire continent was violently shaking. The entire ocean began to roar and set off huge waves that soared into the sky. Yang Dingtian, Ling Bai, and the beast desperately dodged this endless meteor shower under the 40 times anti-gravity. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was already an absolute wave-chasing expert. Although the meteor shower was extremely dense and there were crazy tsunamis everywhere, Yang Dingtian still quickly dodged these huge meteorites. However, the two men and the beast were completely nervous to the extreme. Although their cultivation was very high, these meteorites weighed hundreds of thousands to millions of kilograms. The sound of them smashing down from outer space was extremely shocking. Although Yang Dingtian was already a 5-star great grandmaster, if he was hit by a bastard, he would basically die without a doubt. "Quick, quick, quick!" suddenly Lingbai shouted. Then Yang Dingtian felt the sky turn dark. Then he looked up and saw hundreds of densely packed, large meteorites, fiercely smashing towards him within 100 miles radius. Yang Dingtian desperately controlled the ice ship and quickly dodged. He used all his strength. Bang! The ice ship that Yang Dingtian was on was smashed into pieces, because there was no way to dodge at all. 15 minutes before the ice ship was smashed, Yang Dingtian used all his celestial qi and suddenly dove into the deepest part of the sea. Since there was no way to dodge these meteorites, then he had to dive into the deepest part of the sea to reduce the damage of the meteorites. "Quick, quick, quick!" Yang Dingtian, Ling Bai, and the beast desperately dove into the ground while frantically dodging the meteorites. Boom! At this moment, the entire bottom of the sea suddenly had a loud bang, an unprecedentedly loud bang. Then, the bottom of the sea completely tore open an incomparably huge hole. Immediately after, a fiery red light suddenly surged out from the bottom of the sea. It was magma, a volcanic eruption. The magma of the volcano at the bottom of the sea suddenly surged out. The volcanic crater, which was hundreds of kilometers in diameter, was extremely powerful. It was almost the energy of tens of thousands of nuclear bombs, and suddenly exploded. An incomparably huge amount of energy suddenly pushed Yang Dingtian, Ling Bai, and the beast into the air in an instant. This force, even separated by seawater, was hundreds of millions, billions of kilograms, or even more energy. Yang Dingtian, Ling Bai, and the beast did not have any room to resist at all, and suddenly rushed into the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yang Dingtian was directly thrown into the air. This was 40 times anti-gravity. Once thrown into the air, there was no resistance at all. Yang Dingtian's entire body was ice cold. He watched helplessly as he fell into the deep space. In the first stage of the hard rock plane, he desperately resisted and did not fall into the deep space. In the second stage, he would rather use ice Xian Qi to freeze the magma so that he would not fall into the deep space. In the third stage, he made the ice boat so that he would not fall into the deep space. Because under the anti-gravity, once he fell into the deep space, it meant death, it meant loss, it meant that he was finished. It's over, it's completely over. Two people and a beast, holding each other's claws, kept falling, falling, falling. Ling Bai was incomparably panicked at first, but then she gradually calmed down and then slowly closed her eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. Just as she said, she was afraid of pain, but not afraid of death. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt darkness in front of his eyes. Then he raised his head abruptly and saw an incomparably huge meteorite crashing down from space. He did not know how big this meteorite was. Perhaps a few hundred miles in diameter. It was completely like a small planet. If such an incomparably huge meteorite hit Yang Dingtian, what would the consequences be? Without any accidents, he would instantly turn into ashes. Yang Dingtian looked on helplessly as this giant meteorite got closer and closer. Damn, could it be that not only would he be lost and drift to death, but he would also be smashed to death by the meteorite? Closer and closer, closer and closer. Yang Dingtian could already clearly feel the huge energy coming towards him, as well as the raging flames. At any time, don't think that I'll just wait for death. Yang Dingtian suddenly roared, "Charge!" Then he burst out with all his xian qi. Whoosh! Then he was directly sent flying. Instantly he was completely stunned. How could he fly again? The demon vulture king was also completely stunned, and then it flapped its wings. It discovered that it could fly too. Next was Lingbai. She did not know any flying profound skills, so she used her xianqi energy to forcefully fly. She could fly too. Yang Dingtian was stunned. What was going on? What the hell was going on? In the first stage, second stage, and third stage he could not fly. Why could he fly now? Why was this? However, at this moment he could not care so much. 2 people and 1 beast flew with all their might, frantically avoiding the incomparably huge meteorite above their heads. Finally, Yang Dingtian dodged the fatal meteorite. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was still fine. His flying speed was very fast, and Lingbai was not slow either. However, the demon vulture king, Zhao, was having a hard time flying. It was completely on the verge of collapse. Yang Dingtian understood that it was too heavy, under 40 times the gravity. Even if it flew normally, it was equivalent to carrying a weight of 200,000 jin. That was why it was so difficult to fly. Zhao, go to the big island in front and find a 200,000 jin rock to carry. Yang Dingtian said loudly. Then 2 people and 1 beast desperately dodged the meteorites that filled the sky and flew towards the island in front. At this moment, the super meteorite with a diameter of a few hundred miles suddenly smashed into the sea. Immediately, the sky changed color, an earth-shattering loud noise. Yang Dingtian clearly felt that the entire world, the entire ocean, seemed to be about to completely collapse. This meteorite with a diameter of a few hundred miles suddenly smashed a puddle with a diameter of a few thousand miles in the ocean. Then the endless seawater surged up, setting off shocking waves that were thousands of miles long and tens of thousands of meters high. The entire sea seemed to be completely torn apart, and the island in the distance, even though it was hundreds of miles away. However, like a child's toy, it was instantly shattered into pieces. The huge mountain suddenly collapsed and was torn apart. The boundless ocean completely changed crazily. Countless volcanoes instantly spewed out fiercely. Like incomparably gorgeous fireworks, countless huge volcanoes and countless fiery, red magma spewed out. The entire world had undergone an earth-shattering change. Yang Dingtian, 2 people and 1 beast, desperately dodging. Finally, the demon vulture king, Zhao, before the island completely disappeared, suddenly grabbed a huge rock. Although it was less than 200,000 jin, it was still more than 100,000 jin. Under the mutual cancellation, the demon vulture king, Zhao, suddenly only needed to carry a weight of more than 30,000 jin. This weight was completely incomparably easy for it. Almost instantly, its flying speed exceeded more than 1,000 miles per hour, almost reaching the speed of sound, much faster than Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian and Ling Bai immediately jumped on the back of the demon vulture king. This meteor shower lasted for a full 10 hours before it stopped. It was impossible to count how many huge meteorites fell into the sea, and the upheaval of the entire ocean had never stopped. Every day, the world was changing dramatically. Countless volcanoes erupted. Countless islands disappeared. Then, when Yang Dingtian advanced 250,000 miles, he saw with his own eyes that a continent slowly rose from the ocean. 2 people and 1 beast saw with their own eyes that a continent of tens of thousands of miles was born, and tens of thousands of miles of ocean disappeared. This might be the first continent of this world. This continent still had nothing. There were stones everywhere, mottled and ferocious stones and towering mountains. At this time, traveling in this world had become extremely simple. The demon vulture king, Zhao, found a 200,000 jin boulder and put it on its back. With the 2 offsetting each other, its weight was almost 0. Therefore, Its flying speed directly reached the speed of sound, less than 2,000 miles per hour. Moreover, the energy in its body was enough to support flying at high speed for 30 hours. And when it needed to rest, Yang Dingtian carried the demon Vulture King, Ling Bai, and the boulder and flew. Similarly, this kind of zero-weight flight was completely effortless for Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was not in a hurry to go to the end of the fourth level continent. Just like this, he flew everywhere in the world of the fourth level, visiting the world and observing the upheaval of this world. Then he saw with his own eyes that the oceans disappeared one by one and the continents were born one by one. He calculated clearly that this fourth level world was also more than 1 million miles in length and breadth, and the continents that were born added up to nearly 100,000 miles in length and breadth. Just like this, Yang Dingtian did not care about how to get out for the time being. He flew around day by day, carefully observing this world and the birth of this new continent, until one day he saw a familiar pattern. That's right, although it was slightly different. But when he flew to a height of more than 100,000 meters, he could see it clearly. There was a land of about a few thousand miles below, and it looked exactly the same as the eastern cloud state. That's right, from a height of more than 100,000 meters, it was exactly the same. It was like a turtle poking out of the sea. In an instant, Yang Dingtian understood everything. Why couldn't he fly before? But now he could fly. That was because in the world of the first, second, and even third level there was no gas. Without gas, there would be no aerodynamic force, and naturally he could not fly. And the reason why the continent of the fourth level could fly was because there was gas. Then, how did this gas come about? Perhaps it was because of the change from the second level to the third level, the blazing plains, and then countless lightning crazily struck the sea, creating gas. Or perhaps it was because the sun appeared and created gas. In short, gas appeared in the world of the fourth level. Therefore, Yang Dingtian and the demon Vulture King could fly again. Also, whether it was the first world, the second world, the third world, or the fourth world. It was not the so-called taboo continent at all. It was a chaotic world, just a chaotic world of different time and space. The first level, the second level, the third level, the fourth level, and so on. It was actually the evolution of the chaotic world in the long river of time and space. In the beginning, the chaotic world was a hard stone plain, as flat as a mirror. There was no air, no sun, nothing. Later, for some reason, this hard stone plain was subjected to a terrifying high temperature, and all of it melted, turning into countless magma. After that, it was unknown how many years or millions or even longer. Water appeared in this world, and the ocean became the only thing in this world, drowning everything in this world. Therefore, this world went from 200,000 miles to more than 1 million miles. The hard stone plain was completely submerged by the ocean. Then, it was unknown how many years had passed. The meteor shower erupted, bringing a shocking change to this world. Pieces of ocean disappeared, and pieces of land appeared. One of them was the eastern cloud state that Yang Dingtian was extremely familiar with. The so-called taboo continent was not for you to cultivate at all. Its theme was to let you completely understand this world from beginning to end. The whole world was still changing violently. However, Yang Dingtian did not need to watch anymore. He had already understood and completely understood. Okay, Azu, let's go to the end of the fourth world. Yang Dingtian. Then Demon Vulture King Azu flew towards the northern end at a speed of 2,000 miles per hour. Only 2 days and 2 nights later, a palace floated at the end of the fourth world. This palace was still made of stone, but it was covered with some moss and algae. This was actually a preview of the next world. Are we still going to that palace? Lingbai asked. Let's go. Yang Dingtian said, although I didn't stay in the fourth world for long and didn't cultivate hard, even a little breakthrough is good. Demon Vulture King Azu easily flew into the palace and threw down the huge rock on his back. After entering the palace, Yang Dingtian immediately sat down cross-legged and prepared to start breathing. Ling Bai suddenly asked, Yang Dingtian, have you found a way out? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I should have found it. Afterward, Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and started to absorb the mystic qi. The familiar profound energy, once again, surged into his qi sea. A few hours later, the familiar feeling of expansion came again. Expansion, expansion, expansion to the extreme. Chapter 688. Boom! Yang Dingtian's entire body, together with his divine sense, completely entered the void. He broke through again, finally breaking through from a 5-star 9th grade Great Grandmaster to a 6-star Great Grandmaster. However, that was all. After breaking through to the Great Grandmaster level, celestial qi continued to pour into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. After a few hours, the sea of qi was filled with celestial qi and then trembled slightly. This meant that Yang Dingtian's cultivation had broken through to a 6-star 1st grade Great Grandmaster. Then everything stopped. The celestial qi also stopped pouring in. Yang Dingtian's breakthrough was officially over. This time in the 4th world, Yang Dingtian barely broke through to 2nd grade. But in the end, he still reached his original expectations of a 6-star Great Grandmaster. This time, the total time in the 4th world did not exceed 2 months. In the chaotic world, it was less than 2 days. Ling Bai, did you break through? Yang Dingtian asked. Ling Bai shook her head. Claw, what about you? Yang Dingtian asked. Claw raised a finger and was very proud. Obviously, it had broken through to 8th grade, 6th grade, because in the 4th world, Claw had spent more time cultivating than Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, how do we get out? Ling Bai said, You just said that there is a way out. Yang Dingtian said, There is a way, but I'm not sure if this method is useful. Before leaving, I have to go to the 5th world. Why? Ling Bai asked, Are you going to the 5th world to cultivate? If I'm not wrong, there should be no chance of a breakthrough in the 5th world, Yang Dingtian said. A few hours later, the taboo continent began to move quickly again. Soon, this hall of bluestone moss entered the void world. Yang Dingtian saw the ubiquitous fallen black dragon again. Yang Dingtian even saw it come in from the 4th world. Yang Dingtian could only see it when he was in the void world. At any other time, Yang Dingtian could not find it. He didn't know where it was in the 4th world and what it had done. Just like that, Yang Dingtian stared at these fallen black dragons. It twisted its mysterious body and swayed in the air as if it didn't know that Yang Dingtian was watching it. Perhaps it knew, but it didn't care at all. Just like that, more than 50 hours passed. Dian, you rushed out of the void world, which was over 200,000 kilometers away, and arrived at the 5th world. The fallen black dragon also quickly entered the 5th world. Wow! Seeing the 5th world, Ling Bai suddenly cried out in surprise. This was because an incomparably mysterious and beautiful realization had appeared before Yang Dingtian's eyes. The sky here was almost exactly the same as the Chaos world. The first thing he saw was still the sea. In the distance, there was still an island. On the island, there were not only rocks, but also soil. Countless years of foam shui under the sun and watered by rain. These rocks weathered and shattered, turning into soil. Not only that, Yang Dingtian saw green on the island, which represented life. Without a doubt, it was already 80 times the gravity here. A claw had already become 400,000 kilograms. 2 people and 1 beast suddenly leaped and used the rebound force to jump into the sea. In an instant, this bluestone mossy palace was instantly shattered. After entering the sea, A Claw immediately looked for boulders to offset the gravity. As for Yang Dingtian, he immediately looked for life at the bottom of the sea. Soon he found life in the sea. It was a pile of insects, very small insects, and there were many kinds of insects. The big ones were less than half an inch, and the small ones couldn't be seen with the naked eye. In the entire sea, There was only this kind of insect. There was nothing else. Fish, sea beasts, nothing. Of course. There was also a rich variety of algae at the bottom of the sea. There were all kinds of algae, but the most abundant was still a kind of blue algae. Yang Dingtian held Ling Bai's hand and swam tirelessly at the bottom of the sea, observing all kinds of insects and algae. Unknowingly, there was a very romantic aura. After observing at the bottom of the sea for a few hours, Yang Dingtian could confirm that there were only two kinds of life in the entire sea. One was a very, very small insect that had probably just evolved from a single cell. The other was rich in algae. Abruptly rushing out of the sea, the demon vulture King Ajwa looked around and finally found another perfect load. This was a mysterious metal, probably from the meteorite rain of the last era. Its density was shockingly high, even surpassing bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian visually estimated that the density of this thing exceeded 50 tons per cubic meter. The piece on Ah Claw's back was only about 8 cubic meters, but it was 400,000 kilograms. Under the mutual cancellation, Ah Claw returned to the state of zero weight, and its flying speed began to frighten people to death again. "What are the things that you brought me to see just now?" Ling Bai asked. "The origin of life." Yang Dingtian said, "What did we see in total?" "Insects and some algae." Ling Bai said, "Insects are the origin of all animals, and algae are the origin of all plants." Yang Dingtian said, "Huh." Ling Bai exclaimed, "It's true. We were actually transformed from those insects." "How did they transform?" "This is very, very complicated. I can't explain it clearly." Yang Dingtian said, "In short, these insects will become bigger and bigger after hundreds of millions of years of evolution at the bottom of the sea. Later, perhaps unintentionally or perhaps forced, they walked from the sea to the land and gradually became monkeys. And then from monkeys, they became humans." "Ah." Ling Bai's small mouth opened so wide that an egg could almost be stuffed in. Then her beautiful eyes blurred and she said admiringly, "You're really amazing. You know so much." Yang Dingtian immediately blushed. "By the way, where did these insects and algae come from?" Ling Bai asked. "I don't know about this." Yang Dingtian said, "Perhaps it was the volcanic eruption, lightning, and thunder that turned something into something called protein. Then, under extremely complicated conditions, it became a kind of life. Of course, there's another possibility. It was brought by those meteorites. Is it possible that it was caused by that fallen black dragon?" Ling Bai suddenly said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was shocked and stared at Ling Bai without saying a word. I'm just talking nonsense," Ling Bai said embarrassedly. Yang Dingtian fell silent. The origin of life, according to Earth, was because of the high temperature, lightning, and other complicated environments. Some things changed from inorganic molecules to organic molecules, and then derived into proteins and nucleic acids. Then, the organic polymer system gradually evolved into primitive life. But this theory could not be completely confirmed on Earth, let alone in the chaotic world. Then, what Ling Bai said, at least in the chaotic world, became very likely. Otherwise, why would this fallen black dragon accompany the entire era of the world? Yang Dingtian understood why it existed from the beginning to the end. In the void world, even if the world moved quickly, it was everywhere. Because it seemed to be eternal, just like time, it had always existed in this world. And after entering the third, fourth, and fifth worlds, it could not be seen again. Perhaps it was not because it could not be seen, but because it had turned into all things and gave birth to all things. If that was the case, didn't it mean that this so-called fallen black dragon was the ancestor of life in the chaotic world? Yang Dingtian rode the demon vulture king and flew to the huge island in front of him. At the junction of the sea and the land, he saw many algae plants. These algae kept spreading to the land and had already begun to change. They lay on the ground and turned into moss-like plants. Of course, they were only moss-like plants. They didn't seem to have evolved into ferns yet. But seeing that the entire island was full of moss-like plants, the green feeling was already incomparably beautiful. Next, Yang Dingtian began to observe the entire fifth world. At this time, the land of the world had basically been formed. Yang Dingtian also roughly saw the northwest continent, the central continent, the ice and snow of the north, and so on. However, at this time there was no ice and snow. Even the ice and snow seemed very warm. Of course, the land of this era was still very different from the land of the chaotic world. At least, Yang Dingtian didn't see the southern barbarian continent, nor did he see the existence of the Dongli continent. And the northwest continent and the southwest continent were still a complete continent. The central continent also didn't complete the three parts, but a complete large piece of land. The land was 50 to 60,000 miles in length and breadth. In terms of area, it was a full billion square kilometers. As for animals, they were still in the sea and were all in the state of thread-like animals. According to the theory of life on Earth, they were basically at the fork in the road of great evolution. Next, they would evolve into echinoderms and mollusks. Then they would evolve into fish, amphibians, and mammals. But so far, all life was still in the state of thread-like animals. All plants were basically in the state of algae and moss. Of course, Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised to find a forerunner of life on an island, a fern. If it continued to evolve, it would become gymnosperms and angiosperms. Then it would be very similar to the current plant ecology of the chaotic world. The evolutionary history of plants seemed to be much faster than that of animals. After observing in the fifth world for 3 months, Yang Dingtian arrived at the end of the fifth world. Yang Dingtian saw a new palace, and this palace was very ferocious and terrifying. It was made of bones, very, very huge bones. Obviously, it came from an incomparably huge animal. This was the preview of the next world. In the bone palace, Yang Dingtian tried to breathe in and out. But without a doubt, there was no breakthrough at all, because these few months couldn't be considered as painstaking cultivation at all. It could only be considered as observation and sightseeing. However, Ling Bai seemed to be fascinated by this world, this quiet and beautiful world. Without a doubt, the fifth world should be the most beautiful and quiet world. There was no danger at all. Next, there would undoubtedly be danger. Yang Dingtian, why don't we not go out, okay? Ling Bai suddenly said, the world here is so beautiful. Why should we go out? Fool, the world here is fake, Yang Dingtian said. Fake? How is that possible? Ling Bai said, first of all, in the first world, second world, and third world, there is no air. We can't breathe, and sound can't be transmitted. However, in fact, we can breathe and transmit sound. Yang Dingtian said, we are not in the taboo continent at all. We are just observing the evolution of the chaotic world. Everything we've experienced is fake. It's just an illusion in our minds. No, impossible. It's real, it's real. Ling Bai suddenly shouted, then ran up and pinched Yang Dingtian. Does it hurt? Does it hurt? It hurts, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Ling Bai suddenly kissed Yang Dingtian on the lips. Then, as if she had been electrocuted, her whole body suddenly trembled. Look, it's so real. How can it be fake? Ling Bai cried. Yes, it's real that you pinched me. Yang Dingtian said, however, other than the two of us and the beast, everything else in this world is fake. It's all an illusion. You said that this world is fake. Then, if we were electrocuted and smashed to death, it was also fake. Our cultivation and breakthroughs were also fake. Ling Bai said loudly, no, our cultivation breakthroughs are real. Even if this illusion is fake, our bodies and minds have indeed gone through arduous training. Our battles and the output of our profound qi are all real. If we were electrocuted and smashed to death, it would also be real. Because our brains thought that we were smashed to death, then it would stop all work and let us die. Yang Dingtian said. Ling Bai stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time, gritted her teeth and said, Anyway, I don't care what you say. I'll take it as real. Then she sat in the corner of the hall, hugged her head, and cried with her back facing Yang Dingtian. This woman seemed to know nothing else other than crying. She cried for several hours. The taboo continent began to move quickly again. They entered the void world again and saw the fallen black dragon again. Yang Dingtian, when are we going out? Ling Bai asked, how are we going out? Yang Dingtian said, according to the so-called theory of the taboo continent, we need to finish watching the entire history of the taboo continent before we can come out. We can only come out when the time and space of the illusion and reality completely overlap. In other words, we still have to look billions of years ahead. Ah, Ling Bai immediately exclaimed. Then how long do we have to look at it? I don't know. Maybe a few hundred years, maybe a few decades. Yang Dingtian said. Then what should we do? Ling Bai exclaimed. Don't worry, I have a way to get out. Yang Dingtian said, when we reach the sixth world, we will take a look and stay for a moment. Then we will leave this place immediately. Okay, Ling Bai said. Then she was full of anticipation. She wanted to see how Yang Dingtian would get out. Chapter 689. How to leave this so-called illusion of the taboo continent. Yang Dingtian's first thought was that when the time and the illusion caught up with the time and reality, when reality and illusion merged into one, it would automatically come out. Because the time and the illusion flew fast, it couldn't exceed reality. But even if the time and the illusion flew fast, accelerated by dozens or hundreds of times, but from the beginning of the chaos world until now, it had been at least billions of years. How many years would it take in the illusion? Only God knew. Therefore, he couldn't leave this illusion using this method. Then, what method did he need to use? Directly fall into the deep space? That wouldn't do. He would be lost and even die. Or directly jump into the void world? That also wouldn't do. He would be completely lost. Or directly attack that fallen black dragon? That probably wouldn't do. It was completely courting death. Then how could he get out? Yang Dingtian's idea was to break the logic of this illusion. Making the entire illusion collapse, he would automatically leave. But before that, Yang Dingtian still had to take a look at the sixth world. More than 50 hours later, the palace flew out of the void world and entered the sixth world. What entered his eyes was still the quiet and peaceful ocean, as well as the blue sky that seemed to have been washed by water. The island not far away was already lush and full of all kinds of tall plants. It was mainly ferns, and there were also incomparably huge trees with large leaves, about a few hundred meters tall. The entire island was lush and full of vitality. Yang Dingtian looked carefully. There were many plants on this island. A small portion could still be seen in the chaos world, but most of them had already gone extinct. It was already 160 times the gravity here, which had already reached the limit of the demon Vulture King. The demon Vulture King was very powerful, but it couldn't fly while carrying 800,000 jin. Therefore, in this world, Yang Dingtian could only take a look and leave. Still staying in the Bone Palace, Yang Dingtian looked at the sky, the land, and the sea greedily. At this time, the creatures in the sea were completely diverse. All kinds of fish, all kinds of sea beasts. Most of them had never been seen before. Ling Bai was stunned. The animals in the sea were too strange and fun. As for the demon Vulture King, it was drooling. It had not eaten meat for a long time. It wasn't just Yang Dingtian. Ling Bai also stuck out her tongue and kept licking. For the past few years, he had been eating medicinal pills. Although Yang Dingtian had brought a lot of medicinal pills, one pill could last for a few days. However, medicinal pills did not taste good after all. All right, don't be greedy. I'll go catch a few fish to roast for you guys, Yang Dingtian said. Great. Ling Bai immediately cheered. Then she said, this isn't an illusion, right? These fish should be fake. They don't exist, so we can't eat them. Yang Dingtian, although I didn't really eat it, the taste and feeling are exactly the same. Then, Yang Dingtian flew out of the palace. although there was 160 times anti-gravity here. Yang Dingtian's weight had directly exceeded 20,000 kilograms. However, this weight was nothing to the current Yang Dingtian. With ease, Yang Dingtian directly dived into the sea. Instantly, all kinds of fish and sea beasts fled for their lives. Yang Dingtian chose among the countless fish and found the most delicious one. At least more than half of the fish in front of him were unknown to Yang Dingtian. They had already gone extinct in the real chaos world, because in front of him was the chaos world from hundreds of millions of years ago. Dragon-face fish. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised to find that there was actually a dragon-face fish, and it was a red one. Dragon-face fish was the most expensive and most delicious fish in the chaos world. It was already very rare in the real chaos world. Only long-distance fishing boats could catch this kind of dragon-face fish in the sea tens of thousands of miles away. Therefore, the price of a dragon-face fish was equivalent to 5 to 6 years of living expenses for a family of 5. When Yang Dingtian was still the lord of Cloud Sky City, it was not easy to eat dragon-face fish. The reason why dragon-face fish was called dragon-face fish was because its face was very similar to a dragon's, and it had 2 long whiskers. It wasn't a monster, but it could spit out water arrows. An adult dragon-face fish could also spit out ice arrows, which had a certain degree of lethality. Moreover, it was very strong, so there was a certain degree of risk in capturing it. The dragon-face fish in front of him was very big. It was more than 5 meters long and weighed hundreds of kilograms. Its body was also somewhat like a dragon. Its scales were complex and delicate. It swam very fast, and when it bent, it had great strength. Seeing Yang Dingtian, it fled like lightning. But how could Yang Dingtian let it escape? He easily caught the dragon-face fish. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sure enough, water arrows were shot out, but there were no ice arrows. After being caught by Yang Dingtian, the dragon-face fish struggled desperately, and it actually had the strength of nearly 1,000 kilograms. Now, in the chaos world, it was considered amazing to catch a dragon-face fish that weighed 10 kilograms, and the one in front of him was more than 100 kilograms. With this huge dragon-face fish, Yang Dingtian flew into the hall. Suddenly, the demon vulture king's eyes turned green, and he wanted to slap it to death. Don't slap it to death," Yang Dingtian said. Then a bolt of lightning burst out from his finger and struck down. In an instant, the dragon-face fish was electrocuted to death. Its entire body was still in the state of struggling desperately. Its muscles were all tense. Then Yang Dingtian used a sword to cut open its belly and scraped off the scales. He touched salt, spices, basil leaves, emoluo flowers, and so on. Ling Bai was stunned. Coming to the taboo continent for an adventure, he actually brought so many seasonings. After applying the seasonings and spices, Yang Dingtian didn't wait for the marinating and soaking process, as he used his mystic qi to force the flavor of these spices into the meat. Then he summoned the mystic fire and began to roast it at the highest temperature. Soon, an incomparably enchanting fragrance filled the air. The demon vulture king's mouth was already closed, drooping and drooping. Droplets of saliva fell into the deep air. Ling Bai also kept licking her lips, swallowing mouthfuls of saliva. More than half an hour later, the dragon-face fish was roasted. That perplexing fragrance was enough to drive anyone crazy. The whole fish was completely crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Damn. Yang Dingtian pulled out his sharp sword and chopped the fish into 3 pieces. 1 piece weighed 3 kilograms, 1 piece weighed 1 kilogram, and 1 piece weighed 100 kilograms. The one that weighed 3 kilograms was eaten by Yang Dingtian. The 1 kilogram piece was eaten by Ling Bai, and the rest was eaten by the demon vulture king. After the fish was in their hands, the 2 people and 1 beast did not say a word. They directly threw their faces on the fish and took big bites. Too damn delicious. This dragon-face fish was extremely strong, and its meat was thin, tight, and fragrant. Moreover, it was a saltwater fish, so it naturally had a taste. It was delicious without salt and seasoning, not to mention that Yang Dingtian used rich seasoning and fragrance. This kind of deliciousness was really... Furthermore, Yang Dingtian, the human, and the beast hadn't eaten any food for 3 years. The demon vulture king, Azeo, held the big fish in his 2 claws, eating and crying. Yang Dingtian took a bite and savored the aftertaste for a long time. And Ling Bai was actually the one who ate the most. Her cherry mouth opened to the maximum, and with one bite, her white little teeth bit off a large piece of meat. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian only had 2/3 left, she had already licked the bones and meat clean. Then, her gaze fell on Yang Dingtian's fish. She, a woman, could actually eat 1 kilogram, and it was as if she was not full. Yang Dingtian pretended not to see it and lowered his head to eat. Ling Bai looked at the demon vulture king again. Ah Claw's body trembled. It was reluctant to eat. It ate the slowest, and there were still a few dozen kilograms left. Seeing Ling Bai's gaze, it suddenly opened its mouth and stuffed dozens of kilograms of fish into its mouth. It was covered with its own saliva, and then it took it out and ate it 1 bite at a time. Ah Claw, can you be any more disgusting? Yang Dingtian was speechless. The demon vulture king did not dare to be rash and also began to eat heartily. After eating, 2 people and 1 beast lay on the ground comfortably, rubbing their stomachs to digest the food. Although this was an illusion, it was exactly the same as reality. That delicious taste, that feeling of being full. Okay, we should go. It's time to go out. Yang Dingtian said. Ah woo! Suddenly, a very delicate and cute voice came from the sea below. Ling Bai's eyes lit up. What animal is it? It must be very cute. Then she poked her head down to look. Awoo, awoo. Sure enough, it was a very delicate voice, like a puppy that had just been born and had not been weaned. Therefore, Yang Dingtian and the demon vulture king also poked their heads down to look. Awoo, awoo. This delicate and cute voice continued to be heard. Boom! Then there was a loud noise. An incomparably huge monster suddenly soared into the sky. Fuck! This monster was so ferocious, terrifying that it could not be described with words. How big was this monster? Was Xiao Xiao big enough? It was even bigger than Xiao Xiao. It rushed up 1,000 meters, and it was just its mouth. This delicate voice that was like a puppy that had not been weaned was actually made by it. What was this thing? A fierce head, blood-red eyes, and sharp teeth that were more than 10 meters long. Its whole body was covered with scales that were as hard as knives, and its neck had sharp barbs that were dozens of meters long. At this time, Yang Dingtian's palace was floating 4,000 to 5,000 meters above the sea. This monster was about to rush over in an instant and swallow Yang Dingtian along with the palace hall with its mouth. The key was that it was already 4,000 to 5,000 meters high, and only its neck was exposed. In the distance, the sky suddenly darkened, and then a dark cloud floated over. No, this was not a dark cloud. It was also a fucking monster, a monster that could fly. The demon vulture king was more than 30 meters long, which was already big enough. But in front of this monster, it was like an ant. That monster that was flying over was so huge that it covered the entire sky. How big was it? When it spread its wings, it was at least a few dozen miles wide. Oh my God! Was this the Jurassic era of the Chaos world? The overlords of this world were so huge. Sooner or later they would be extinct. The ecology was completely out of balance. Seeing that the monster that rushed up from the sea was about to swallow Yang Dingtian and the demon vulture king in one gulp, Yang Dingtian used up all his qi and suddenly burst out a demon sky, splitting lightning. The demon sky splitting lightning of a 6-star great grandmaster was extremely shocking. It was thousands of meters long and dozens of meters thick, and it fiercely struck the monster's head. Ah woo! The monster was in pain and screamed. Its entire head was split open with a wound that was dozens of meters long and 2 to 3 meters deep. However, that was all. It was safe and sound. After pausing for a moment, it still wanted to rush up. But this thing was much stronger than Xiao Xiao, who had gone berserk. Even if Yang Dingtian was a 6-star great grandmaster, there was nothing he could do. This 6th world was already extremely dangerous. Even if Yang Dingtian's cultivation was very high, it was equivalent to a modern human who had transmigrated to the Jurassic era with a submachine gun. Those bullets were useless against a big dinosaur. The overlord of this world was completely at the top of the biological chain. Even if a human's cultivation was strong, they were far from being a match for it. Run, use all your strength, and rush into the void world, Yang Dingtian shouted. Then, holding the demon vulture king, Azeo, with one hand and Ling Bai with the other, he poured in all his qi and leaped. Suddenly, 2 people and 1 beast shot out hundreds of meters, like a cannonball. Whoosh! The 2 people and 1 beast only felt a chill all over their bodies as they entered the void world, and the monster behind them was still ferociously chasing after them. However, the moment its big mouth rushed into the void world, it instantly turned into ashes. Then, its entire incomparably huge body was instantly shattered and completely disappeared. After entering the void world, all the 100-fold anti-gravity completely disappeared. Here it became 0 gravity and completely isolated space. What should we do? Ling Bai asked. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't hear any sound. When he was in the palace, he could still communicate and transmit sound. But when he was alone in the void world, he couldn't hear any sound. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly discovered that the void world below began to move quickly again, directly throwing Yang Dingtian and Ling Bai out of the void world. Oh, to be precise, it didn't start moving again, but it was moving all the time. Yang Dingtian understood that this void world was moving all the time, and the first world, the second world, and so on were immobile. Yang Dingtian didn't reach the end of a world, and a palace would appear there. This palace would drift slightly. Once it entered the void world a little, it would enter completely. And the void world was moving all the time at a speed of 2,000 miles per hour. In fact, the movement of the void world was not real space movement, but space-time movement. Yang Dingtian didn't know how long it would take to cross the void world every time. Perhaps it was hundreds of millions of years, or perhaps billions of years. But in short, from the first world, the second world, all the way to the 6th world, the interval between each 2 worlds was at least hundreds of millions of years. Towards the end, the interval would definitely become shorter and shorter, because the further it went, the faster the evolution of the chaotic world would be. It seemed that Yang Dingtian was about to be thrown out of the void world and return to the 6th world. Yang Dingtian suddenly released the mystic fire and rushed out from behind. Immediately, he transformed into a rocket and flew out quickly. It was completely opposite to the direction of the void world's movement. In the void world, there was completely 0 gravity, so the speed of Yang Dingtian's mystic fire instantly exceeded 2,000 miles per hour. Therefore, he flew in the reverse direction in the void world. Ling Bai couldn't breathe, and then she began to be surprised. Was he flying back to the 5th world? Of course not. The movement of the void world was actually the rapid passage of time. Time couldn't be reversed. But Yang Dingtian used the mystic fire to forcefully reverse time. Then, it destroyed the logic of the entire illusion. In an instant, the order of the entire illusion completely collapsed. Everyone clearly felt that the void world in front of them began to distort, spin, collapse, and tear apart. Then the entire void world evolved into a kaleidoscope-like passage, spinning and distorting rapidly. It was extremely fast. Yang Dingtian, Ling Bai, and the beasts' minds were instantly confused, and then they completely fainted. After an unknown period of time, Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in a huge palace. King Demon Vulture Azu and Ling Bai were lying beside him. That's right, this was the real world. Everything he had experienced in the past few years, everything in the taboo continent was an illusion. What was this palace? A secret realm? Or something else? Yang Dingtian got up. This palace didn't have anti-gravity, only normal gravity. Above his head was an incomparably gorgeous dome. This palace was about a few thousand square meters. It was empty inside and there was nothing inside. Around him were 4 incomparably huge doors. There was a huge door in front, behind, left, and right. These 4 doors, each of them was nearly 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. The color of each door was different. The door on Yang Dingtian's left was silver. The door on the right was black. The clothes in the front were green. The one at the back was colorless, but he didn't know where each door led to. If he wanted to return to the chaos world, which door should he choose? Yang Dingtian was suddenly in a dilemma. He really didn't know which door to choose. He didn't know once he opened a door if he chose wrong, could he come back and choose again? If after choosing a door he couldn't come back again, then this choice was incomparably cautious. Yang Dingtian began to study these 4 doors hard. Which one was the one to return to the chaos world? Silver? Green? Black? Colorless? These 4 colors didn't seem to be very special. However, he should be able to use the elimination method. First of all, black could be eliminated because the chaos world was still difficult to describe as dark. Then, silver could also be eliminated. No matter from which perspective, it was difficult to use silver to describe the chaos world. What was left was only green and colorless. If one considered the vitality, then it should be green. But chaos, in a sense, represented colorless. It must be between these 2 doors. He didn't know how to choose. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly saw a dark green pendant on the ground, falling in front of the silver door. What a familiar pendant. It was very cheap, and it was a gift from Yang Dingtian. It was almost the only gift he gave Bingling. Dongfang Bingling has been here before. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. Chapter 690. Yang Dingtian picked up the pendant. That's right. This was indeed Dongfang Bingling's pendant. Yang Dingtian had bought it in a market in the fringe. It was a very cheap trinket. Yang Dingtian had bought it as a gift for Bingling because of the peddler's recommendation. Yang Dingtian put it under his nose and sniffed it. It seemed to have the fragrance of Bingling. Dongfang Bingling had been here before. What was she doing here? What was she trying to do by throwing this pendant on the ground outside the silver door? Could it be that she was trying to tell Yang Dingtian that he should go through the silver door? That shouldn't be the case. Yang Dingtian had already ruled out the possibility of the silver door. No matter what, the chaotic world couldn't be described as silver. Did that mean that Dongfang Bingling had entered the silver door? If so, where did this silver door lead to? What was Bingling doing here? Thinking that Dongfang Bingling might be behind the silver door, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel excited. He even had an impulse to push open the silver door to find Bingling. But soon, Yang Dingtian suppressed this impulse. The most important thing to Yang Dingtian now was Wu Yuming. Only after defeating Wu Yuming would his opponent become Dongfang Bingling. Moreover, she was no longer Dongfang Bingling, but Princess Mu Dan. Perhaps Bingling had only one purpose for throwing the pendant outside, and that was to pick it up and take it away. At this moment, Ling Bai let out a low moan and woke up. Her eyes were still in a daze. After a long while, she said, "So, everything we experienced just now was fake. It was all an illusion." Yang Dingtian continued to pace back and forth in the hall. It was really strange. There was really nothing in this hall. It was empty. Why was there such a huge amount of mental energy that led Yang Dingtian to the so-called taboo continent? Moreover, although everything in the illusion was fake, the extremely rich Xianqi was indeed real. Yang Dingtian's 6-star Great Grandmaster cultivation was also real. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian could clearly sense that there might be some mystic qi in this main hall, but it was relatively thin. Where was this place? How did Yang Dingtian come in? We're going out. Ling Bai, which door do you think we should choose? Yang Dingtian asked. There are a total of 4 doors. Here. Ling Bai rubbed her eyes and began to carefully observe the 4 doors. Do you really want me to choose? Ling Bai suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian replied, Of course, I trust your intuition. Ling Bai's finger immediately pointed at the colorless one. Are you sure? Yang Dingtian asked. Ling Bai nodded. Chaos is colorless. I believe you. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian walked directly to the colorless door and pushed it hard. The colorless door did not move at all. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Then he operated his Xian Qi and pushed hard. This time, Yang Dingtian's strength was hundreds of thousands of kilograms. However, the colorless door still did not move. What was going on? It could not be opened? Ah, Zhao, you're strong. Come and help. Yang Dingtian said. The demon eagle king, Zhao, who woke up, shook his head hard. Then he walked over and used his huge body to block the door. The strength of the demon eagle king, Zhao, could be said to be quite strong. However, the colorless door remained motionless. It was truly too strange. After a full quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian gave up the idea of pushing open the colorless door. He roughly understood that unless the door opened on its own, it would be impossible to open it, because Yang Dingtian used a soul sword close to the emperor grade to stab the colorless door, but it could not be damaged at all. Yang Dingtian used the million spirit demon fire to condense to the extreme and burn the door, but it could not be damaged at all. Without a doubt, this was an energy door. It was not afraid of any force or energy damage at all. Unless it opened on its own, no one could open it. Yang Dingtian thought for a while. Then he walked to the silver door and pushed it hard. Sure enough, it still did not move. Dongfang Bingling might have entered from this door, but Yang Dingtian could not open it, even with all his strength. Then, Yang Dingtian came to the black door and pushed it with all his strength. He found that it also did not move. The 3 doors could not be opened. The only one left was the green door. There was no need to choose. Moreover, Yang Dingtian suspected that it was this green door that led to the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian came to the green door and took a deep breath. Then he pushed it hard. Then it still did not move. Yang Dingtian was really shocked. What was going on? Why was it still not moving? What was going on? This was really strange. None of the 4 doors could be opened. Then how should he get out? Yang Dingtian and Ling Bai looked at each other and exchanged a shocked expression. Then Yang Dingtian suddenly soared into the sky and wanted to break out of the dome. However, this dome was still an energy substance. It was not afraid of any damage. It was impossible to get out. Next, Yang Dingtian used the soul sword close to the emperor grade to desperately hack the floor of the hall. Still, it did not move. Front, back, left, right, up, down, a total of 6 sides. None of them could get out. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian really faced an unprecedented trouble. After he woke up from the taboo continent's illusion, he was actually trapped in this hall and could not get out. Moreover, what time was it in the chaotic world right now? Yang Dingtian was also already vague. He did not know how long there was before Wu Yoming's duel, but it was definitely not more than half a month. If he could not get out then wouldn't it be over? Following that, time passed day by day. Yang Dingtian really thought of all the methods, but he could not open a door at all. There was no possibility of getting out at all. Yang Dingtian gradually became incomparably irritable and anxious. In the end, these emotions evolved into a kind of gloominess and despair. There was simply no possibility of getting out at all. At this time, Yang Dingtian really longed for the silver door to open and then Dongfang Bingling to walk out from inside. Even if she killed him with a sword, it was better than being trapped in this place alive. Time was like that. Ignoring the anxiety in Yang Dingtian's heart, day by day still passed. In fact, Yang Dingtian even felt that the date of his duel with Wu Yuming had really passed. These days, Yang Dingtian did not sleep or rest. He really thought of all the methods, but he could not find any way to get out. It could be said that other than suicide, Yang Dingtian had used all the methods. It was completely useless. He could not get out at all. Just like that, day by day passed. Yang Dingtian's heart became colder and colder. Then he lay on the ground, staring at this green door, motionless. Suddenly, the green door suddenly opened. Yang Dingtian was shocked. This was not an illusion, not an illusion. The green door really opened. Then, a figure suddenly entered the main hall from outside and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. That's right. After this graceful figure entered the main hall, it completely disappeared into the air in the blink of an eye. Everything was so fast that Yang Dingtian did not even have time to see who this figure was before it disappeared. At this time, the open green door was closing again. There was no time to think about why this figure disappeared without a trace after entering the main hall. Yang Dingtian grabbed Ling Bai with one hand and the demon Vulture King with the other. Using his fastest speed, he rushed out of the green door like lightning. At this time, there was no time to care about what kind of world was behind this green door. Which world was it? Swoosh! The moment he rushed out of the door, Yang Dingtian saw that outside the main hall was a strange space, a purple void world. Then he saw this main hall floating in the void world from the outside. It was a hall in the shape of a human head. Outside the void world, there were many figures floating. Most of the figures were already motionless. Only one was walking and moving. These figures might have come to the taboo continent to adventure, but they were completely lost inside and were already dead. And the one walking in the void world might be the figure that had just entered. However, looking from the void world, her figure was distorted and deformed. It was impossible to recognize her. Then, Yang Dingtian still saw the fallen black dragon swimming around here. Of course, seeing so many scenes for Yang Dingtian, it was actually just a moment, less than half a second. After rushing out of the green door, in less than half a second, the world in front of Yang Dingtian began to spin and distort. Then he fainted instantly. When he woke up again, Yang Dingtian, Ling Bai, and the demon Vulture King were falling from the sky. Above them was the sky illuminated by the sun, and below them was the green ocean. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. This scene was similar to the illusion in the taboo continent, especially in the 4th, 5th, and 6th worlds. Every time he entered, it was the sky and the ocean. Yang Dingtian hurriedly took out the treasure sword in his hand. Fortunately, there was no anti-gravity, or several times the gravity. This should be the real chaotic world. Yang Dingtian still didn't dare to be rash and continued to carefully observe this world. Here, everything that could be seen was the sea and the sky. There were no other references, nor were there any islands. Yang Dingtian and Ling Bai rode on the demon Vulture King and flew towards the east at full speed. Only a few hours later, Yang Dingtian confirmed that this was the real world. It was because he saw a familiar figure and heard a familiar voice. It was Wu Maji. Moreover, she was fighting with someone. Chapter 691. Not only Wu Maji, but also Dishibian. After leaving the Ghost Hell region, the two of them seemed to have become inseparable, and their opponents were the 3 Grandmasters of the Netherworld Sea. Perhaps it was because enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road, or for some other reason, they fought fiercely here. But upon closer inspection, both sides did not seem to be killing each other. "I'm sorry, ladies, you can't come near here," the Grandmaster of the Netherworld Sea said as he fought. "I'm just going in to wait for my husband to come out of the taboo continent. Don't force us to shed all pretenses." Wu Maji said, "Those who enter the taboo continent can never come out again." The Grandmaster of the Netherworld Sea said slowly, "Moreover, when he wants to come out, he will naturally come out. If he can't come out, it's useless for you to go in." We are under the orders of the sect master to completely seal the entrance of the taboo continent. No one can enter. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Why did Wu Yu of the Netherworld seal the entrance of the taboo continent? Did she receive some information, or was there some other reason? Who was the person who entered the taboo continent in a flash? Then, I'm sorry, we must go in. Wu Maji said, I believe you may not be able to stop me. The Grand Master of the Netherworld, was covered in a silver robe. Judging from her voice, she seemed to be a woman. After hearing Wu Maji's words, she suddenly became incomparably cold and said slowly, If you can't stop us, then don't stop us. Don't blame us for killing. Then her silver robe shook and she slowly pulled out the sharp sword in her hand. The strange thing was that Yang Dingtian was only a few hundred meters away from them. He could see them, but Wu Maji and the others could not see him at all. It was as if the so-called entrance of the taboo continent was a huge energy field with a layer of energy barrier blocking it. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian rode the demon vulture king and rushed out at the fastest speed. Suddenly, the people outside were shocked. When Wu Maji saw Yang Dingtian, she was first stunned, then she was completely overjoyed. Then she flashed into Yang Dingtian's arms and said softly, Master told me to come and find you. They are fighting fiercely with Wu Yuming. Many people said that you wouldn't be able to come out, but I believe that you will definitely be able to come out. Yang Dingtian hugged Wu Maji's alluring body and greedily took a whiff. Hurry up and find a place. I've been holding it in for years. Wu Maji was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Excuse me, are you His Excellency Yang Dingtian? The silver-robed woman from the Netherworld asked. It's me, said Yang Dingtian. Congratulations on your successful return from the taboo continent. The silver-robed woman said, Since you've come out, then leave. From now on, this is a forbidden area. I hope you won't try to enter again. Yang Dingtian's pupils constricted as he said, This place should be considered ownerless, right? What authority does your Netherworld have? The silver-robed woman glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, If His Excellency Yang Dingtian can survive this duel, then we'll talk about other things. Then she slowly closed her eyes and ignored him. Yang Dingtian felt even more strongly that there should be a huge secret behind this. Otherwise, the Netherworld wouldn't have made such a huge move. Husband, who is this woman? Asked Wu Maji. Ling Bai, Vulture's mother, said Yang Dingtian. Ah! Wu Maji immediately exclaimed and said in disbelief, She's so young. At this moment, Ling Bai was sitting on the demon vulture as if her entire body was filled with unnaturalness. Ji, how long until the duel with Wu Yuming? Asked Yang Dingtian hurriedly. 8 more days, said Wu Maji. Immediately, Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, time hadn't passed yet. Then, what's the situation in the next few months? Asked Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji said, The experts of the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld have all entered Zhongjing. They have already established a complete authority and are waiting for the duel to end before immediately taking over the Council of Light, especially the Vulture Palace. 50,000 Black Vulture Army have entered the vicinity of Zhongjing under the name of the Zhongzhou Army. Yang Dingtian was shocked. What was Wu Lingzi of the Vulture Palace doing? Shouldn't he wait until Yang Dingtian was killed in the duel before completely choosing a side? Why was he acting as if he was completely supporting Wu Yuming before the duel had even begun? Husband, how much have you broken through in your cultivation? Asked Wu Maji. 6-star Martial Grandmaster, said Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, then dimmed slightly. After a long time, she suddenly asked, Husband, have you ever thought of using the evil energy to suddenly increase your cultivation? Yang Dingtian said, What? You don't want to see my duel with Wu Yuming, right? Wu Maji gently snuggled into Yang Dingtian's arms and said softly, Husband, Sister Bian said that Wu Yuming is an advanced 9-star martial Grandmaster. Yang Dingtian gently kissed her ear and said, "Actually winning or losing in my duel with Wu Yuming isn't important. The key is that I can't be killed. As long as I'm alive, the Council of Light won't be disbanded, and Wu Yuming won't be able to steal the entire Council of Light." Wu Maji said, "But the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea have mobilized nearly 20 martial grandmasters. They've already decided to get their all and usurp the entire Taiendo League. Now the atmosphere in Zhongjing is very oppressive and many people's hearts are unstable." After a day and a night, Yang Dingtian rode the Demon Vulture King to Shijing. After holding it in for a few years, he finally ate his fill and almost couldn't hold it in anymore. Next, while Qin Minli and Wu Maji were sleeping soundly, Yang Dingtian rode the Demon Vulture King north to Cloud Sky City. In Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian and his wives had a few hours of absurdity. After that, Yan Yan greedily snuggled into Yang Dingtian's arms. Yan Yan didn't even know that they were going to the taboo continent this time. After knowing, the entire valley in Cloud Sky City fell into uneasiness and worry. Now that Yang Dingtian was back, Yan Yan finally felt relieved. But for the upcoming duel, Yan Yan was still filled with fear. Because now the whole world's eyes were fixed on the duel between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming. Everyone also knew that Wu Yuming would definitely kill Yang Dingtian this time. In fact, everyone in the world felt that Yang Dingtian didn't have any hope of winning. Because 2 months ago, Wu Yuming made her first move in public. At the opening ceremony of the Tianqi Academy in Shijing, he was uninvited. Then, under the instigation of some people, he invited Dongfang Minmi to give a public martial arts lecture in front of all the disciples of the Tianqi Academy. The content was about the peak of martial arts in the chaotic world, the Sword Soul. In front of everyone, he invited Dongfang Minmi to unleash the Sword Soul. Dongfang Minmi couldn't refuse, and secondly, he wanted to find out about Wu Yoming's background, so he used all his strength to unleash the Sword Soul. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Then Wu Yuming only used one hand and casually restrained Dongfang Minmi's Sword Soul. In front of everyone, the 10,000 swords returned to origin was frozen in midair, unable to move. Then Wu Yoming's palm gently clenched. All the sword shadows were shattered and turned into ashes. This performance instantly shocked the entire chaotic world and stunned everyone's eyes. Then, in everyone's hearts, the scales of victory were all tilted towards Wu Yuming. "Husband, I shouldn't distract you at this time, but I think I should tell you," Yin Yan suddenly said. "What is it?" Yang Dingtian asked softly. "Recently, Yarao's mood has been very uneasy." "As if she is full of uneasiness," Yan Yan said, before leaving Cloud Sky City for Zhongjing. Yang Dingtian talked with Yarao and told her about Yan Yan's worries. "I also don't know why I'm so uneasy," Yarao said softly. She gently stroked her son, who was sleeping sweetly, and then said, "Maybe it's because you are about to duel with Wu Yuming." Then she rolled her eyes and said, "Our baby is almost 1 year old, and you haven't even held him for half a day." Yang Dingtian gently stroked the baby's white and tender face, greedily looking at his sleeping appearance. "You said that you want to name the baby yourself. Don't tell me that you haven't thought of it yet," Yang Dingtian said. "I've named him Yang Yi," Yarao said. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, "It seems like a very common name." "It is very common," Yarao said. "I thought for a long time and changed countless names. It became more and more common, more and more common. Before I gave birth to him, I had great hopes for him. I even imagined that he could be like Naga and become a demigod, and his achievements in the future would far surpass yours. However, the more I carried him, the more painful it would be, and the more painful it would be, the more precious it would be. Now, I don't want him to do anything earth-shattering in the future, and I don't want his cultivation to be so powerful. I just want him to be safe and happy for the rest of his life." After saying that, Yarao's eyes turned slightly red, and she complained, "It's enough to have a husband at home who makes people worry all the time. If our son is also like this, Then we women don't need to live anymore. Yang Dingtian gently stroked her neck and said softly, "Then I will try my best to finish what I have to do, and then let our son be safe and sound for the rest of his life. He can enjoy a peaceful life and pursue his dreams." Yang Dingtian stayed in Cloud Sky City for less than a day. Then he flew to Zhongjing with Ling Bai, Dishibian, and Wu Maji. At this moment, the entire Zhongjing was extremely solemn. From the moment Yang Dingtian landed in Zhongjing, he was already the center of attention. When he entered the Zhongjing Council of Light, he could even feel his master, Dongfang Minmi, trembling. Qin Wanqiu was still fine, but when the rest of the people in the Council of Light saw Yang Dingtian, other than being surprised, they even had a complicated emotion. They hoped that he wouldn't come back, because once he came back it meant a duel. A duel might mean death. Yang Dingtian had just returned to the Council of Light when Wu Yuming and Vulture came to visit. Of course, they didn't come to visit Yang Dingtian, but to visit his mother-in-law Ling Bai. Then, Ling Bai was faced with a choice. Should she stay with Yang Dingtian or go to Wu Yoming's? Note, second update. Thank you, Lu Xing, for the 710,000 Qijian coins tip. Thank you for spending so much. The new book will not be released for the time being. It will only be released after the end of the 9 Suns. After writing the first update yesterday, he didn't know if it was because of the new coffee or because of his own emotions. His heart was depressed to the extreme, and he couldn't get into work at all. So he went to sleep for more than 3 hours and woke up at 4 in the morning. His heart was still depressed. After drinking coffee, it was even worse. He wanted to drink wine, but the wine at home was finished, and there was nowhere to buy it in the middle of the night. So he held on until 7 o'clock and began to write with great difficulty. He finished the second update. This kind of depression seemed to have been gone for almost a year. The last time was in mid-December last year. He hoped that this kind of mood would pass quickly. Chapter 692. Wu Yuming had changed. At first glance, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel this. That refreshing smile was gone. That humble and easygoing expression was gone. That extremely hypocritical gentleness was also gone. What replaced it was arrogance, toughness, and even coldness. When Yun Zhenu brought her in, he even impudently stared at her. This was something he would never do in the past. This arrogant and unyielding expression only changed when he was in front of Yang Dingtian. His expression turned gentle again, and when he saw Yang Dingtian, it was as though he had seen an old friend. "Brother Yang, you're back? I'm relieved. I was afraid you wouldn't come back." Wu Yuming said with a smile, "My luck is not bad." Yang Dingtian said with a smile, "Oh right, what's the Netherworld Sea doing, making it so big, sealing the entire space of the taboo continent?" Wu Yuming said with a smile, "Just a small matter." Then, without waiting for Yang Dingtian to greet him, he found a seat like the host and sat down, saying, "Do you have wine?" Wow! The sun really rose from the west. Wu Yuming was a meticulous person who treated his image like his life. When did he become so open? Yang Dingtian looked at Yun Zhenu. She immediately went to fetch a bottle of amber-colored strong wine and 2 gorgeous jade cups. This strong wine was mainly brewed with 2 things. One was the bewildering fruit, the other was the fierce snake blood. Although it was not the most expensive wine in this world, it was definitely the strongest and best wine. Yang Dingtian picked up the wine to pour, but Wu Yuming took the bottle and smiled at Yang Dingtian. "Let me." Then he poured half a cup for Yang Dingtian and himself. He raised his cup and raised it to Yang Dingtian, drinking half of it. Then his handsome face wrinkled. "Brother Netherworld, you've changed a lot," said Yang Dingtian. "Learn from a painful experience. People can't always be the same." Wu Yuming looked at the wine in her glass and said with a smile, "For the past few months, I've been fighting openly and secretly with those big shots in the Council of Light, racking my brains. It's hard not to change. Then I realized that once you enter the Red Sea of power and start fighting, your posture will be useless. I also realized that in this kind of naked battle and killing, it is useless to be gentle and elegant. You have to roll up your sleeves, pick up your saber and sword, and fight with short weapons. Even reputation was useless. When fame reached a certain point, it would instead become an obstacle. That's why you're so amazing. You don't have a good reputation, but you still soar like the sun. Yang Dingtian carefully took a sip of wine and said, even if he was at the peak of his power, you've kicked him down from the clouds in the past few months. Now the whole world is calculating the date of my death. Wu Yuming rubbed her nose and said, this is probably something that can't be helped. After all, the difference in strength between us is too great. Then she poured wine for Yang Dingtian and herself. She stared at Yun Janu's beautiful figure and said, have you seen anyone else with a figure like Yun Janu in the world? Yang Dingtian immediately looked at Yun Janu. Her figure was not as exaggerated as Wu Maji's, but it was really beautiful. That was because her waist was long and thin. Therefore, her figure was almost as seductive as a snake's. With her type, she should be number one. Yang Dingtian said, Maji is different from her. You know your wife, Vulture. She's flat. After saying that, Vulture's face turned cold, but she did not say anything. If it was any other time, she would have already cursed. It could be seen that in the past few months, she had been taught very well by Wu Yuming. Being stared at like this, Yun Janu only glared at Yang Dingtian. Then, she raised her chest proudly and welcomed Yang Dingtian's gaze. Such an attractive woman. Junior brother Yang, are you not going to take her in? Wu Yuming suddenly said. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, since when did brother Yuming become so nosy and start to plan for my private life? Wu Yuming smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. Then she laughed and said, such an attractive woman. If you don't enjoy her, when you die, maybe someone else will take advantage of her. When she said this, Yang Dingtian's face turned cold. He stared at Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming still smiled and said, also, you didn't even take such an attractive woman like Yun Janu into your room. Why are you targeting my mother-in-law? Do you want to anger old ancestor Wu Lingzi so much? Yang Dingtian's cold expression gradually eased. He smiled at Wu Yuming and said, Ling Bai's husband didn't say anything. As a son-in-law, you came in a hurry. Aren't you a little too anxious? Wu Yuming stood up and instantly became very serious. She said to Yang Dingtian, let Ling Bai's mother-in-law come home with me. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Yang Dingtian said to Yun Janu, go and call Ling Bai in. Soon, Ling Bai, who was filled with fear and a hidden resentment, walked in. Wu Yuming bowed modestly and said, son-in-law greets mother-in-law. Ling Bai nodded uneasily and did not have any other reaction. Vulture was her biological daughter. However, there was no more interaction between the mother and daughter. Vulture looked at her mother. Her mouth moved, but she did not say anything. She did not even call her mother. Ling Bai said that she was not qualified to take care of Vulture since she was young. Therefore, the relationship between mother and daughter was very weak. Vulture even looked down on her mother. Wu Yuming wants to take you back. What do you think? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm not going back. Although Ling Bai was uneasy and afraid, she did not hesitate and said directly, mother-in-law, are you sure? Wu Yuming said with a smile. Ling Bai nodded forcefully. Wu Yuming said to Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian, what's your decision? Yang Dingtian said, I respect Madame Ling Bai's decision. Wu Yuming said with a smile, all right, Yang Dingtian, I hope you won't regret it. You should know how serious the consequences of your actions are, because the person who will look for you next will not be me. Then, Wu Yuming took Vulture and left. Should I go back? Ling Bai suddenly asked Yang Dingtian uneasily. No. Yang Dingtian said, I know it's a pit of fire. I can't let you jump in. Then, Yang Dingtian said with a smile, All right, you don't have to worry about anything. Go and rest. Ling Bai left while looking back, repeatedly. I seem to have heard Wu Yoming's words. Yun Zhenu said. Of course, he doesn't want Ling Bai to go back. He's here to cut off my path of retreat. Next, he wants me to face Wu Lingzi's wrath. Yang Dingtian said. No, I'm not talking about that. Yun Zhenu said. He's talking about taking me into his room. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Why, you want to be taken into my room too? Yun Zhenu said with a smile. Let's talk about that later. I feel that the way he looks at me is very strange. Also, all of you seem to be hiding something from me. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. When did you become so smart? Yun Zhenu said. Did Wu Yuming discover some of my secrets? Yang Dingtian nodded. Can you tell me this secret? Yun Zhenu asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Why? Yun Zhenu asked. If I tell you, you won't be happy. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. You finally became happy. Why should I make you unhappy? Besides, this secret isn't important to you at all. Just enjoy the present. Yun Zhenu was silent for a while. He raised his head and asked, Then will you take me into your room? Yang Dingtian asked, Do you want me to take you into my room? Yun Zhenu thought for a while and shook his head. I think it's good like this. I'm not interested in the matters between men and women. Then it's good, Yang Dingtian said. Then, after thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian said, Wu Yuming has changed a lot. Yun Zhenu said, yes. When he realized that his reputation and mask of hypocrisy had become his obstacles, he immediately tore them off. Then he became very sharp and terrifying. Yang Dingtian said, When I saw Master and City Lord Qin Wanchou, I realized that they seemed to have something that they didn't say. Yun Zhenu said, During this period, Wu Yuming has been very fierce in seizing power in Central Continent. He seems to be preparing to kill you and take over the Council of Light. Once he tore off his mask of elegance, he became very difficult to deal with. Did you see blood? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Yun Zhenu said. Who? Yang Dingtian asked. Song Shao Zhu Hongxue. Yun Zhenu said Song Shao lost a leg. Zhu Hongxue lost his right arm. What? Yang Dingtian was furious and shouted. Then why didn't you tell me just now? They felt that the most important thing now is the duel between you and Wu Yuming. Nothing can distract you. Yun Zhenu said. Yang Dingtian felt the anger in his heart that was about to burst out. He said, Then Wu Yuming didn't receive any punishment. On the surface, the fault lies with Song Shao and Zhu Hongxue. Yun Zhenu said, I've said it before. After he tore off his mask of hypocrisy, he became very powerful. Zhu Hongyu has entered Black Heaven's sect again. The people of Central Continent have changed a lot. Although no one dares to say it publicly, once the duel ends, many people will change their allegiance. Is it because Vulture Palace and Netherworld Sea came out in full force? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Yun Zhenu said. The number of grandmasters and masters sent by these two most secretive forces is more than the total number of Council of Light. The absolute power of the martial way has intimidated everyone. Yang Dingtian saw Song Shao with a broken leg. Although he was smiling, he was not in a good state. His face was emitting a demonic red glow. Sect leader, he is killing the chicken to warn the monkey. I am the chicken. Qin Wanchou and the rest are the monkeys. Song Shao laughed. They first used grandmasters to tempt me, then forced me, and then tricked me. You also know that I have a fiery temper and cannot be provoked. So I made the first move and then I lost my right leg. I don't care, but it's a pity for our Council of Light's great foundation. As Song Shao spoke, he gulped down a mouthful of wine. Uncle Song, can't your leg be reattached? Yang Dingtian asked. It can't be reattached. In front of me, he fed the broken leg to the black vulture. Song Xiao laughed loudly, but his eyes started to twitch. He was ambitious. After entering the Council of Light, he had completely lost the second spring of his career. After he had no hope of breaking through to Grandmaster, he put all his energy into the army. Although his methods were ruthless and his reputation was bad, he had always done well. For many things, as long as Song Xiao was the one doing it, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Now, one of his legs was broken. Although he was not completely crippled, he was not far from it. This was worse than killing him. So he was really in despair. Who did it? Yang Dingtian asked. Sect leader, you don't have to care about who did it. Just think about the duel. As long as you win, everything will be fine. Even if you don't win, you must not die. Once you die, then everything will be ruined. Song Xiao said. Who was it? Yang Dingtian asked word by word. Sea of Hades will use eldest disciple, Tai Muli, Song Xiao said. Got it, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Patting Song Xiao's other good leg, Yang Dingtian turned and was about to leave. Sect leader, Song Xiao suddenly said, Wu Yoming's official residence has invited many of us. Qiu Wanjie went there before. You also know that he is a soft-hearted person. Yang Dingtian nodded. Qiu Wanjie had always been a soft-hearted person, but he had the most important small-sized crystal crossbow in his hands. This would play an important role in future aerial battles. Song Xiao continued, I'm not worried about Qiu Wanjie, this soft-hearted person. He doesn't have that much guts. But Qin Wanqiu, if you die in this duel, he will become the greatest threat to the Council of Light. In our Council of Light, his influence is the greatest. As long as you are alive, even if you lose the duel, he will not betray you. But as long as you die, he will definitely betray you. So if you have any plans, you can prepare them in advance. The meaning in Song Xiao's words was already very scary. He pointed out that if Yang Dingtian felt that he would definitely die, then in order for the Council of Light to not fall apart, he would have to get rid of Qin Wanqiu. Not only Yang Dingtian understood Qin Wanqiu's attitude, Dongfang Minmi also understood. As long as Yang Dingtian died, Qin Wanqiu would definitely betray him. But as long as Yang Dingtian didn't die, Qin Wanqiu would definitely not betray him. Qin Wanqiu was different from Dongfang Minmi, Kuei-si, and Duanrian. Dongfang Minmi, Kuei-si, Duanrian, and the rest were all loyal to the world's righteous path. But Qin Wanqiu was loyal to Yang Dingtian alone. Uncle Song, get ready. Yang Dingtian, prepare to break through to the great Grandmaster level. After saying this, Yang Dingtian directly left, and Song Xiao, who was already extremely dejected, was suddenly stunned on the bed, his eyes bursting with a light of disbelief. In the Council of Light's conference hall. This duel, no matter who wins or loses, if I don't die, will it start? Then will there be a war? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Qin Wanqiu and Dongfang Minmi said almost in unison. Dongfang Minmi said, Little Tian, when you return to Zhongjing today, another 30,000 black vultures will enter Nan's Hangzhou. Now, there are already 90,000 black vultures near Zhongjing. They are enough to resist a 1,000,000-strong army. Qin Wanqiu said, If you lose the duel with Wu Yuming, they will seize the power of the Council of Light. They will definitely seize the power of the Radiant Parliament. At the very least, they will chase us back to the West Continent. If we don't allow it, they will start a war. Yang Dingtian, then what if I win? Suddenly, everyone present fell into a short silence. Yang Dingtian winning? They had never thought of this idea. They thought that the best result was that Yang Dingtian didn't die. As long as Yang Dingtian didn't die, even if he was driven back to the West Continent, he would have the strength to fight again. Dongfang Minmi said, Little Tian, even if you win, they will still start a war. What reason will they use to start a war? Yang Dingtian asked. Many reasons. Dongfang Minmi said, If you lose and don't die, then the ones who will start a war with us will be the Vulture Palace, the Netherworld Sea, and most of the forces in Zhongzhou. In these few months, after Wu Yuming took off her mask, the results were remarkable. Many of the forces in Zhongzhou couldn't resist at all. Nearly half of the Zhongzhou army that we formed are in their hands. The pressure of the Black Vulture army hovers over everyone's head. No one can resist the fear of extinction. Qin Wanqiu said, "The key to the problem is Wulingzi of the Vulture Palace. I don't know what medicine he took wrong, but he suddenly supported Wu Yuming crazily, even more than Wu Yuming." Yang Dingtian certainly understood the reason. Dongfang Minmi continued, "Of course, if you win, then only the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea will start a war with us. Most of the forces in Zhongzhou won't dare to move. But no matter what, no matter if you win or lose this duel, a war is inevitable." Yang Dingtian was silent. Yang Dingtian had already confirmed this point of view a long time ago. This duel, no matter who won or lost, a war would break out. Of course, there was a situation where a war wouldn't break out, and that was if Yang Dingtian died in the duel. In that case, Qin Wanqiu would directly defect, followed by Qiu Wanjie's and more than half of the West Continent's defection. Then Earthcrack City, Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yinyang School, and other forces of justice would face a complete one-sided annihilation. At present, the key to this war was the Vulture Palace and Wulingzi. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "When Wu Yuming and the Vulture separate, I'll go and meet the Vulture in private." No matter whether they could stop the war or not, they had to strive for it. Soon, Yang Dingtian found an opportunity. Wu Yuming was very busy now. She was openly trying to rope in and intimidate the leaders of various forces in Zhongzhou. His team openly interfered in the affairs of Zhongzhou, so he had almost endless work to do. For some things, Wu Yuming would bring the Vulture along, but for some things she wouldn't. Therefore, the Vulture spent a considerable amount of time alone. In a secret restaurant, Yang Dingtian met the Vulture. Compared to a few months ago, she seemed to have matured a lot. In an instant, she had changed from a young girl to a woman. "Brother Yang Dingtian, you shouldn't have met me," the Vulture suddenly said. "Of course. You shouldn't have let my mother follow you. My great-grandfather was so angry that he was about to lose his mind. Tomorrow, the 50,000 Black Vulture troops will enter Zhongzhou again." Yang Dingtian looked at the Vulture's delicate and pretty face for a long time. Suddenly he said, "Vulture, you're not your father's daughter. You're Wulingzi's biological daughter." Chapter 693. Yang Dingtian's private meeting with Vulture had two goals. First, he wanted to understand Vulture's attitude towards Wu Yuming and Wulingzi's attitude towards Wu Yuming. He wanted to see if he could influence Wulingzi's decision through Vulture. Second, if he could not change Wulingzi's decision and attitude, then he would find a way to sow discord within Vulture Palace. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's tactic was to steal people's souls. From the beginning, he would directly pierce through Vulture's heart defense. Then he waited for Vulture's scream and an expression of complete disbelief. In short, as long as her state of mind was disturbed, it would be easier to continue the next topic. However, the one who was in disbelief was Yang Dingtian. After hearing his words, Vulture's expression suddenly trembled. Her gaze instantly became incomparably ugly, even hostile and cold. Yes, she might have known about this matter long ago, but she could not accept that Yang Dingtian also knew about this matter. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, "You already know about this matter, right?" Vulture did not answer him. After a long time, she stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. "She told you this?" The she in Vulture's mouth was, of course, Ling Bai. However, the tone in which she spoke of Ling Bai was too cold. Yang Dingtian nodded. "Then she really is shameless," Vulture said slowly. Yang Dingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. "You said she is shameless?" Yang Dingtian said slowly, "She is your mother." "Yes, I can't choose this," Vulture said. so I tried my best to escape. If you had a choice, would you want to have such a mother? Yang Dingtian suddenly forgot his purpose and said angrily, Then do you think she had a choice? Do you think she is willing to be sullied by Wulingzi? The one who should die is that old bastard of yours, not your mother. She is innocent. It's your vulture palace that's dirty. It's that old bastard. If she wants to be pure, she can die. Vulture looked at Yang Dingtian and said slowly, Yang Dingtian, in this world no one is innocent. You can either die or live on in humiliation. Live with humiliation? Are you talking about yourself? Yang Dingtian asked. Me, Vulture replied. Of course I will live on with glory. Why did you call me here? I know very well. She's just trying to sow discord between me and my husband. Wu Maji has tried this a few times before and succeeded. My relationship with my husband has been pushed to the brink of rupture, and my husband has been forced to tear off his mask of gentleness. You might think that my husband and I have turned from lovers to enemies, right? We must have turned against each other, right? Yang Dingtian stared at Vulture for a long time, then shook his head and said, I don't know, because I suddenly realized that my understanding of you is not deep enough. Vulture said slowly, Yes, I don't like to use my brain, and I am indeed very emotional. Therefore, I will do very irrational things. For example, a few months ago, I ran to you and wanted to cheat on my husband and so on. You almost succeeded. At that time, Wu Yuming and I almost broke off completely. Vulture took a deep breath. Those 2 days for Vulture were perhaps the 2 most memorable days of her life. She felt that Wu Yuming had deceived her and did not love her. Therefore, in a fit of anger, she asked for a divorce. And Wu Yuming actually agreed, which was undoubtedly the greatest trampling on her dignity. All along, Wu Yuming's attitude towards her was completely like a treasure. Even if it was hypocritical, it was still addictive. The feeling of being afraid to melt in one's mouth and being afraid to break in one's hands was really wonderful. After losing this feeling, Vulture felt greatly offended, so she lost her rationality in a fit of rage. She actually went to Yang Dingtian and wanted to cheat on Wu Yuming. Then, Wu Yuming caught her in front of her face. After leaving Zhongjing, Wu Yuming took her to Vulture Palace for the final showdown. Wu Yuming proposed a formal divorce in front of Wulingzi. Then, Wulingzi suppressed Wu Yuming. At that time, Vulture's anger in her heart had almost dissipated. Instead, it was replaced by fear and reluctance. Therefore, in a hurry, she put down her dignity and hugged Wu Yuming, begging him not to leave and not to divorce. If all the plots ended here, it would be a good ending. After all, girls were so pampered and cute. It was normal for them to break up. However, Wu Yuming took off all her masks and forced Wulingzi to kneel down and surrender. At that moment, Wu Yuming pushed Vulture to the most unbearable and even the most shameful state. Wulingzi could kneel down and surrender, but she could not. She wanted to be cherished and held in high regard, not kneel down and surrender. It could be said that even if the future Vulture was desperate, she could kneel down to anyone except for 2 people. One was Wu Yuming, and the other was Yang Dingtian. Because these 2 people had once loved her dearly, she could not surrender, but she could not resist either. First of all, she did not want to completely resist Wu Yuming. Was it because she was so infatuated and loved? It did not seem to be entirely so. It was because she had sacrificed so much. At this time, she was really unwilling to give up everything. Secondly, she could not resist either, because Wulingzi and Vulture Palace had both chosen to surrender. Then, if she resisted again, she would become alone and lose her footing in Vulture Palace. Therefore, after Wulingzi surrendered, she stayed in the room alone for a few hours. After she came out, she thought it through. She had no choice. She had to readjust her role, but it was still the same sentence. Wu Yuming was Wu Yuming. When everyone in Vulture Palace surrendered to Wu Yuming's attitude towards Vulture did not change. It was as if nothing had happened. He still pampered her, let her have her way, and treated her like a treasure. As a result, Spirit Vulture suddenly felt an almost perverted sense of pleasure. Looking at the old ancestor and the elders and old guys in Vulture Palace who were respectful in front of Wu Yuming, while Wu Yuming pampered and tolerated her, she suddenly had a strange feeling of being above the old ancestor. This feeling was very perverted and very wrong. However, Vulture seemed to be a little addicted and could not resist. Therefore, she seemed to have opened up another world. If she changed her position from the future master of Vulture Palace to Madame Wu Yuming, then her whole vision would be different. Once Wu Yuming ruled the whole world, then her vision would be different again. The feeling of being under one person and above hundreds of millions of people might be very wonderful. After thinking about it for a few days, he once again deeply felt and touched this perverted feeling of exhilaration. Then Vulture seemed to have perfected her pursuit and knew what she wanted. Under the guidance of Wu Yuming, she also began to participate in many affairs openly. She deeply felt the fear of the whole Zhongzhou state toward her. For some reason, she had a bad reputation in the eyes of the ordinary people in Zhongzhou state. Wu Yoming's reputation also began to become bad. Therefore, she was very disgusted to be in the eyes of the public. However, the people and the power class were completely different. In front of the power class of Zhongzhou state, in front of those feudal lords, she clearly saw the fear of her and Wu Yuming, especially when the masters of Vulture Palace and Netherworld almost came out in full force and appeared in Zhongjing. Especially when Wu Yuming humiliated Dong Fengminmi in Tianqi Academy and performed the moment when she tore apart the sword soul. Especially when the master of Netherworld cut off Song Zhao's right leg. God's favored son, Yang Dingtian's confidant Zhu Hongxue, cut off the back of his right arm. At this time, Wu Yuming was pressuring and the Council of Light was retreating. This fear of the feudal lords of Zhongzhou state was getting deeper and deeper, and Vulture's inner pleasure was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, she deeply knew what she wanted. Of course, in other words, it was when Wu Yuming realized that she could no longer trap Vulture with her emotions. She had opened a window of ambition in her heart and made her addicted to power, making her unable to stop even if she wanted to. Therefore, Wu Yuming and Wu Maji were both psychological masters. However, Maji was better at short battles, and Wu Yuming was better at scheming. In other words, he was more sinister and unpredictable. Yang Dingtian, I know what you want to say to me. Vulture said slowly. You don't need to ask. I can give you a formal answer. You're too late. Too late? What do you mean? Yang Dingtian asked. Vulture said, when you first came to Vulture Palace when I was angry and wanted to have sex with you, you should have accepted decisively. Then you might have been able to stop me. Now it's already too late. If you insist on an answer, then I can only tell you one thing. Yang Dingtian said, say it. Vulture stared at Yang Dingtian and said word by word, I'd rather stand beside the winner and cry than sit on the loser and laugh. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that Wu Yuming wasn't the only one who had changed. The delicate girl in front of him had changed the most. You want to say that Wu Yuming's feelings for me are fake? Vulture said slowly. Then I want to tell you that a woman who says she loves is the most incompetent woman. Yang Dingtian shook his head vigorously and said, when a person falls, her inner compromises and adapts really quickly. She can even convince herself very quickly. Vulture sighed and said, Yang Dingtian, many women are changeable. Therefore, as a wise man, you can only not give her the chance to change. When you can't control a woman, it only shows that you are weak. Vulture turned around and looked at Yang Dingtian. I will miss the moment when you loved me very much, but for me now there is no turning back. What I want, only Wu Yuming can give me. What sacrifice, what justice, I'm not interested. Yang Dingtian nodded. Spirit Vulture's last sentence had revealed the true meaning of everything. What sacrifice? What justice? She's not interested. Yang Dingtian had always known the sentence and had put in a lot of effort to change it, but in the end it was all in vain. Yang Dingtian, in the past I was not sensible. My mouth kept saying that I wanted to sever all ties with you, but in my heart I was still reluctant to part with your love. Vulture said slowly, "This is the last time I will meet with you in private. Everything I do in the future will be for Wu Yoming's sake. Now we have truly severed all ties. It has nothing to do with feelings, it's only about our position." Yang Dingtian could only respond instinctively. "By the way, it was very unwise of you to leave my mother behind." Vulture said, "That would only anger my great-grandfather. If it wasn't for the duel between you and my husband, you would be a dead man now. You are still so unwise. For a woman, you have completely fallen out with the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian, we will not show mercy, whether it is the Vulture Palace or my husband." Vulture said finally and then left directly. After Vulture left for a long time, Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh. This kind of situation was really disgusting. Vulture was still a child, but she pretended to be sophisticated and talked about benefits with you. That kind of disgusting feeling was almost indescribable and could not be suppressed. Wu Yuming was really a demon. She would use thousands of methods to make a person fall. Of course, perhaps Vulture was evil and depraved. Yang Dingtian should not have had any hope for her. After Vulture left, Yang Dingtian went to see Zhu Hongxue immediately. He was very worried about Zhu Hongxue. This person was too proud and too fragile. Most importantly, his right arm had been cut off. It was almost a destructive blow to him. Yang Dingtian saw Zhu Hongxue in the Black Heavens sex flame pool. Zhu Hongxue was different from what Yang Dingtian had imagined. He was not so dispirited. In other words, he was not dispirited at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. When Yang Dingtian saw him, he was desperately practicing swordsmanship with his left hand in the flame pool. He was not so handsome anymore. His hair was loose, and he had a 2-inch beard on his face. His clothes were also messy and shabby. However, his eyes were still full of raging flames. When he saw Yang Dingtian, he was first stunned, then ecstatic. Then he rushed in front of Yang Dingtian like lightning and stabbed his sword toward his chest. "Huh." Yang Dingtian laughed and said, "Come on." Then he also pulled out his sword and fought with Zhu Hongxue in the flame pool. The two of them fought back and forth with mottled sword shadows. They fought for a total of 300 rounds. Of course, Zhu Hongxue also lost 300 rounds in total. "Sect Master, you're back," Zhu Hongxue said, and threw over a wine pot. It was strong wine. Yang Dingtian drank a big mouthful. Suddenly, he felt as if his throat and stomach were on fire. "I have to say that I'm not drunk. It's just that, after drinking, my martial arts state is better," Zhu Hongxue said with a smile. "Who did it?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yang Dingtian asked his master, Qin Wanchou, who cut off Zhu Hongxue's arm. Zhu Hongxue did not say anything, so Yang Dingtian came to ask him personally. "What? Are you going to avenge me?" Zhu Hongxue said with a smile. "Yes, I'm going to avenge you," Yang Dingtian said. "That's fine. During the duel, you can avenge me," Zhu Hongxue said. "Him?" Yang Dingtian said in astonishment. "He did it himself?" "Yes, he provoked me to take the initiative to attack, then cut off my arm and fed it to his black vulture," Zhu Hongxue said. Yang Dingtian's face twitched fiercely. Why did you take the initiative to attack? You knew you weren't his match." Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help it at that time." Zhu Hongxue said, he said a lot of unbearable words. "But it's good to get rid of this arm. It can be considered to have removed the knot in my heart. Otherwise, the knot in my heart, that Dongfang Bingling, will never be removed." Then Zhu Hongxue smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, "She's also a knot in your heart. You can't get rid of it either. In fact, The knot in her heart for you is much deeper than mine. I'm at most infatuated with her, but you? Well, there's no need to gloat. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Well, you're so busy. Don't waste your time here with me. Zhu Hongxue said. In this duel, the loser will have to fight, and the winner will also have to fight. You'll be very busy in the next few days. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. The key to stopping the war is in the Vulture Palace. What do you think? Go and see Ling Chuzi. Maybe there will be a surprise. He's a complete tragedy and a sacrifice, Zhu Hongxue said. At this moment, Jiao Liao's voice sounded outside. Reporting to Sect Master, the West Continent has reported that the missile plan has made significant progress. Chapter 694. Significant progress in the missile plan? What progress? Jiao Liao reported. In fact, progress had been made for some time. When they knew that Yang Dingtian had returned, they immediately came to report. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He patted Zhu Hongxue's shoulder and said, Stop training. Go to Zhongjing. Something big might happen soon. Yes, Zhu Hongxue said. Then, Yang Dingtian rode on the Demon Vulture King and left a mortal island where Black Heaven Sect was located. At this moment, Yun Zhenu rode on a demon's spirit ray and headed towards Yang Dingtian's direction. What's wrong? What happened? Yang Dingtian asked. Sect leader, there's news from Nanzhong State. The Vulture Palace sent another 50,000 Black Vulture army into Nanzhong State. Yun Zhenu said. Yang Dingtian's face turned cold. Didn't the Council of Light and the Vulture Palace sign an agreement? The number of Black Vultures from the Vulture Palace that leave Nanzhong State cannot exceed 30,000. The number that enter Nanzhong State cannot exceed 10,000. Now, how many Black Vultures are in Nanzhong State? About 130,000. Yun Zhenu said. 130,000 Black Vulture army, and the Vulture Palace's Wulingzi. He was playing with fire. He was already on Wu Yoming's side. Now, in order to take revenge on Ling Bai, he was even more deranged. Zhu Hongxue, go to Zhongjing immediately and go to Nanzhong State with City Lord Qin. Pass down my order. Ask the Vulture Palace to withdraw the remaining Black Vulture army from Nanzhong State and return to the Vulture Palace. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Zhu Hongxue said. If the Vulture Palace refuses, will it be enforced? No, just pass down the order. I'm going to Western State, Yang Dingtian said. Everything will wait until I return from Western State. Yes, Zhu Hongxue asked. Is it in your own name, the name of the Council of Light, or the name of the High Command? The reason why Zhu Hongxue said this was because there were already two troops in Zhongjing. One was the Council of Light, led by Yang Dingtian. One team was led by Wu Yuming from the Vulture Palace and the Sea of Hades. Now, there were already people who called Yang Dingtian's team the North Team, and Wu Yoming's team the South Team. Therefore, many forces in the Central Continent would often receive different orders from the two groups. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, In the name of myself and the Commander-in-Chief. Yes, Zhu Hongxue replied. One of the highest-ranking members of the Council of Light was Ling Chuzi of the Vulture Palace. In name, the Vulture Palace had to obey the Commander-in-Chief's orders. And in the Commander-in-Chief, Ling Chuzi, Zhu Qingqi, Qin Wanchou, and Dongfeng Minmi were already the highest-ranking members. Song Shao, Duan Rian, Kuei Si, Yun Qi, and Qiu Wanjie had already entered the second tier. Next, the Commander-in-Chief would have to face a new election because Dishi Bian was going to enter the Commander-in-Chief. And some of the core forces of the East Continent would also enter the Commander-in-Chief. Zhenu, how long has it been since you went home? Yang Dingtian asked. About half a year, Yun Zhenu replied. Let's go. I'm going to the West Continent. I'll pass by the Cloud Sky Pavilion and put you down. Yang Dingtian said, when I return from the West Continent, I'll bring you back to Zhongjing. You can go home and see your mother." Yun Zhenu was stunned. Then he nodded and lightly jumped onto Yang Dingtian's demon Vulture King. Yang Dingtian patted the demon Vulture King lightly. The demon Vulture King roared and instantly accelerated towards the west. The demon Vulture King's speed had doubled compared to before. It was close to supersonic speed. Hence, Yun Zhenu was not prepared and was shocked. He leaned back and fell into Yang Dingtian's arms. Yang Dingtian helped her up and said, "In the Central Continent Army, the Black Vulture Army had 10,000 members, right?" Yun Zhenu said yes. In the end, the Vulture Palace had 130,000 members. Yang Dingtian said, "At that time, because Wu Yuming and the Vulture Palace had conflicts, they could not stop the establishment of the Central Continent Army. Hence, they decided to add fuel to the fire and forcefully entered the Central Continent Army. They tried to take over the military power of the Central Continent Army. According to your analysis, how many people in the Central Continent Army are on the side of Wu Yuming?" The people who were originally on the side of Wu Yuming were less than 10% of the people. However, after that, Wu Yuming attacked aggressively. The Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea came out in full force and formed the South Army. Suddenly, the Central Continent Army's upper echelons wavered. After that, during the establishment ceremony of the Tianqi Academy in Xijing, Wu Yuming humiliated Dongfang Minmi. Following that, President Song Xiao broke his leg and young master Zhu Hongxue broke his arm. The Council of Light was greatly weakened. Only then did the upper echelons of the Central Continent Army change sides. Now, almost half of the upper echelons often visit Wu Yuming's South Mansion. South Mansion. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yes, your residence in Zhongjing is called the North Mansion. Wu Yuming's residence is called the South Mansion. Yun Zhenu said, "Hence, the upcoming battle is very important. If anything happens to you, Wu Yuming can effortlessly take over the entire Council of Light and even the West Continent." Yang Dingtian asked, "How did your think tank prepare?" Yun Zhenu was silent for a while before saying, "Our so-called preparation is based on your defeat in the battle. The worst plan is to retreat from the Central Continent and protect the West Continent and the East Continent. Furthermore, City Master Qin Wanchou and Dongfang Minmi have some very private plans. Of course, my rank is not high enough, so they will not tell me. However, I feel that this plan should be related to Manor Master Qiu Wanjie." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. Qiu Wanjie's rank was not very high, and his cultivation was not high either. However, in the Council of Light, his divine weapons manner was very important, because he had the small crystal crossbow. Of course, the Cloud Sky Pavilion was also very important, because it had the crystal power. The Earth-Splitting City was also very important, because it had the trump card, the Demon Eagle Army. However, whether it was the Cloud Sky Pavilion or the Earth-Splitting City, they were very loyal to the Council of Light and would not waver. However, Qiu Wanjie's character was too soft. He would be afraid and waver at the slightest sign of trouble. Actually, Qiu Wanjie was a good person. However, his bones were too soft. Song Xiao was not a good person. He was narrow-minded and extreme. However, at this moment he was determined. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian lost this battle, and the situation deteriorated to the point where they had to retreat from the Central Continent, then Qiu Wanjie's life would be in danger. The best outcome would be to cripple his cultivation and put him under house arrest for life. Yang Dingtian would not do such a thing. However, Qin Wanchou and Dongfang Minmi would do it. If necessary, Zhu Hongyu would also have to die, because if the Council of Light retreated from the Central Continent, Black Heaven's sect had to be protected. Only then could they make a comeback. As for Wu Yuming, it was obvious that she wanted to use Zhu Hongyu to plot against Black Heaven's sect. Zhenu, according to the evaluation of the military's think tank, do we have a chance of winning against the 100,000 black vultures in the Vulture Palace? Yang Dingtian asked. Once the battle starts and the 100,000 black vultures invade Zhongjing, can the Council of Light defend against them? Yun Zhenu was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "We have deduced many times, but we can't. The 3,000-strong Demon Eagle army can at most eliminate 10,000 to 20,000 black vultures. Actually, we can't achieve this result. The difference between the Black Vulture Army and the Demon Eagle Army is not big. Luckily, the enemy does not have gunpowder and bombs. Otherwise, once the 100,000-strong Black Vulture Army launches an air attack, we won't even be able to protect the West Continent." Fuck! Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. The Council of Light was invincible in terms of ground forces. They were invincible in terms of naval forces. The Vulture Palace had an overwhelming advantage in terms of aerial forces. There was no way they could defeat them. Once the war broke out, the entire Middle Continent and the West Continent would face the endless aerial attacks of the Black Vulture Army. "Faction leader, why do you want to bring me back to the Cloud Sky Pavilion?" Yun Zhenu suddenly asked. "You haven't been home for so long. Can't I show you some concern?" Yang Dingtian smiled. "I don't think that's the reason." Yun Zhenu said, "Why do I feel like you guys are hiding something from me? It's as if you're afraid that Wu Yuming will attack me if I stay in Zhongjing." "You're thinking too much." Yang Dingtian smiled. Then Yang Dingtian said, "However, if there's really a secret, what will you do if you know it?" "What will I do?" Yun Zhenu said, "I'm doing well now. Even if someone comes and tells me that I'm not Yun Kalen's daughter, I won't care. As long as you're happy." Yang Dingtian smiled and did not say anything else. When they passed by the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yang Dingtian put Yun Zhenu down and flew toward the West Continent. Yang Dingtian met the secret team that was in charge of the missile plan on an island in the Northwest Sea. There were a few hundred people in this team. There were less than 5 people who knew about them. Song Lihua was personally in charge of all the arrangements here. Song Chanhua was in charge of the safety here. The sea beast, Xiao Xiao, was lurking near the island. With her around, even a top-notch great master could not get close. At this moment, there were dozens of different types of missiles placed in front of Yang Dingtian. The people in this team were even more imaginative. They placed all kinds of wings on the cylindrical bombs. Some were on the tail, some were in the middle, and some were on the head. "What's the progress that you're talking about?" Yang Dingtian asked. The mysterious warlock said, "Crystal stone, a very, very special kind of crystal stone. We named it the Bloody Black Gold Associated Crystal. It basically lives together with the Bloody Black Gold Mine. Its original power was already very strong. Later, we accidentally found out that when we put this crystal and the demonic core of the wind demon snake together and ignited it with a mysterious flame, the energy released would increase by 10 times. Ignite it with the mysterious flame?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. "Yes," the sorcerer said. "Originally, our crystal power array only used ordinary energy to activate the crystal. In the end, I had a wild idea and wondered what would happen if we used the mysterious flame. In the end, the Bloody Black Gold Associated Crystal Power Array actually released blue light. The energy and speed of the ejection increased by 10 times. Yang Dingtian asked, "Then can it be used on the battleship?" The sorcerer shook his head and said, "No, the principles of the two are completely different. The crystal power of the battleship is a huge thrust generated by the repulsion of large crystals. During the whole process, the crystal energy will be consumed, but it won't burn or be destroyed. But this Bloody Black Gold Associated Crystal Power Array is a powerful force generated by combustion and destruction, and has a one-time characteristic. Once it's triggered, the crystal power array will be directly destroyed and destroyed." Yang Dingtian asked, "Then, is this Bloody Black Gold Associated Crystal precious? Do we have a lot of reserves?" The sorcerer shook his head and said, "This is the bad news. We don't have a lot of reserves. In fact, this kind of crystal wasn't very useful before, and its value wasn't great. So, we almost didn't specialize in mining it. After discovering its use, Sir Song Chunhua immediately took people to a large mine to mine it. As a result, we only mined a total of 1,200 caddies. This is already all of our reserves. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Then this kind of crystal, mixed with the demonic core of the wind demon snake, and put it into gunpowder, what will happen? The sorcerer's eyes suddenly released a crazy light, and he said in a trembling voice, "Sovereign, in fact, we have already tried it. The effect is very, very, very amazing." "How amazing?" Yang Dingtian asked. "We used 5 caddies of this kind of crystal, put it into a bomb of 100 caddies, and destroyed a castle of 35 acres. Moreover, it was completely destroyed, and the whole castle was turned into ruins." The sorcerer said in a trembling voice, "Sovereign, we opened a devil's gate." Yes, it was definitely a devil's gate. If one put 100 caddies of crystal into a huge artillery shell, then how powerful would it be? If this artillery shell turned into a real missile, how powerful would it be? Yang Dingtian said, "Now, how far can the missile that you are using the blood-black golds accompanying crystal power fly? How fast can it fly?" The sorcerer's eyes became even crazier, and he said in a trembling voice, "The experiment that just finished can fly 725 miles. The key is the speed. It's so fast that it's completely unbelievable. More than 700 miles in about half an hour. 725 miles in half an hour. The speed was more than 700 kilometers per hour, which was more than 1,000 miles. How could it be so fast?" This speed was almost the same as the modern Earth's ordinary cruise missiles. "What about the accuracy?" Yang Dingtian asked. Suddenly, the sorcerer's face became ugly, and he said, "Although we imitated the mechanical gyroscope inside, but the accuracy is very, very outrageous." "How big is the error?" Yang Dingtian asked. 38 miles. The sorcerer said, This is the best result. Moreover, what we can do is only ignite the gunpowder and cause an explosion after the energy is exhausted. It's difficult to grasp the accurate power just by touching the explosion." Yang Dingtian understood. Although this was called a missile in name, it was no different from the flying fire crows in ancient China and the principle of flying arrows. The flying arrows of the fire crows in ancient China were powered by gunpowder, and their buttocks spit fire to achieve the purpose of flight. Similarly, there was no accuracy and the distance was very close, almost no practical value. And here, because of these crazy warlocks, they discovered the abnormal power of the bloody black gold associated crystal. Therefore, the speed of the missile was increased to nearly 1,000 kilometers in an instant, and the range was also nearly 1,000 miles. However, this did not mean that the scientific content was high, just because the crystal power of this world was abnormal. Also, the metal forged with mysterious fire was abnormal. The most valuable thing was probably Yang Dingtian's idea of adding wings to the shell. As for the error, at present, only the most primitive mechanical gyroscope was relied on, so this error problem was almost unsolvable. Such a huge error was destined to have a very low practical value at present. However, it should be far enough to threaten and intimidate. Yang Dingtian took a breath and said, 80% of this bloody black gold-associated crystal is used to make 10 super missiles. The remaining 20% is used to continue research. The sorcerer was shocked and said, Sect Master, if it's used to make the bomb fly, only 5 kilograms of special crystals will be enough. Yang Dingtian said, put this special bloody black gold-associated crystal in the bomb. 80 kilograms, all of it? The sorcerer said in shock that power is very scary. It can destroy a castle of hundreds of acres, or even more. The more shocking, the better. Yang Dingtian said, How long will it take to make it? The sorcerer said, We have enough shells. As long as we put in special crystals and install them as power, it will be very fast. 4 to 6 hours will be enough. Okay, make 10 as fast as you can, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, the sorcerer said. Then Yang Dingtian called Song Chanhua and whispered, Chanhua, where is our large submarine closest to the southern barbarian continent? Suddenly, Song Chanhua was shocked and said in a trembling voice, In the Cloud Sky Pavilion. That's right, Yang Dingtian wanted to use these 10 super missiles with amazing power to completely shock the Vulture Palace. Low technical content and terrible accuracy, but it doesn't matter. As long as it can explode and the effect is amazing, it's fine. For hours later, the production of 10 super missiles was completed. Each one weighed about 800 kilograms. They were packed in a special box and placed on the demon Vulture King. Yang Dingtian carried these 10 super missiles and flew in the direction of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. After arriving at the Cloud Sky Pavilion, these 10 super missiles were placed in a large new type of crystal-powered submarine. Then, an entire fleet of the Cloud Sky Pavilion set off in the direction of the southern barbarian continent. Now, the problem of the large submarine's power had been solved, but the problem of stealth and long-distance travel was not solved. Basically, it could not carry out long-distance missions alone. It needed a large number of surface fleets to guide and supply cooperation. Yang Dingtian ordered Kuei Si and Yun Qi to personally escort this fleet to the southern barbarian continent. The southern barbarian continent was the absolute territory of the Vulture Palace. It was covered by the entire Black Vulture army. Therefore, they could not get within 100 miles of the southern barbarian continent. Therefore, they would have to rely on the submarine to get close. And the Vulture Palace was in the northwest corner of the southern barbarian continent. The closest distance to the sea was about 800 miles. Therefore, Yang Dingtian ordered the sorcerer to increase the power of the crystal so that these missiles could fly to the Vulture Palace. As for the terrible accuracy, it didn't matter. As long as they could explode and make enough noise, it was fine. Chapter 695. Yang Dingtian had once looked up to Wulingzi. After all, he was one of the only 2 half-sages in the world. Ever since Yang Dingtian came to this world, none of the grandmasters and above that he had met were simple. Du Shao, Zhu Qingzhu, Qin Wanqiu, Dongfang Minmi, and so on were all outstanding talents of their generation. Even a character like Ning Wuming was so strong that it made people fear him. As for Wulingzi, a half-sage and Wuming, he was a character from 200 years ago. Just based on his experience, he could crush others to death. Subconsciously, Yang Dingtian also felt that this person was unfathomable. But now there was only a deep sense of disgust. Greedy, treacherous, cowardly, despicable, shameless, and so on. Basically, all of these could be applied to him. There was even another adjective that could be applied to him, and that was greedy for life and afraid of death. This person had lived for over 200 years, but it was as if he had not lived enough. And this person did not seem to have many goals. He only wanted to live forever and enjoy supreme power. That was his goal. And this person seemed to be very proud and cherished his face very much. He did not allow anyone to violate his dignity. But in reality, that was not the case. Just like Vulture, it was as if he cherished his face to the extreme. She felt that Wu Yuming did not love her anymore, so she kept saying that she wanted to divorce and break up with him. However, once Wu Yuming suddenly tore off the mask of tenderness and directly touched her interests of living a peaceful life, she would immediately sober up, adjust her role, and begin to surrender from the bottom of her heart. Cowardly at heart. One word was enough to describe it. Speaking of which, Vulture was indeed Wulingzi's descendant. Their personalities were actually quite similar. So if she kicked Wulingzi's manhood, it was more likely that he would not jump up and fight for his life. Instead, it was more likely that he would hold his manhood and shrink back. After leaving the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yang Dingtian brought Yun Jianu and returned to Zhongjing first. At this time, Qin Wanqiu and Zhu Hongxue already returned from South Central Province. A few hours ago, they had gone to South Central Plains with orders from Yang Dingtian and the High Command to evacuate the Black Vulture Army of the Vulture Palace. Without a doubt, they had failed. As the leader of the Vulture Palace in the Council of Light, Ling Chuzi was quite polite. As for Ling Yaozi, he directly said, "If you want us to evacuate, get Yang Dingtian to come personally." This answer stunned Yang Dingtian. "Do you want me to say it personally? Would the Vulture Palace retreat just because they said so? Who is this Ling Yaozi?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Ling Chuzi's younger sister." Qin Wanqiu said, "A very perverse person. She wants me to talk to her personally." "All right, I'll talk to her personally," Yang Dingtian said. "I think you'd better not go, lest you embarrass yourself." Qin Wanqiu said, "Ever since South Central Province was assigned to the Vulture Palace, the Imperial Mausoleum and splendid villa became defense areas, and that place seemed to have become an independent kingdom. Our North Mansion can't interfere." "Oh, there's such a saying?" Yang Dingtian said in surprise. "There are many sayings." Qin Wanqiu said, "The entire South Central Province is divided into 3 parts: North Central Province, Great Central Province, and South Central Province. After the division of defense areas and the establishment of the Central Province Army, South Central Province is basically Wu Yoming's base. Because of Nangong Xiuxiu, Splendid Villa is more hostile to us and turned to Wu Yuming. And there are only 2 people in the Imperial Mausoleum. Dishibian is indifferent and doesn't care about anything at all. Therefore, South Central Province quickly became Wu Yoming's territory like an iron bucket." Yang Dingtian frowned. Qin Wanqiu continued, "And North Central Province has always been under the control of Black Heaven Sect. Therefore, there's no doubt that it's loyal to North Mansion. The most important thing is Great Central Province. Its area, population, and power account for half of the entire South Central Province. At that time, Sect Master Yu used the primal chaos times and destroyed the 7 refined lane at the same time, causing all the powers in Great Central Province to not dare to open their eyes. Then you drove a wedge between Wu Yuming and Vulture Palace, allowing the reorganization of the Central Province Army to pass smoothly. Our Council of Light's momentum suddenly became ferocious, and the entire Great Central Province had to go into hibernation." At this point, Qin Wanqiu couldn't help but sigh. That's right. Destroying the 7 refined lane and driving a wedge between Wu Yuming and Vulture Palace became the 2 most important things in the reorganization of the South Central Province. It almost directly broke Wu Yoming's spine, causing him to be unable to stand up. "Sect Master, your political skills are average, and your talent is average. When you were around, I didn't see you doing anything. Most of the work was done by me, Sect Master Dongfang, and the others. So many times, I felt that you were like a totem that was placed there. It didn't matter whether you were around or not." Qin Wanqiu said. When he said this, Yun Zhenu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "In the end, you weren't around for the past 4 months, and Wu Yuming was around, so I immediately saw the difference." Qin Wanqiu sighed and said, "Taking advantage of your absence, Wu Yuming completely stirred up trouble. We couldn't stop him at all. He only did a total of 3 things, and he turned the situation around in an instant. Humiliating Sect Master Dongfang at Heavenly Revelation Academy and suppressing the morale of the Council of Light, the first thing. Ironwood from Netherworld, chopped off Song Zhao's right leg, the second thing. He personally chopped off Zhu Hongshue's right arm, the third thing." Qin Wanqiu rubbed his brows and said, "He only did these 3 things, and then used the men from Vulture Palace and Netherworld to form the Southern Residence Team. He actually took away all the morale in an instant, and he pressured us so much that we couldn't even breathe. Then, not only did we lose the entire South Central Continent, we also lost close to half of the Great Central Continent, and Wu Yuming even inserted his hands into Black Heaven Sect. Now, almost every day, there are leaders of the Central Continent's forces changing sides. Even Qiu Wanjie is getting restless, and he doesn't dare to go against Wu Yoming's invitation. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly and said, "Why didn't you retaliate against Wu Yoming's actions?" Qin Wanqiu laughed bitterly and said, "This is the difference between having a leader and not having one. Sect Master Dongfang didn't dare to give this order, and I also didn't dare to give this order. Once this order was given, the responsibility and consequences would be something that neither of us could bear. There are many things that we really need you to do. Even if we did something wrong, it's still better than not doing it." At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally saw the situation in Central Continent clearly. Wu Yoming's south residence was attacking, while the Council of Light was defending. Wu Yuming was aggressive and overbearing and constantly obtained results, while the Council of Light was constantly losing ground. Was it because Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanqiu were useless? Of course not. These two were outstanding talents of their generation. Their talents and political skills were far superior to Yang Dingtian. But there were some things that they couldn't do. Now, the hundreds of thousands of black vulture troops from the Vulture Palace were lying in wait there. The south residents of Zhongjing, the Vulture Palace, and the Netherworld Sea added together had close to 20 grandmasters. Once Dongfang Minmi or Qin Wanqiu gave the order, it would directly lead to war. These two people couldn't bear the consequences and responsibility of this. For example, the missile team discovered the bloody black gold accompanying crystal more than a month ago and also vaguely reported it to Dongfang Minmi. However, the order to use super missiles to attack the Vulture Palace could only be given by Yang Dingtian. Dongfang Minmi couldn't, and Qin Wanqiu couldn't either. It was precisely because of this overcautious attitude that in these few months, when Yang Dingtian wasn't around, the Council of Light was losing ground on the battlefield of Central Continent. Many times, it didn't matter if you did something wrong, but if you didn't do anything, it would be fatal. Soon, Yang Dingtian and Dishibian went to South Central Continent. After all, Dishibian was the second in command of the South Central Continent Defense Zone. South Central Continent spanned more than 5,000 miles. Its population and forces were only about 1/10 of the entire South Central Continent. Originally, in this small territory, there were 3 or 4 evenly matched forces. Later, thanks to Zhu Qingzhu, he destroyed 2 families in the name of evil ways and terrorist attacks. As a result, only Splendid Villa was left in the entire South Central Continent. In addition, this place was close to the Vulture Palace of the South Barbarian Continent, so almost immediately this place was infiltrated by the Vulture Palace. There were only 2 people in the tomb of the Emperor. Dishibian didn't care about anything and couldn't stop it at all. As soon as he entered South Central Continent, Yang Dingtian received a show of strength. Yang Dingtian was stopped by a fully armed black vulture patrol team. There were about 50 of them, and their entire bodies were covered in black armor. Together with the black vultures, the entire patrol was black. "Who are you?" the leader shouted. "Tiando League, Yang Dingtian." Yang Dingtian. The leader looked up and down at Yang Dingtian for a moment and said, "Our South Central Continent Defense Zone has completely banned flying. No one is allowed to enter through the air without the South Residence's orders. Otherwise, they will be destroyed." Yang Dingtian was so angry that he laughed. He was the leader of the Tiando League and the leader of the Council of Light, but he couldn't enter a small subordinate defense zone. Moreover, this person kept saying that it was the South Residence's orders. Dishibian looked at Yang Dingtian and realized that it wasn't good for him to keep quiet. He immediately said, "He's the leader of the hidden sect, your highest commander." The leader said indifferently, "Sorry, we don't know any Yang Dingtian. We only accept the South Residence's orders." When Zhu Hongxue and Qin Wanqiu entered South Central Continent just now, they didn't encounter such difficulties. That Ling Yaozi asked Yang Dingtian to come personally. Could it be that he was humiliated by the Vulture Palace's unruly behavior? Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. If it was someone like Ling Si in front of him, Yang Dingtian would directly kill him without hesitation. But the person in front of him was an insignificant person in the Vulture Palace. If he killed him, he would become a joke instead. Yang Dingtian, then what do you think I should do? Turn back and get the South Residence's token. Or land on the sea. Take a boat to the South Central Continent Defense Zone and wait at the dock to enter, the leader said. Yang Dingtian immediately asked Dishibian, "What should we do?" "I don't know either," Dishibian said. "Or kill him and barge in." "Okay then. My status is higher, so you do it." Yang Dingtian. Dishibian frowned awkwardly and directly pulled out her sword. The leader was shocked. He was ordered to make things difficult for Yang Dingtian. His benefactor said that Yang Dingtian would definitely suffer and wouldn't attack a small character like him. How could it be like this? He was trying to curry favor with his benefactor, but he didn't want to lose his life. "Hey, I represent the Vulture Palace. Behind me is Ling." Swoosh! Before he finished speaking, Dishibian had already sheathed her sword. 50 people directly stood in two with a sword ray on their backs and died instantly. Dishibian frowned uncomfortably. She didn't like to kill people, but her patience was limited. After killing these 50 people, sure enough, no one else dared to throw their lives away. Yang Dingtian and Dishibian went straight into South Central Continent, in the castle of the South Central Continent's defense zone. Yang Dingtian met the master of the Vulture Palace on the surface, Ling Bai's husband, Ling Chuzi. He was very cold, but there wasn't much hostility. He didn't have any reaction to Yang Dingtian's arrival, and he didn't have any intention of provoking him. Yang Dingtian frowned. Things weren't going to be easy. This was a person who was almost dead and wasn't interested in anything. It was almost impossible to persuade him. "Madam Ling Bai is doing well on my side. As her husband, you can visit her often and accompany her," Yang Dingtian said. Ling Chuzi was stunned. His eyes lit up, and then he continued to be indifferent. "Senior Ling Chuzi, have you ever thought of standing on my side?" Yang Dingtian said directly. Ling Chuzi was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Dingtian to directly poach him. Then he shook his head and said, "Impossible." "What's impossible?" Yang Dingtian said. "Could it be that you're not even as good as your wife? Your wife dares to take this step bravely and escape from a hell like the Vulture Palace. Why don't you dare?" Ling Chuzi didn't answer. He just revealed a mocking smile. Not only was he mocking himself, but he was also mocking Yang Dingtian's naivety. His smile almost made Yang Dingtian's sympathy for him instantly turn into disgust. As a man, it was already a great sin for him to be unable to protect his wife, and he seemed to enjoy the complicated emotions brought about by pain and humiliation. This sounded very strange, but there was indeed a kind of person. But when they were hurt, they were in pain, but they didn't resist. Then they enjoyed the pain and torture in a perverted way, as if it could make them more three-dimensional. They even enjoyed the feeling that the whole world felt guilty towards them. Then, no matter what they did or said, it would become natural. "All right, since it's like this, I have nothing to say to you." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "I'll ask you one thing. The Tiando League and the Council of Light's ban clearly states that only 10,000 Black Vulture troops can be transferred from the Central Continent's army. Only 10,000 Black Vulture troops are allowed to be stationed in the South Central Continent's defense zone. The Tiando League and the Vulture Palace's agreement is also clear. The number of Vulture Palace's Black Vulture troops that leave the South Barbarian Continent cannot exceed 30,000. Even if it exceeds 10,000, you have to apply to the Tiando League. Now, your Vulture Palace's 130,000 Black Vulture troops have entered the Central Continent. What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" "Rebelling? Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you sure talk big." An ice-cold female voice came from outside. Then a woman dressed in a snow-white coarse robe slowly walked over. That's right, it was a coarse robe. The Vulture Palace's wealth was unparalleled. She could wear any brocade robe she wanted, but she just had to wear coarse cloth. And the coarse cloth in this world was basically earthy gray, which was the natural color of linen. But her coarse robe was snow white and flawless. Obviously, it had been specially starched to remove the earthy gray color inside. Therefore, this coarse cloth was probably even more expensive than brocade. And although it was a coarse robe, it was cut very carefully, accentuating her tall and undulating body, making her look graceful and moving. This was a pretentious woman. Of course, it was more of a flattery, because Wulingzi wore coarse robes all year round. She might be that Ling Yaozi, Ling Chuzi's younger sister. She was unexpectedly beautiful, even brighter and more moving than Ling Bai, and her pretty face appeared dignified and generous. She indeed looked very elegant, more like a palace master's wife than Ling Bai. However, the curve of her waist when she walked was too bewitching, betraying her delinquency. In general, although she pretended to be dignified and noble, she was just a mature version of the Vulture Palace, arrogant and unbridled. The light shooting out of her eyes showed that she didn't care about life at all. This kind of disregard for life was seen by everyone in the Vulture Palace by Yang Dingtian, except for Ling Bai. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, why did you come to my South Middle Continent Defense Zone instead of staying in the capital? Ling Yaozi asked. I said before that only 10,000 people from the Black Vulture Legion can enter the Middle Continent, but 130,000 of you came. Are you rebelling? Yang Dingtian asked. Rebelling? Ling Yaozi smiled slightly. You're boasting. Whether my Vulture Palace rebelled or not, perhaps it's not too late to wait until you really become the master of the Taiando League. You called me here just to tell me this? Yang Dingtian said coldly. A few hours ago, Qin Wanqiu and Zhu Hongxue came to question me why I stationed the 130,000 Black Vulture Legion in the South Middle Continent. I said you had no right to know and asked Yang Dingtian to come. Ling Yaozi said, Now I'm here. Yang Dingtian said, All right, then I'll give you an explanation. Ling Yaozi said, We were ordered to transfer 130,000 Black Vulture Legion into the South Middle Continent. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. Ordered? Ordered by whom? South Mansion's order. The master of the Taiando League, Wu Yoming's order. Ling Yaozi said with a sarcastic smile, then took out a roll of parchment. Sure enough, it was written clearly on it. In order to ensure order on the day of the duel, the 130,000 Black Vulture Legion of the Vulture Palace was specially transferred into the Middle Continent, and additional troops were added as appropriate. Then below was Wu Yoming's seal. Since when did Wu Yuming have the power to bypass the orders of the Council of Light and the Commander-in-Chief? Yang Dingtian asked. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, orders are only orders if someone acknowledges them. If no one acknowledges them, then it's just waste paper, isn't it? Ling Yaozi said slowly, Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, the 50,000 Black Vulture Legion will be ordered to enter the central capital in 4 hours. Yang Dingtian's gaze turned cold. You're provoking a war, do you know that? Strength is king. Ling Yaozi said, But you're powerless to stop it, aren't you? Yang Dingtian was so angry that he laughed instead. In other words, not only will you not withdraw the 130,000 Black Vulture Legion, but you'll also enter the central capital? That's right. 50,000 first, then another 50,000. Ling Yaozi said slowly, You want us to not do that? It's very simple. Send Ling Bai back to the Vulture Palace personally, and then personally present a bramble to the old ancestor to ask for punishment. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, If I present a bramble to ask for punishment, you can evacuate the 130,000 Black Vultures. No, it's just not entering the central capital for the time being. Ling Yaozi said, I've already passed on the old ancestor's words. You can leave now. All right, Yang Dingtian, I also ask you to go back and pass on a message to Wulingzi. Don't be too stupid, and don't be the first to eat shit. It won't be too late to make a decision after Wu Yuming defeats or kills me in the duel. As soon as these words came out, Ling Chuzi and Ling Yaozi's expressions changed instantly. How long had it been? How long had it been since someone dared to speak to Wulingzi like this? Yang Dingtian, are you courting death? Ling Yaozi said coldly, enunciating each word clearly. You can just pass on the message. Yang Dingtian said slowly, if a black vulture army enters the central continent, then the Vulture Palace will face a devastating blow. I'll warn you once. Don't blame me for not warning you. Huh? Ling Yaozi said slowly, you're about to die, yet you're still spouting such nonsense. It's really ridiculous. You're not going to help me pass on the message, are you? Yang Dingtian said, you're about to die. What else do you want me to pass on? Ling Yaozi said with a smile, Yang Dingtian. Then it seems that His Excellency Ling Chuzi won't help me pass on the message. What should I do then? Ling Yaozi said, take Ling Bai and personally go to the Vulture Palace to present a bramble to ask for punishment. Although you can't save yourself, it doesn't mean you can't save your family. Nominally, you're Wulingzi's granddaughter, but in fact, you're his woman, right? Yang Dingtian said. As soon as these words came out, Ling Yaozi's eyes shot out an incomparably resentful light. This was of course the truth, and she also enjoyed the power it brought. But she wasn't willing to let outsiders know such a scandal. Since you're that old bastard's woman, it'll be easy. Yang Dingtian, you help me pass on the message. It'll carry more weight. In your dreams, Ling Yaozi said coldly, Yang Dingtian, you're bringing disaster to your family. Yang Dingtian ignored her threat and continued, I'll have to trouble you to go back to the Vulture Palace and help me pass on a message. Just tell Wulingzi not to be too stupid and not to compete to be the first to eat shit. It won't be too late to make a decision after Wu Yuming defeats me in a duel or kills me. Immediately, Ling Yaozi looked at Yang Dingtian as if she was looking at a dead person. She felt that Yang Dingtian had completely gone crazy. Yang Dingtian, if your family encounters any misfortune in the future, it'll be your fault. Ling Yaozi said lightly and then left directly. Yang Dingtian, Ling Yaozi, wait a moment. Help me pass on a message to the Vulture Palace. Idiot, who's about to die? Ling Yaozi turned her head and said coldly. Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword. Swoosh! With a fierce slash, he directly chopped off Ling Yaozi's right arm and then directly blasted it with mystic fire. It was instantly completely charred. He handed it to Ling Yaozi and said, I'll have to trouble you to go back to the Vulture Palace and help me pass on a message to Wulingzi. As a lover, you have enough weight. In an instant, the room was dead silent. Blood shot out like a fountain from the beautiful Ling Yaozi's severed arm. Ah! Then, she suddenly let out an earth-shattering howl. Chapter 696. Ling Yaozi had probably never suffered such pain before. Her entire right arm was cut off at the base. At first, she didn't feel pain, but the coldness of her body when her blood spurted out. Then it was numbness and finally severe pain. But more, it was fear. The fear of having a part of her body cut off. She, Ling Yaozi, completely relied on her beauty and figure to have a prominent position in the Vulture Palace. The Vulture Palace had been passed down for thousands of years. Everyone inside was a family, and they were all of the same clan. They looked very affectionate, didn't they? In fact, the relationship between the same clan in the Vulture Palace was even more cruel and terrifying than that between outsiders. In the 200 years that Wulingzi had shut himself up and proclaimed himself as the overlord, the Vulture Spirit Palace had completely stopped expanding. Therefore, if one wanted to stand out in the entire Vulture Palace, they had to step on the heads of their own clansmen. The cruelty and ugliness of this were unimaginable to the outside world. Then, how could one rise up in the Vulture Palace? It was very simple. There was only one way, and that was to please old ancestor Willingzi. As long as one did this well, they could rise up. How to please old ancestor Willingzi. Men were either cunning or had high cultivation levels. Women were even simpler. Just one thing, they were beautiful and moving. Because the Vulture Palace was of the same clan, its morals and ethics were completely different from those of the outside world. It was so filthy that it made people nauseous. In fact, Willingzi was not a very greedy person. What he cared about was his own life and cultivation. Women were just his occasional pastime. Ling Bai was the victim of his occasional outburst of his wolf nature. And Ling Yaozi relied on her scheming and took the initiative to send herself up, taking advantage of Willingzi's favor. She didn't care about anyone in the entire Vulture Palace except for the vulture. Now, Yang Dingtian had cut off one of her arms, so she became a one-armed woman, a beautiful woman with only one arm left. No matter how beautiful she was, men wouldn't have many thoughts about her. Therefore, Ling Yaozi was filled with infinite fear. She was finished, she was finished. She was going to lose everything. Thus, even though she did not feel any intense pain, her screams grew more and more intense. Ling Chizi did not expect that Yang Dingtian would actually go on a rampage and injure someone. How dare he? Ling Yaozi was the old ancestor's woman and was considered one of his most beloved women. How dare Yang Dingtian? Was he not afraid that the great ancestor would rush out of the Vulture Palace and take his life? Wasn't he afraid that the Vulture Palace's Black Vulture army would directly attack the Council of Light or even Cloud Sky City? Thus, the instant Yang Dingtian made his move, Ling Chuzi abruptly drew his sword and prepared to attack as well. However, his sword was only pulled out halfway before it stopped there. Yang Dingtian, you're courting death, Ling Chuzi said slowly. His words were very cold, but not vicious, as if he was just elaborating. Because although Ling Yaozi was his younger sister, he did not feel angry or hateful when her arm was cut off by Yang Dingtian. Because normally, Ling Yaozi did not put him, her elder brother, in her eyes at all. Don't worry, I know that old bastard of yours better than you do. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, he only cares about his own life. Although Ling Yaozi is his woman, he won't care too much about her life or death. Yang Dingtian said to Ling Yaozi, remember to pass on my words to Willingzi, understand? Pass it on without missing a word, and then add another sentence to immediately evacuate the South Central Continent's Black Vulture army. If one of them dares to enter the central capital, then I will carry out a destructive attack on the Vulture Palace. Don't blame me for not warning you. At this time, Ling Yaozi grabbed her severed arm and looked at Yang Dingtian's beautiful eyes, revealing bone-deep resentment. She said word by word, don't worry, Yang Dingtian, I will pass on the message. Moreover, everything you did to me today, I will take revenge on your woman 10 times in the future. Don't worry, you won't have this chance. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, it's your good fortune to be able to live past this month. If I were you, I would never come out after entering the Vulture Palace. Coming out is death, because many people have threatened my family, but they all died. Then Yang Dingtian said to Dishibian, Disher, let's go. But Disher stood there motionlessly. Let's go? Don't tell me you want to stay for dinner? Yang Dingtian said. Disher's beautiful face desperately tightened. She bit her little mouth tightly and didn't dare to move. Her whole body was trembling, and bean-sized cold sweat kept coming out on her beautiful little face. You, what are you doing? Menstrual cramps? Yang Dingtian said, let's go. Finally, Dishibian couldn't bear it anymore. She covered her little mouth, ran outside quickly and vomited. However, what did this girl eat? All she vomited was water, and there was no food at all. She vomited until tears came out. Then she squatted there and desperately gasped for breath. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He went to the table to get a cup of water and handed it to her. The cup here, the water here. Bien asked. And don't worry. Although it's from here, it's not poisonous, Yang Dingtian said. Then I won't drink it, Bien said. Damn, girl. You're so obsessed with cleanliness that you're sick. You're vomiting like this, and you still won't drink outside water? Do you have anything to drink? Bien asked. Only wine. It's very strong. I drank from the bottle with my mouth, Yang Dingtian said. Then give it to me, Bien said. Yang Dingtian handed over the wine bottle on his waist. Bien opened her little mouth and drank a big mouthful from the bottle. Finally, she felt a little better. She drank from the bottle with her mouth. She didn't pour from the bottle. What's wrong with this girl? If you say she's obsessed with cleanliness, Yang Dingtian's bottle is not clean either. If you say she's not obsessed with cleanliness, she won't even drink outside water. There's wine here. I can't guarantee what will happen when you get drunk, Yang Dingtian said. Don't worry, I can drink. I often drink with Gigi, Bien said. Yang Dingtian was startled. He couldn't tell that Dishi's Xiao Longnu knew how to drink. How can you be pregnant when you vomited like this? Are you pregnant? Yang Dingtian asked. Bien shook her head. No, you cut off her hand. There was a lot of blood. I felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. Fuck. Yang Dingtian only had these 2 words in his heart. Sister Bien, you can be considered the Council of Light's #1 expert now. Can you not embarrass the word expert? You seem to be quite good at killing people, but you're scared of blood? How are you going to fight in the future? As you fight, when people see that they are about to lose, they will cut their own arm and blood will splatter everywhere. You will be covered in cold sweat, stiff and motionless. You might even vomit and faint. Then isn't that a dead end? Sister Bien, do you know? You are sick, very sick, Yang Dingtian said. Bien lowered her head and let Yang Dingtian scold her. Okay, let's go. Yang Dingtian reached out to pat Bien's back, but soon he stopped halfway. With this pat, she vomited again. Yang Dingtian could be considered to have sinned. Then Yang Dingtian turned to Ling Chuzi and Ling Yaozi and said, Remember, send a message. Evacuate the Black Vulture Army. If a Black Vulture enters the central capital, I will deal a devastating blow to the Vulture Palace. Then Yang Dingtian and Bien sat on the Demon Vulture King and flew towards the central capital. What do you plan to do about the duel? Bien asked. Just fight, Yang Dingtian said. Can you beat him? Bien asked. If there are no accidents, I shouldn't be able to beat him. I just need to rely on my cultivation to save my life, Yang Dingtian said. Then what should we do? Why don't I go up and help you fight? Bien said. Thank you, but please think of a more reliable way. Yang Dingtian, for example, you marry me and then use the yin-yang devour mystic technique to give me your cultivation. As soon as these words came out, Bien's delicate body trembled violently, and then she instinctively wanted to cover her mouth. Yang Dingtian immediately slapped himself and nearly wanted to jump off from the Devil Vulture King's body. Making such a joke with Bien was not teasing her, but torturing himself. Was he that disgusting? Bien wanted to vomit just by listening. Next, for more than 2,000 miles, Bien did not speak because she kept covering her small mouth and vomiting frequently. Yang Dingtian's tears were about to come out. I just teased her, and you vomited for 2,000 miles. Who would dare to provoke you in the future? The Demon Vulture King could no longer bear it, and his flying speed became slower and slower, and his whole body trembled more and more violently, because it was really painful to hold back its laughter. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but pinch its back and said, If you laugh again, I'll marry Kuei Qing's female vulture to you. The Demon Vulture King, Ajwa, suddenly felt cold all over. Half of his soul was scared out of his wits. Kuei Qing's female vulture saw the Demon Vulture King once by chance, and it was very wild and direct, rushing up to him. The demon vulture king was so scared that he was about to cry. He was now civilized and had thoughts. He was really scared of the behavior of this primitive demon beast. 2 hours later, they flew to Zhongjing. Dishi Bian suddenly turned her head and said, Yang Dingtian, if you knock me out and then sleep with me, you will use the Devour Xian technique to absorb my cultivation. Will it be useful? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Along the way, she didn't say a word. It turned out that she was serious, and she even agreed. Immediately after she finished speaking, her mind seemed to have recalled that kind of scene, and she immediately felt nauseous. She couldn't endure it any longer and immediately lay down and vomited towards the surface of the sea. Immediately, Yang Dingtian smelled the smell of alcohol, and she had vomited all the alcohol that she had drunk earlier. At this time, she was lying in front of Yang Dingtian looking very charming. But Yang Dingtian's tears were about to come out. He swore that he would never make such a joke with this woman in front of him again, or even stay together with her. Otherwise, his self-esteem would be damaged. After vomiting, Dishi Bian got up and said to Yang Dingtian, panting, "But it's best not to go to your place. It's too embarrassing to be seen by too many people. Gigi and I have a courtyard in Zhongjing. It's very remote. We can go there to do things." Ugh. When it came to the word do things, Dishi Bian suddenly covered her mouth and tried her best to hold back the vomit. Of course, she didn't vomit, not because she held back, but because there was nothing to vomit. No need. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, tears really came out. He was really tortured to tears. After Yang Dingtian left, Ling Yaozi rode the black vulture and flew directly to the vulture palace. A few hours later, she appeared in front of Wu Lingzi's thatched hut, knelt there, and repeated Yang Dingtian's words. Yang Dingtian asked me to tell you not to be too stupid. Don't fight to be the first to eat shit. When Wu Yuming defeats him in a duel or kills him, it won't be too late for you to make a decision. Moreover, Yang Dingtian also asked me to tell you to immediately withdraw the Black Vulture Legion from South Zhongzhou. If a black vulture dares to enter Zhongjing, it will carry out a destructive blow to the vulture palace. Don't blame me for not warning you. After Ling Yaozi finished speaking, there was a dead silence in the thatched hut. 200 years, no one dared to be disrespectful to Wu Lingzi for 200 years. In these 200 years, Wu Lingzi was almost the only one in the world. Now, a mere Yang Dingtian, such a little thing, actually dared to humiliate him like this. Wrath, a towering wrath. Of course, Yang Dingtian wasn't the first. Wu Yuming was the first. However, behind Wu Yuming was the demon king Wen Tian, who was about to dominate the world, and Wen Tian, who controlled the underworld empire. What did you, Yang Dingtian, count as? Not only that, Yang Dingtian even cut off my arm. Ling Yaozi sobbed. We can't tolerate this. Your dignity can't be offended. We must take revenge 10 times, 100 times. Otherwise, your prestige will be completely swept to the ground. Yang Dingtian will step on your head and ride roughshod over you. Shut up! Wu Lingzi suddenly roared, because he gritted his teeth too hard. Blood directly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Boom! There was a loud sound. Immediately, a mountain dozens of miles away was shaved off and fell into the bottomless abyss. Very soon, Wu Lingzi's voice calmed down. With a bone-deep killing intent, he said slowly, "Then tell me, what should we do?" "Return it 10 times, 100 times." Ling Yaozi said coldly, "Let the Black Vulture Army enter the central capital and start a massacre on the Council of Light. Go and capture all of Yang Dingtian's women and children. After you personally enjoy the women, cook them alive, and finally invite Yang Dingtian to share a cup of soup." Ling Yaozi's vicious words made Wu Lingzi shiver. "Ancestor, if you continue to endure like this, your 200 years of prestige will be destroyed in an instant," Ling Yaozi said coldly. Wu Lingzi took a deep breath and said, "Okay, let's do that." Send people to Cloud Heaven City and capture Yang Dingtian's women and bring them to the Vulture Palace. Yes. Ling Yaozi was so excited that he trembled. I'll personally bring 2 great grandmasters and 10 great grandmasters. Remember, don't touch Yang Dingtian's eldest son. That's Dugu Zhao's grandson, Wu Lingzi said. At this time, thousands of miles away, Dugu Zhao rushed to Cloud Heaven City again because Yang Dingtian sent someone to report again that someone wanted to capture his Dugu Zhao's grandson. Yang Dingtian, you little bastard, you even dare to use me. Dugu Zhao was speechless. At this time, the fleet carrying the 10 super missiles was already close to the southern barbarian continent. That large submarine had already dived and was heading to the launch site. Chapter 697. Ling Yaozi led 2 great grandmasters and nearly 10 great grandmasters to Cloud Sky City. The Black Vulture's speed wasn't that fast, but it could still travel 600 to 700 kilometers in an hour. In about a day and a night, it would reach Cloud Sky City. During this day and night, the Council of Light and the Vulture Palace fell into a temporary silence. The Vulture Palace's Black Vulture Corps in the southern barbarian continent did not withdraw, but they did not immediately enter the central capital either. At this time, there were less than 5 days before the duel between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming. Ling Yaozi led the Vulture Palace experts to Cloud Sky City. Although it was very secretive and they set off at night, the journey was too far after all. Although the Black Vultures flew high enough, they were still not as high as the Demon Vultures. The Council of Light's awareness of vigilance in the air was unique, and so was their investigative power. Although Ling Yaozi avoided the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Fisher City, he was already discovered by the Council of Light's Demon Vulture Patrol when he was still 6,000 miles away from the northwest mainland. The Demon Vulture Patrol didn't move at all. After observing clearly, it immediately rose to the highest point and hid in the thick clouds. After Ling Yaozi and the others were far away, this Demon Vulture Patrol flew to the nearest secret stronghold at the fastest speed. Then, this secret stronghold immediately mobilized all the winged cavalry and 3 Demon Vultures. A total of more than a dozen air forces flew in several directions. 1 flew to Fisher City, 1 flew to the West Capital, 1 flew to the Iron Furnace City, 2 flew to the Central Capital, 1 flew to Cloud Sky City, and even 1 flew to the southwest mainland. For the Navy and Air Force, the Council of Light could be said to have established an unprecedentedly powerful aerial investigative force. Hundreds of investigative strongholds were built in the entire chaotic mainland. Almost any second-level investigative stronghold had at least 3 Demon Vultures and more than a dozen winged cavalry at the same time. As long as any stronghold discovered information, it could spread to all the important authorities of the Council of Light in the shortest time possible. At every moment, the Council of Light had at least tens of thousands of winged cavalry patrolling every place in the chaotic world in the air. Therefore, in terms of military power, the Council of Light was unquestionably number 1. Even if Zhongzhou State was not in his hands, the armed forces of the Council of Light in Yang Dingtian's hands were no less than those of the Tiando League at the peak of the Doomsday War 200 years ago. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Vulture Legion of the Vulture Palace was too unbeatable, the Council of Light would have been invincible in terms of military strength alone. Moreover, he did not want to fight a civil war. Otherwise, even if the military forces of the Middle Continent and the East Continent were all given to Wu Yuming, Yang Dingtian could only lead the frontline army of the West Continent to fight against the entire chaotic world and beat the enemy to a pulp. Before Ling Yaozi's men entered the Northwest Continent, they were already investigated by 5 air forces and tracked from afar in the clouds. When Ling Yaozi's troops were still 8,000 miles away from Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian had already received the report. With the speed of the Demon Vulture King, he could even arrive at Cloud Sky City earlier than Ling Yaozi. "Sect Master, do you want to rush back?" Qin Wanchou asked. How about letting me or sect master Dongfang rush back? Yang Dingtan was silent for a moment before saying, I can't go back because the Black Vulture Legion of the South Middle Continent may enter Zhongjing at any time. I have to give the order from the South Barbarian Continent. Then Yang Dingtian said to Dongfang Minmi, Master, you can make a trip there, but you don't have to do anything. Dugu Xiao has already rushed to Cloud Sky City. It's better for him to kill people than for you to do it. If you go, it's better to be prepared. What if Senior Dugu is not a match for those people from the Vulture Palace? Impossible, Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanchou said almost at the same time. Then Dongfang Minmi said with a smile, It's good for me to make a trip there. I can also see my grandchildren and your master's wife so that they won't be frightened. Then Dongfang Minmi directly rode on the Demon Vulture and rushed to Cloud Sky City at the fastest speed. After more than 12 hours, the people from the Vulture Palace arrived in the sky above Cloud Sky City. At this time, Dongfang Minmi had been chatting with Bao Bao and Master's wife for 2 hours. It was rare for Dongfang Minmi to come back, so the children gathered in the hall and he enjoyed the rare joy of a family reunion. Husband, is something the matter? Master's wife asked. No, I just came to see you. Dongfang Minmi smiled. Great treasure Yangli was really not quiet for a moment. Dongfang Nimi was a great grandmaster, but he was sweating all over. And the little guy was almost 3 years old, which was the most talkative age. Grandpa, what is this? That's a pillar. Pillar, Grandpa, what's that? That's a window. Window, Grandpa, what's that? That's a book. Book, Grandpa, what's that? In short, a 3-year-old baby was simply asking 100,000 questions. The key was that he knew what it was, but he still asked. Moreover, he had to ask several times for each item. Fortunately, Dongfang Nimi was old and regarded these babies as treasures. He had enough patience and answered all of their questions with great joy. If it were anyone else, they would probably go crazy. After asking everything in the house, he began to point at the pillar and say, Pillar! At this time, someone had to respond to him and repeat his words. Otherwise, he would continue to say, Pillar, pillar, pillar. If there was no response after 4 or 5 times, he would lose his temper and shout. Therefore, it was really not easy for Dongfang Minmi to talk to Master's wife and follow the baby's rhythm at the same time. In comparison, Yao Rao's baby, Yang Yi, was much more gentle and quiet. At this moment, he was lying quietly in his mother's arms, but his big eyes were staring at his older brother, Yang Li. Then, when Yang Li said something, baby Yang Yi also opened his mouth and said it, but he didn't make a sound. As for the baby in Qin Jiaojiao's arms, she was also more than a year old. She mostly looked like Qin Chi-Chi, but she was very, very beautiful. The big baby Yang Li loved this younger sister the most. Among the 4 babies, Yang Li was the undisputed boss, and he had always been protecting his authority as the boss. Yang Yichen became his absolute follower and established his position as the boss even more. And at a young age, he learned to be domineering and began to dote on his younger sister, Yang Qin, and began to suppress his younger brother, Yang Yi. That's right, the big baby Yang Li already felt that his younger brother, Yang Yi, was the biggest threat to him and might snatch away the love that his grandfather, grandmother, mother, and auntie had for him. Therefore, he had to suppress him. Therefore, the 3-year-old Yang Li was already bullying the 1-year-old Yang Yi. Facing his older brother's bullying, baby Yang Yi just smiled quietly and stood at the side, not crying or making a fuss. In any case, all the adults who saw Yang Yi would be amazed by his performance. In fact, he didn't perform very well. He didn't learn to walk early and didn't know how to speak yet. However, that kind of natural calmness, as well as those eyes that were full of spirit, made people immediately feel that he was incomparably intelligent. That's right, extremely smart. Whether it was physical talent or intellect, Yang Yi was far superior to the other babies. As for the big baby Yang Li, the older he got, the more his personality resembled his mother, Dugu Fengwu. Strong, generous, and even a little domineering. Therefore, he often quarreled with his older sister, Ningning. Little Ningning was also very domineering and would order this person around. Not only was she domineering, but she was also very cunning. According to her own words, no one in Cloud Sky City could subdue her, and she was ready to go to Shijing. And she said that within 5 years, she would go to Zhongjing to help her father. Of course, she wasn't even 9 years old this year. Therefore, every time she was naughty, her mother, Ning Ro would be angry. Where did the cute and obedient baby daughter from 5 years ago go? How did she become the Demon King? Baby Yang Li loved to show off, so she kept talking to her grandfather. Baby Yang Qin was as beautiful as a doll. She stared at her brother for a while, then at her brother for a while. Her eyes were wide open. She clearly wasn't smiling, but it seemed like she was smiling at all times. Her eyes were curved, and the corners of her mouth were also curved. Yang Yichen, who was in Mu Lianyi's arms, looked at Yang Li with envy. He didn't think much of his father's departure at first, but he gradually found out. Therefore, he was very envious of Yang Li in his grandfather's arms. Dongfang Minmi was very sensitive and noticed it. He stretched out his other arm and said, "Yang Yichen, come here. Let Grandpa hug you too." Yang Yichen's face lit up, and he turned to look at Mu Lianyi inquisitively. "Go," Mu Lianyi said gently. Little Peach was his biological mother. After Yang Dingtian killed her and left, although she was saved by Yang Dingtian, she was silent for a long time. After she recovered, she worked even harder with Mu Lianyi. She put all her energy and emotions into Cloud Sky City and her son. However, Yang Dingtian and Mu Lianyi didn't agree with the way she educated her son. Little Peach kept insisting that her son should be loyal to Yang Dingtian and Yang Li. This wasn't good and would make the child feel inferior. Therefore, Mu Lianyi would personally educate Yang Yichen. She had to make him feel that he was also one of the little masters of Cloud Sky City. But even so, Yang Yichen still worshipped Yang Li and followed her. Perhaps this had nothing to do with identity, but Yang Li's domineering temperament attracted him. Yang Li wasn't as smart as Yang Yi, but she had the temperament of a king among children. After receiving Mu Lianyi's permission, Yang Yichen happily ran towards Dongfang Minmi. Yang Li generously patted Dongfang Minmi's other leg and said, "Here, I'll let you have it." Dongfang Minmi carried Yang Yichen and said to Yang Li, "Yang Li, who do you take after? Your father doesn't like to control people." Speaking of his father, Yang Li instinctively pouted. Anyway, he didn't really care about his father, because every time his father came, his mother's love for him would decrease. Father wins people over with virtue. Yang Li is always yelling and making people do this and that. Little Ningning suddenly said, "So, Yang Li definitely can't compare to father." "I'm not talking to you." Although Yang Li didn't quite understand what her sister was saying, it was definitely something bad. So he turned his head and ignored her. "TSK, I don't like to talk to a brat like you." Little Ningning turned her head away. Ning Ro pinched her arm and said, "Grandpa is here. You can't be rude. I'm telling the truth. Yang Li definitely can't grow up like this. She definitely can't take over father's business." When father's cultivation was still very weak, there were already many powerful people who obeyed him. This wasn't done by talking. Little Ningning said, "This is a kind of charisma." Dongfang Minmi had long known that this little girl was mischievous and knew a lot. However, when he heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. This was no longer mischievous but precocious. Although her words were still childish, they hit the nail on the head. Among the children, the one who admired Yang Dingtian the most was undoubtedly Yang Ningning. Although she wasn't his biological daughter, she admired Yang Dingtian the most and was the closest to him. Dongfang Minmi smiled and said, "Yang Ningning, when you grow up, are you going to take over father's business?" Yang Ningning said, "When I grow up, I'll definitely help father, but I don't know if I'll take over his business. Actually, I'm still not sure what I want to do when I grow up." Dongfang Minmi said, Then what do you think now? Yang Ningning said, I just want to grow up quickly and help father. I want father to know that I'm his most outstanding daughter. Qin Jiaojiao said, that might not be the case. Little Nan Nan might be father's most outstanding daughter. After Qin Jiaojiao finished speaking, she kissed the daughter in her arms, and Yang Qin giggled. Her? Yang Ningning said, she'll be in charge of being a princess. She just has to be pretty and cute. Yan Yan couldn't help but laugh and said, Ningning, you're very pretty too. Little Ningning said, being pretty is the most useless characteristic of me. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Little Ningning's big eyes suddenly turned and said, Yan Yan's mother, some time ago a very beautiful woman came to our cloud sky city. When she saw me, she even smiled at me. I asked her who she was, and she actually knew my name. Qin Jiaojiao immediately pursed her lips and said, Isn't it Wu Maji? I know her. She's not willing to live in Cloud Sky City. What's so great about her? I don't even care about her. Mu Lianyi said, I heard that she even gave birth to twins. I really want to take a look. Qin Jiaojiao said, What's there to see? My father and father-in-law went to see them. I heard that the boys look a lot like my husband and are quite ugly. After saying that, Qin Jiaojiao felt that she was brainless and quickly explained, I mean, compared to the Bao and San Bao, they're quite ugly. At this moment, the one who should be crying was Yang Dingtian, or the youngest baby, who looked like Yang Dingtian. Actually, he was quite handsome, but he couldn't beat Yang Li and Yang Yi, who were so beautiful. With this comparison, the little baby actually became the ugliest. It was really unfair. But so what if he was the ugliest? He knew how to stick to people and cry, so he was even more doted on by his mother than the beautiful twin sister. Wu Maji was extremely concerned about this baby, but she was also extremely annoyed by it. When Ling Yaozi and the others were just a few dozen kilometers away from Cloud Sky City, a tall figure stood in front of them. He wore a long golden robe and was handsome and unruly. He was awe-inspiring without being angry. Let's go. Go back to where you came from, Du Gushao said slowly. Who are you? Ling Yaozi said proudly, You dare to stop the Vulture Palace from handling matters? Temple of Blood, Du Gushao. You're Du Gushao. Ling Yaozi's eyes narrowed. Since you're Du Gushao, you should know the weight of my Vulture Palace. Leave quickly and don't cause trouble for yourself or the Temple of Blood. We can let your grandson go and let you take him away. Du Gushao wasn't angry, but laughed instead. Then what do you plan to do with Yang Dingtian's wife and children? Ling Yaozi's eyes were filled with resentment. Yang Dingtian will have to taste this bitter fruit for what he sowed. After his women and family are cooked, I'm afraid they will become the flesh in my Vulture Palace's belly. At that time, he will be given a share of the profits. Leave quickly. There are some people in this world that you can't afford to offend. Du Gushao originally wanted to reason with him and try not to fight, but he realized that there was no way to reason with a retard. You're so stupid. It's really not easy for you to grow so big and not die. Du Gushao said lightly. What did you say? Ling Yaozi said coldly, Others are afraid of your Temple of Blood, but my Vulture Palace doesn't take you seriously. You know that behind me is the venerable ancestor, young Lord Wu Yuming. If you stop us from doing things, you can't bear the consequences. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ling Yaozi hadn't finished speaking yet. He was instantly minced into meat paste by Du Guxiao's scabbard, and he didn't even have time to react. That's right. Just like that, Ling Yaozi became a pile of meat paste, and not even an intact corpse was left. Her heart and her words were too vicious. Du Guxiao couldn't tolerate it at all. Yang Dingtian was his son-in-law. Although good and evil couldn't coexist, Yang Dingtian's family could also be considered his Du Guxiao's family. Yang Dingtian's children could also be considered his grandchildren. Now, someone actually dared to use such words to offend him. Then, even if it was Wulingzi's woman, she would die without a doubt. However, Dugu Xiao disdained to use terrifying means to torture women, so he could only dismember her body into thousands of pieces to vent the anger in his heart. Dugu Xiao's speed was too fast, and the Vulture Palace's experts couldn't react at all. A moment later, the 2 great grandmasters and nearly 10 grandmasters brought by Ling Yaozi were shocked and said in horror, "We are from the Vulture Palace. Are you courting death?" "Ah cha!" Dugu Xiao shouted impatiently. He hated this kind of situation the most. The other party had some connections, so it wasn't easy to kill them. But, to be reasonable, the other party was brainless. In the end, he had to kill them. Although I, Dugu Xiao, am called a great demon, I really don't like to kill people. Yang Dingtian, little bastard, wait for me to settle the score with you. Dugu Xiao buried his head and was too lazy to explain. He directly rushed over. In an instant, the 2 great grandmasters and 10 grandmasters surrounded Dugu Xiao. Then, they suddenly drew their swords and rushed to the middle, wanting to dismember him into thousands of pieces. Bang, 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 bang. Dugu Xiao didn't use any moves, nor did he draw his sword. He just used the hilt of his sword to knock them down one by one. Suddenly, 5 of the 10 grandmasters' heads were smashed into rotten watermelons. For the remaining 5, Dugu Xiao hesitated for a while and showed some mercy. He directly cracked their heads and didn't kill them. As for the 2 great grandmasters, before they could get close, Dugu Xiao casually poked their chests. Suddenly, they couldn't even spit out blood. Their mystic meridians and bones all collapsed, and they were like noodles. Bang, bang, bang. 5 corpses and 7 disabled people fell to the ground almost at the same time. Dugu Xiao was indeed difficult to deal with. Although he was a great demon, he really didn't like to kill people, but he wasn't afraid of killing people either. However, after all, the Vulture Palace had some connections. It was really difficult for him to kill them all like this. Therefore, he didn't even draw his sword. In less than a second, he killed 5 of them, and the rest were all paralyzed. The 2 great grandmasters didn't even have a chance to get close. Then he helplessly carried all the dead and alive Vulture Palace experts onto the demonic spirit ray and flew to the Vulture Palace. He really didn't like to deal with that old bastard Wulingzi, but this time he had to go, whether it was for business or personal reasons. He could only hope that Wulingzi wouldn't be as stupid as his woman. Chapter 698. Yang Dingtian, look at all these troublesome things you found for me. So troublesome. Dugu Xiao grumbled as he used an inaudible vibration to speak into Cloud Sky City. Dongfang, I'm leaving. I didn't kill all the people, so I'll return them to the Vulture Palace. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi was still enjoying the joy of family reunion. When he heard Dugu Xiao's helpless and complaining words, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he opened his mouth and said in a vibration that others couldn't hear, "Brother Dugu, aren't you going to hug your grandson? She's really exactly the same as your daughter." "Sai, I don't dare to hug her. If I hug her, I'll miss her so much that I won't be able to sleep for a few days," Dugu Xiao said lovingly. Dongfang Minmi instantly fell silent. Although Dugu Xiao dominated the world, he was also the most miserable. He clearly had a daughter, but she couldn't stay by his side. He clearly had a grandson, but he couldn't hug her or enjoy the joy of family reunion. Now, it seemed that he was still living a comfortable life. But from the moment when Tian was resurrected, Dugu Xiao really didn't know what to face. Dongfang Minmi was still hugging the child, listening to the child's tender voice, and enjoying this extremely rare happiness. However, he couldn't stay for long and had to leave soon. An hour later, Dongfang Minmi left and returned to the central capital. From beginning to end, Master's wife and Yan Yan didn't know what happened and weren't frightened at all. At this moment, there was movement in the South Middle Continent. Another 20,000 Black Vulture Corps entered the South Middle Continent from the Southern Barbarian Continent. After Yang Dingtian heard this news, he immediately laughed disdainfully. Wulingzi was really getting funnier as he got older. He was probably still waiting for news that Ling Yaozi had succeeded in Cloud Sky City, and then used this to force Yang Dingtian to go to the Vulture Palace to offer a humble apology. And if Yang Dingtian didn't go, then he would order the Black Vulture Corps to enter the central capital. This person was really overcautious when doing things. Either you don't make a move, or you do both. What was the point of sending another 20,000 Black Vultures into South Central Continent? Moreover, Wu Lingzi's current strategic goal was to make Yang Dingtian beg for forgiveness. During these few hours, Yang Dingtian spent most of his time meditating, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. That's right, he merely closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He did not cultivate, nor did he use the profound breathing technique. It was as if he was sensing something in his body. At this time, there were only 4 days left before the duel with Wu Yuming. The whole of Zhongjing was like the eve before a storm. The feeling of dark clouds hanging over one's head was almost suffocating. At this moment, all the forces in Zhongjing temporarily put down the things in their hands. The rectification of the Council of Light stopped, and the encroachment of Wu Yoming's South Mansion on Zhongzhou State gradually stopped. It was as if everything was just to make way for the duel 4 days later. Everyone in the world, all the forces, were preparing for the duel in the future. Of course, the reaction of the West Continent was more intense than that of Zhongzhou State. At this time, all the frontline armies of the West Continent had gathered. All the new submarines and gunships of the Southwest Fleet were ready to go at any time. Even the ancient sea beast Xiao had secretly gone south to meet with the Southwest Fleet. As long as the order was given, the Southwest Fleet and Xiao would completely seal off all the waters around the Sea of Nether, not allowing a single soldier from the Sea of Nether to leave. The Northwest Fleet and the West Continent Fleet had all gathered in Iron Furnace City, and millions of elites were ready to board the ships. As long as the order was given, no matter if Yang Dingtian won or lost the duel, as long as he did not die. The West Continent Army would enter Zhongzhou State at any time and use military means to completely reorganize Zhongzhou State. The only variable was the Vulture Palace. Therefore, at this time, all the eyes in the world fell on the 150,000 Black Vulture Army of the South Barbarian Continent. All eyes were fixed on the Vulture Palace, waiting for the 200-year-old ancestor to make a move. At this time, Duge Xiao was still on his way to the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian was meditating in seclusion, and the entire Zhongjing fell into an eerie silence. As for Wu Maji, she was in a state of unease and fear. She knew her husband's cultivation, and also roughly knew Wu Yoming's cultivation. Wu Yuming was not in her 20s or 30s. She had been cultivating for who knew how long. Wu Maji predicted that even if Wu Yoming's cultivation was not as amazing as Zhu Qingzhu's, the difference was very small. Compared to Yang Dingtian, Wu Yoming's cultivation should be at least 3 to 5 times higher. Wu Yuming had already made up her mind to kill Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Wu Maji was very, very worried about Yang Dingtian. She was now in a difficult situation. Normally, she was calm and wise. She could easily analyze the pros and cons of a matter and determine the success rate of a matter. However, as the duel approached, her heart gradually became flustered. During the duel, she could of course give the demonic spirit fog clothing to Yang Dingtian. However, would that be enough to stop Wu Yuming? She did not dare to guarantee it. Although Wu Yuming could not lock onto Wu Maji, who was wearing the demonic spirit fog clothing in many previous battles, that was not the case. But that was before the critical moment. When the critical moment came, Wu Yuming might have a way. Moreover, Wu Yuming was one of the young masters of the evil ways. If Ning Wuming could kill the demonic spirit, it would not be a problem for Wu Yuming. Moreover, Wu Yuming had already guessed that Wu Maji would give the demonic spirit fog clothing to Yang Dingtian. She must have been prepared. Therefore, Wu Maji could not place her hopes on the demonic spirit fog clothing. Actually, the reason why she appeared near the taboo continent was not only to pick up Yang Dingtian. She also secretly went to the Dongli grassland and secretly met with Queen Hyexan. She went to ask Queen Hyexan for something, a dark crystal the size of a diamond. Queen Hyexan had refined tens of millions of caddies of seawater to obtain this dark crystal. This thing could be dissolved in any liquid. It was colorless, tasteless, and could not be felt. It could completely harm people without being noticed. Now, Qinji had already taken over third Lady Gongsuin's body and was hiding by Wu Yoming's side. Therefore, Wu Maji's difficult choice was whether to let Qinji put the dark crystal in the wine and let Wu Yuming drink it. Of course, it was not because of morality. It was because she was afraid of being discovered by Wu Yuming. Although this thing was colorless and tasteless, she could not guarantee that Wu Yuming would not discover it. Once Wu Yuming discovered it, Qinji would definitely die. Moreover, Wu Yuming would definitely cause a huge commotion because of this matter. When that time came, Yang Dingtian would play a very, very dishonorable role. However, if she did not give Wu Yuming the dark crystal, then Yang Dingtian would be in great danger during the duel. This decision was too important, and Wu Maji could not find anyone to discuss it with. After more than 20 hours, Dugu Shao arrived at the Vulture Palace. When Wu Lingzi heard that Dugu Shao had come to visit him, he was stunned. He could not believe that he would come. Then he walked out of the straw hut for the first time and laughed loudly towards the sky. "Nephew Dugu, why have you suddenly come to visit me?" Dugu Shao gently jumped off the demonic spirit ray and bowed in the air. Junior Dugu Shao pays his respects to Senior Wu Lingzi. Good, good. Wu Lingzi laughed loudly. In the past 100 years, among all the guests who have entered the Vulture Palace, you are the most honorable one. Speaking of which, your ancestor and I had a close relationship back then. You're really taking advantage of me by calling you my nephew. Dugu Shao was annoyed by Wu Lingzi's words, but he could not help but smile and say, "In that case, I am taking advantage of you." "Please." Wu Lingzi extended his hand. Dugu Shao said, "I have a few gifts here for you, Senior." "Oh, what gifts?" Wu Lingzi smiled. Dugu Shao pointed at the back of the demonic spirit ray. The demonic spirit ray slowly landed on the top of the mountain. With a light flap of its wings, the 5 corpses and 7 people on it slid to the ground. Wu Lingzi's expression suddenly changed. He said coldly, "Dugu Shao, what is the meaning of this?" Dugu Shao bowed and said, "Senior should know that Yang Dingtian's eldest son, Yan Li, is my grandson. Yesterday I missed my grandson, so I went to visit him. In the end, I met a woman who pretended to be from the Vulture Palace and wanted to enter Cloud Sky City to murder my grandson. Thus, I had no choice but to kill her." "You killed that woman?" Wu Lingzi asked in shock. "Yes," Dugu Shao said. "That woman's words are vicious and her heart is like a snake. I will not tolerate it. I originally wanted to kill all 12 of them, but I thought that if they were from the Vulture Palace, it would be difficult to explain to you. Thus, I personally brought these 5 corpses and the 7 people who are still alive to the Vulture Palace to confirm. May I ask if these 12 people are from the Vulture Palace?" Wu Lingzi's gaze changed a few times. Killing intent, anger, and coldness all rotated in his eyes. His entire face was ferocious. After twitching for a long time, he smiled and said, "Of course they are not from the Vulture Palace. The Vulture Palace is the world's leader of martial arts. Why would I do something to harm my wife and child?" Dugu Shao said, "I don't think so either." Wu Lingzi said coldly, "Nephew, do you have anything else?" He was about to ask him to leave. Dugu Shao said, "There's one more thing, but I don't know if I should say it." "Since you know it's not appropriate to say it, then don't say it," Dugu Shao said coldly. Dugu Shao said, 200 years ago, you were lucky to have withdrawn from the entanglement of the war between good and evil. Why are you involved now?" Wu Lingzi sneered. "Dugu Shao, as the leader of the evil ways, is it appropriate for you to say this?" Dugu Shao said, "When I say 1, it is 1, and when I say 2, it is 2. I have always envied you for being able to withdraw from the evil ways. It's just that I can't do it, at least not in my generation. Even if I die, I have to die for the evil ways. But since you have withdrawn, why don't you just sit back and enjoy the scenery? Wulingzi smiled faintly. You don't understand this kind of thing, so don't forcefully interfere. If you meddle too much, you will only bring trouble to yourself. Dugu Shao said, There's nothing I don't understand. It's just that you are afraid of His Majesty the Demon King seizing the Underworld Empire, so you are actively trying to win back His Majesty the Demon King's heart. As soon as he said this, Wulingzi's expression changed, as if his guilty conscience had been poked. He said sternly, Dugu Shao, I am speaking to you in a friendly manner because of my relationship with your ancestors, as well as the fact that we are both from the evil ways. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to leave here alive today. No, you can't kill me, Dugu Shao said faintly. I came here today to tell you. Wu Yuming and Yang Dingtian's duel is up to them. Their lives and deaths are up to the heavens. As their elders, you and I shouldn't interfere. Wulingzi sneered. You don't have the qualifications to say this. Don't forget, you are also one of the leaders of the evil ways. What you are doing is openly betraying the evil ways. Openly betraying the evil ways? Dugu Shao said, Who are the evil ways? Wu Yuming? Then please give me the Temple of Annihilation's token. Aren't he and Yang Dingtian competing for the position of the Tiando League's leader? Let's not talk about Wu Yuming. Your Vulture Palace has already withdrawn from the evil ways. Even if I become your enemy, it doesn't count as betraying the evil ways. So I still say the same thing. Wu Yuming and Yang Dingtian's duel, let them do it. As a senior, you shouldn't interfere. If you interfere, I will interfere. You? Who do you think you are? Wulingzi said coldly, and then suddenly gave the order. All Black Vulture Corps of the South Central Continent, enter Zhongjing.